Let me share the live to Syndicate real quick. I don't see Syndicate on my damn friends thing. Shit.
So what shift do you work? Oh. Do you need your social? Or your social came in today?
Alright, I sent the live to Syndicate.
Did you hear me?
I already know what it was, man. It's the same thing. Whenever we get to talking about scientific information and oral tradition or oral history, they come in here and report the live. It never fails. That's why we tell people, if y'all want to do y'all oral history, that's one thing. But when we're up here discussing science, don't get up here with that oral history stuff, because a lot of times the science ain't gonna back it up. You got people that don't agree with the out of Africa theory talking about this scientific racism. White people didn't even want to accept that humans originated out of Africa. Its origin. Where else you gonna put humans at? You're gonna try to put the origin of human in America? Now you're doing the same thing that the people that you're going against. So you want us to take oral history or oral history and tradition in over the science. Then we could do the same thing with the black people who claim that they always been here and they come from the dirt. They say the same thing. You can't believe what the Europeans say, that's scientific racism. That's what they say. They reported the live. That always happens. They report the live because they don't like what we talking about instead of just leaving. It's crazy, right? Like I don't got like 7 other fucking TikTok profiles I can go live on. It's crazy. Y'all share the live to Syndicate. I sent him the live, but I don't know. He probably in our historics live now. But that's just me. If I'm up here talking science, and a lot of y'all don't have to agree with the out of Africa theory, but it's the out of Africa model. Now you gotta put something up that goes against it. You can't. If I'm talking science and I'm going through the scientific community and I'm reading information that's pinpointing that the origin point of humanity is in Africa, you can't get up here and say, well, my oral tradition says something else. You have to bring information that's going to debunk the out of Africa theory. If you can't do that, I don't need to have a conversation with you, because now you're just giving me your opinion. You're not giving me something that's based off the scientific community. I don't want to hear it. If me and my boys is up here, we talking about science.
I'll let you go.
Don't get up here and start telling me about your oral anything that's not backed on. Well, it'd be different if it's backed on science. If it's not backed on science, I don't want to hear it. The Yucatan Peninsula is not where human life started. Amaru El Bay. Stop listening to people that don't know what they talking about. Moab, Utah. Yeah, that's Mormon shit, bro. Stop. Y'all come in here with weird shit. The oldest Homo sapien is going to be found in Africa. It ain't finna found in America. It ain't gonna be found in fucking Alaska. Y'all gotta stop this shit. So if y'all want to have conversations dealing with science, then let's do it. I don't care what oral traditions say. That's not my. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about scientific information. If you got scientific information that can debunk the out of Africa theory, then I want to hear it. I don't want to hear you niggas talk about water, fruits, vegetables, none of that shit. But give me a skull, give me a fucking femur. Y'all just crazy. That out of Africa, that's scientific racism by the European. How? They didn't even want to accept it. So a lot of y'all just y'all bias in y'all mind. Oral tradition trumps everything. Okay, well, when we speak in science, don't come up here. That's cool. I'm not against your oral tradition, but now we're talking about science. If it can't be backed by science, don't come up here. Well, that's racism. The origin place for humans coming out of Africa is racism. Where are you placing it? And then you started talking about, well, my people come from. Okay, well, speak on your people. We're talking about humanity itself, not just your specific group of people. Y'all, they do all this bashing of black people claiming to be them, and then they turn around and do the same thing as the people that they're going against. You have no information to back up your claim. But when these black people claim to be you, that's when it's time to use the information. Ethiopia means a land divided. Well, you know what? Let me get out of this. Let's look that up. Let me get out of this TikTok on my computer.
Why would I get hot Cheetos? Why would I have hot Cheetos? I don't know either.
So we're going to look that up right now. Hold on, brother. Don't leave. Don't leave, brother. What does Ethiopia mean? Hold on. Let's click it. Where the fuck is the meaning at? It's just telling me about it. It ain't telling me what it means. Greek word etho translates to burnt face. Burnt in face, excuse me, respectively. It says this is referring to the dark skin of the inhabitants of the region. It doesn't mean land divided. That's Noble Drew Ali. Noble Drew Ali says that. The Greeks named it Ethiopia, and it means burnt in face. Not a land divided. I don't do Noble Drew Ali teachings over here, brother. He's trash. Noble Drew Ali information is trash. And he was based off a religious organization. So if you following the teachings of Noble Drew Ali, that means you believe in the Bible. Because that's what his teachings was based off of. I left religion a long time ago, buddy. You're not finna give me that. Yes, Greek word. The Greek word. It's a Greek word. Ethiopia is a Greek word spelled with an A. It translates to burnt in face. I don't care what you want to be, brother. Y'all a religious organization. You believe in Jesus, so you're religious. Oh my God. Listen, dude, it's like I keep saying stuff and you're not understanding. The Greeks named the area Ethiopia. That's where the word comes from. The Greeks named the place that's known as Ethiopia, Ethiopia. What part of it is that you not understanding, bro? Y'all be weird. Y'all be trying to have conversations with me in the comment section instead of just putting your requests in. It's crazy. No, I'm not mad and lost. You're just talking to me in the comment section instead of just putting your requests in to come up here to talk to me. So I got to look up everything that you're saying. It's not my fault. You want to listen to what Noble Drew Ali said. The Greeks named Ethiopia, Ethiopia. And the term doesn't mean a land divided, like Noble Drew Ali said. It means burnt in face. It's not my fault. You got tricked by Noble Drew Ali. So why are you getting mad at me, bro? I sent you an invite. On up and tell me your story. Who came up with the word Ethiopia, bro? Come on, Omi.
Yeah, I just kept myself muted for a second, but yeah, you can go ahead. You can ask questions if you want.
I don't need to ask questions because I answered my own question. The Greeks name
So
Ethiopia,
so so if you
Ethiopia.
so you so you type something in Google, and now you know the definition of something that was named by the Greeks. Does that make any sense to you?
Yes, it does. It makes a lot of sense. Because you read it in a book. That means it means land divided. Does Noble Drew Ali put it in the book?
When JFK was president, Haile Selassie came over here. He brought him over here,
What does that
and they
have to
called.
do? With,
I wanna break this down about what the meaning of Ethiopia means. Now, when Haile Selassie came over here, they called him the Lion of Judah. When they called him the Lion of Judah, he was telling them that his lineage goes back to Menelik the First, which is reportedly the son of Solomon and Queen Sheba, which was an unbroken chain of a lineage of so-called, what you call Ethiopian Jews, what you call Ethiopians are Abyssinians. Over there, they have many tribes, just like we have many tribes over here.
can we just stick with the term Ethiopia? You're going all over the place.
How am I going all over the place when I'm
I don't care
breaking
about
down
the
the
tribes. I don't care about people being
when I'm
in
breaking down
Judah.
the etymological when I'm okay, but this is another thing.
You can
When
break
you
down
say
etymology all you want to. What I'm simply telling you is that the Greeks, not Haile Selassie, named these people Ethiopia. The Greeks did. They
okay, but
predate Haile
how can
Selassie.
somebody name you something that you're not?
I'm telling you, you just said Ethiopia means a land divided, and that's
That's
not
what
what
it means.
it means.
According to their language, it means something different than what a European is telling you to call them.
Oh, here we go with the European shit.
So then you're well trained then.
The Greeks named this place Ethiopia, so they're the
So
ones
then
telling
you're well
us.
trained. So now you're well
They're
trained.
the ones that's telling us what this place means.
Really? So
The
if somebody
Ethiopians
so
themselves
if somebody finds
don't.
hold on, so if somebody finds you and your family and you guys are a well
Why you gonna tell me
civilized,
to hold on when I was talking?
because you're not saying anything, brother. I'm answering your question.
No, you're not answering my question. I'm talking to my people in my chat. If the Greeks named this
You're talking to
place
me. Nobody's in.
Ethiopia, then they're the ones telling you exactly
That's
what
not
it
the original
means.
name of those people. That's what I'm
That's
trying to
not,
tell
that's
you.
brother, again, that's not what we're talking
That's a
about.
so you have a
You
colonized
said
mindset.
the term Ethiopia means a land
So
divided.
you have a
Now you're trying to
colonized
switch the
mindset.
entire, you're trying to
You're a
switch the
colonizer, bro.
entire talking point. You said Ethiopia means a land divided.
It does.
And what I'm telling you is the Greeks named it Ethiopia and they told us what it meant. It
The
means
Greeks
burnt
named it
face.
Ethiopia. Do you hear what you're saying? So now you're considered a burnt face. That's what you are. You're a burnt face.
I'm not Ethiopian, sir.
Man, all right, man. I wasted my time. Man, good
Yeah,
luck
you
with your
did because you don't
research.
know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't
Trying
know
to
what you're
make it
talking
seem
about.
like the Greeks
You don't
didn't
know what
name
you're
this
talking about.
place Ethiopia. Okay, so who named Ethiopia Ethiopia then?
Not the original people of the land.
Who named it, bro? You playing games.
You just said that right now that you went to Google. You have no
Brother,
dictionaries.
stop,
You have.
stop
I'm not your
playing
brother.
games.
You're not my
Give me
brother.
the person you think named Ethiopia. Fuck what I said. Who you think named it Ethiopia?
It's not what I think. It's not about what I think, bro. Here we go with the.
You
We're
gonna
gonna
tell me
talk
or
about
not?
science.
Are you gonna
We're
tell
gonna
me or
talk
not?
about science. You don't have no
You
proof.
gonna
I just told
tell
you to
me
look up
or
Malachite
not?
Man. Malachite Man goes back 140 million years ago. That predates your loose theory, bro. So that's debunked. You're a moron, like I said.
Nobody's talking about Lucy. Like I said, you got in the comment section and made a claim, and then I told you where the word Ethiopia comes from, and you switch into some other shit because you can't substantiate your claim. You said Ethiopia meant the land divided, and that's not what it means. Then you tried to tell me that the Greeks didn't name this place Ethiopia. So who named it that? Then you went to Malachite Man. This is crazy shit. Don't get mad at me because you got fooled by Noble Drew Ali and his religion. Oh shit. These people. One minute y'all want to believe in the science, then the next minute y'all don't. This is crazy. Like I said, Afrocentrics believe that the first people to come over to this new world were Africans. So we supposed to take them at their word with it because they said that's their oral tradition? Or are we supposed to believe the science that said the Native American was over here? And when I asked, where did the Native Americans come from? We always been here. Y'all come from nowhere else? No. It's crazy. It's crazy. Then y'all say the land bridge theory's been debunked. No, it has not been debunked. The date's been pushed back. And then they tell people that some of the earlier people that came from Eurasia, they came from the coast. Some of them, they said some of them probably didn't come through the land bridge. They probably came through the coast. So I don't get this shit. Y'all always been here, so y'all a separate fucking species of humans. Show me that shit with y'all skeletal remains. Because the last time I checked, when we look at the bones of the motherfuckers that come from Africa, Europe, and Asia, and then we look at the people that's over here in Native America, niggas got branches that break off into different haplogroups, right? mtDNA, right? So y'all should have attributes on y'all skeleton and y'all genetics, something that's different from us since we're a separate species, because that's what y'all keep hitting at. We always was here. So that means you're a separate species, right? Why y'all got the same blood? Why are y'all able to have kids with us? I just want to know. Y'all can have kids with us, and then y'all can procreate. When they mix tigers and lions, just like what's it called, a pomsky, just like a pomsky. I don't know if you can have if you can breed a pomsky yourself. I think you got to go to like a lab or something. But y'all wouldn't be able to procreate. Yeah, the liger. And I think it's a male donkey. It's something else out there. You can give birth to it, but it won't be able to procreate. So if y'all are separate species, why is it that when the European came over here, they was able to procreate with y'all? And then they brought us over here at the same time, and we was able to procreate with y'all. Remember, we was running away, and we was joining the Native American tribes, and some of us was hooking up with each other, having kids. If y'all separate species, we would not be able to do that. I don't think we can. Maybe science may say something different, but from the stuff that I've been looking into, yeah, man, the mule. That's what the thing is. So what? Am I missing something? I just want to know if we talking science, and me and Port has said this before. If we are just sticking with science, don't get up here trying to debunk everything we're talking about in the scientific community because you feel it's racist towards your oral tradition. We're not talking about your oral tradition. We're sticking with the science. You can play make-believe by yourself. Because when we start asking them tough-ass questions, I see them, nobody really came back because they knew where the lie was going. That's why they reported it, because they wasn't going to be able to substantiate their claims. You can't sit here and say you disagree with the science and then use the same science you say you disagree with on pretendians, black people who claim to be you. You can't use the science to debunk them, but then when it's time for you to use the science on yourself, say, no, we don't do that over here. You're a hypocrite. Now you got to bring me the sources that says the land bridge theory's been debunked. It's not my fault y'all didn't go deep and read that article. Y'all read the headline in the first paragraph. Read the entire article and show me where it says that it's been debunked. Not gonna happen. And y'all get mad at me. We getting into the meat and potatoes of the shit, and y'all report the live. Ooh. Even if I didn't get this live back, I just would have went live on another page. And when that one got took, I would have went live on another page, and then after that got took, I would have called to the night. Bro, this is crazy. Y'all been up here talking about these pretendians all day long and how they information does not substantiated, it's been debunked, and the moment y'all disagree with science, now all of a sudden it's racist white supremacy. Oh, when y'all try to make it seem like y'all been from time immemorial, it's white supremacy. Like you don't have Native Americans in the scientific community. Like you don't have Africans and African Americans in the scientific community. Like it's just Europeans that's in the scientific community. That's what makes it racist. Y'all gotta stop this shit. Just don't join the conversations that we're having. We're dealing with science if you think the science is racist. That's white supremacy. Don't join the conversations then. When you take your kid to the doctor, oh, your kid is sick. Here's this antibiotic to take because your child has an infection. You don't say, oh, this is scientific racism. Oh, take this over-the-counter flu medicine. You don't say, oh, this is scientific racism. You break your bone and they put your bone in the cast and they give you medicine to take to numb the pain. You don't say, oh, you know what? This is scientific racism. These Percocets are scientific racism. This dopamine is scientific racism. These ibuprofen 500s are scientific racism. Y'all don't do that. Y'all go outside during the springtime and you're, oh, yeah, I got allergies. Y'all don't say allergies is scientific racism when you take an allergy medicine. But oh, lo and behold, when it comes to trying to prove where the Asian come, I mean, not the Asian, but where the Native American originated from, it's the European. Europeans using scientific racism to prove that we wasn't always here. Huh? Okay, so we don't even have to use Europeans. Let's use your people. Put your people in the scholarly realm that's doing archaeological digs, and let's see where the oldest fossil remains come from. What's the date? Do they date the Native American over here in America 50,000 years, 51,000 years? Like what they give y'all, 33, 34? But y'all say y'all always been here. We got evidence in Africa of the African being in Africa for over 50,000 years. Y'all just believe in weird shit. I'm coming to the understanding and the conclusion that y'all believe in weird shit, and all y'all want to do is debunk black people who claim to be y'all. Other than that, y'all don't believe in the information that you're talking about. Yeah, Breezy, you on a backup account. You on a burner so you can come over and talk shit. You're out of there. Who's next? Who's the next nigga we gotta block out the chat? He the next nigga, Sutek. Y'all be trying to have conversations with me in the comment section. Bring your ass up to the guest box. Yeah. Y'all been off here all day, talking about the pretendians this, the black people this, and they can't substantiate their claim with no information, and then here you niggas. Soon as we start bringing up, I wasn't even talking about the out of Africa theory. Another nigga brought it up. I don't believe in the out of Africa theory because that's scientific racism. Huh? Who even started talking about the out of Africa theory? How is the out of Africa theory scientific racism? So if you don't want to believe that, you just want to believe oral traditions. That's cool. But you can't debunk the out of Africa theory, which is the model, with oral tradition that says you always been here. You need some scientific evidence to debunk scientific evidence. I got it. I see what it is. Y'all don't need to talk to me. If I'm live and we talking about pretendians, y'all don't need to come up here and talk to me. I'm keeping it real. I'm good on all that other shit. If you ain't black, don't get up here and start talking to me about the shit black people is doing, trying to be y'all, and they don't have no information to substantiate their claim when you motherfuckers don't even believe in the same information that you're pushing trying to debunk these niggas. You're a hypocrite, and I don't need to talk to y'all. The entire day, we've been using this information, and the moment you disagree with it, it's scientific racism. It wasn't scientific racism when you was using it for these black people who claim to be you. Now, since you could just say I don't buy into the out of Africa theory. You didn't have the out of Africa theory, scientific racism. It was employed by the European to discredit or undermine the Native American community. It has nothing to do with you. What it is a lot of you Native Americans don't want to admit that your ancestors came from Asia. That's all it is. That is all it boils down to. I asked a specific question. I said, when did the Native Americans get here? When y'all get here? We always been here. Y'all ain't come from nowhere else? Nope. I'm done. I'm done with it. Because you don't want to have a scientific conversation. You just want to believe in myth. So believe in myth. If I'm talking about scientific information, don't come up here with myth. Because I'm going to say, yeah, you got it, and I'm going to hit your box, and it's going to have a big word up there that said disconnect. I'm just going to disconnect you from my live. Me and Port and Sutek been saying the same thing over and over and over again. We don't need to sit there and argue about your oral traditions, your oral history, your origin stories. We don't need to do that. We're talking about scientific information, and y'all come up here with your oral shit. We not doing that. And what happens? Y'all come back up here with your oral shit, trying to debunk scientific information. Stop. Go to your own panels and debunk black people trying to be Native Americans. Don't come over here with that shit, because you don't believe in the same information that you're trying to debunk them with. You're only using it to try to show people that they're not you. But when it comes to you, you don't use the information to show that it's you, because you disagree with it because it's scientific racism. Good fucking luck. Am I wrong for saying this? I don't think I'm wrong for saying it. Y'all been over here all day talking about, oh, this person's racist in our community, this person, this person, this person, this person, this person, this person, this person. Call them out. They have anti-this, anti-that. And you disagree with the science, as you claim that the science is being scientific, is pushing scientific racism. And you don't agree with the out of Africa theory because it goes against the Native American community. How? Because it doesn't say y'all always been here, that y'all migrated from somewhere else. It puts the origin place of humanity in Africa. That's why you don't agree with it? Because it's a migration out of Africa? And it doesn't agree that y'all always been here. In order for us to say that you always been here and there's no out of Africa, so now you're saying that we're all different species that can mix with each other. So now your blood's going to be different. The way you look is going to be different. We shouldn't even look the same. Right? The same conditions shouldn't fuck with us like it fuck with you. It should be some element, something. We get the same diseases. We eat the same food. So I don't get this shit. We live around the same timeline. Right? Y'all ain't got an extra appendix. Y'all don't have an extra kidney, an extra liver. You don't have two brains. So y'all chromosomes is fused together just like us. Your intestines, y'all intestines is the same length as ours. y'all breathing oxygen like this is. Y'all teeth just like ours. Like I don't get this shit. Y'all please, somebody please help me understand this shit. Are these people really thinking that they're a separate species from us? Oh, that's my wife. She's playing on her phone, having fun. And then my son is he's on the game playing Roblox. Yeah, Sutek, I think I missed the mark, buddy. I thought we was having a friendly conversation. Then it's like somebody opened Hell's Gate, and then all the drama started. Yeah, Mo says the same thing. I don't understand it. We can all get along. We can all be in the same live and get along until the moment we bring in science. And as soon as somebody says something about the out of Africa theory and migration, then everybody go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and shit. They turn into a whole different type of person. This is wild. And I don't even think it didn't even get heated. I was just asking questions, and it probably seemed like that, but I don't understand how people can really be against the out of Africa theory without having information to debunk it. That's crazy to me. I understand you guys are saying that y'all always been here. That's cool. I have no problem with that, right? But don't get mad when black people are saying they always been here too then. You don't have any evidence to back up your statement. You don't have any evidence to back up your statement saying you always been here, just like they don't have no evidence to back up the statement. They always been here. Right? So I don't get this shit. Our oral stories say this. Okay, well, Afrocentrics, we've always had the same oral story that the African were the first people to these lands. Do we have information to back that up? No, but hey, if we're just taking in oral stories, but then we're right then, right? And we just believe in oral stories. Afrocentrics since the fucking 70s, the 60s and 70s been saying that the first people on these lands were African people. Right? They can't be lying to us. Huh? Oh no, they're lying to you guys. We was here before Columbus. Remember that? We came here before 1492. We always been here for thousands of years. That's Afrocentric talking point. So we supposed to believe them because they said it. Because you want us to believe you because you said it. Damn. I don't have my phone. Your daughter got it. Don't get mad at me. I don't know. The live got sniped before we even could get there. I think she was just trying to explain that, and that's the Carolina. I think she was just trying to explain why she doesn't agree with the out of Africa theory. She agrees with oral tradition. Well, oral, I don't know if it's oral tradition or just their oral stories. And I have no problem with you believing in that. Just don't bring that shit to the scientific conversation. That's all I say. Then she was telling us that there's one story that actually agrees with the science. I don't have a problem with that. But there's a lot of oral stories everywhere in the entire globe that don't match science. And you got some that do. That's perfectly fine. But for us, we have to find, if you're saying something and the scientific community don't believe you until they find evidence to back up your story, then why are you getting mad? Notorious, you don't even understand the science because you say the same shit they do. It's scientific racism. Rob explained the science to you. Mo explained the science to you. You tried to tell him he was wrong about centimortgages and BPs and shit. So you damn sure didn't understand the science. But you talk as if you do. We got the recordings, nigga. We got it. We got it. Mo went to your live and you tried to tell him about some fucking, I don't know, forgot what it was, but when he showed up, we'll have a conversation about it. Because you were trying to know, it only goes back 500 years. You kept pushing it back. And then he went to the same website and read it where it said that it dealt with something for thousands of years. AutoZone, yep, that's what it was. AutoZone only goes back 200 years. Then you push it to 500 years, and then he went on the same site and read that they use AutoZone. AutoZone goes back for thousands of years. You tried to say that it didn't, so your ass didn't understand the science. Don't get mad at me. I never said I understood the science. They do. They understand the shit. I just read it to niggas. I don't need to understand the breakdown of science, how it does this and this and this. If I go to a scientific website and it's breaking it down in the paragraph that I'm reading, I'm giving the information to the people. You can go on your live and try to miscue the information all you want to because you like to freestyle and not read the article. Nigga, I don't do that. I'm going to read the article because I'm not the scientist in the scientific realm in the lab. So I'm going to read what they say on the website verbatim. You play that, I'm going to go live and I'm going to freestyle all my information and not agree with what the scientific community is saying, and I'm looking at it on the website. Look, there you go again. Y'all don't know what you're reading, though. If we don't know what we're reading it, why we reading it? Like I said, you got proven wrong with the website you tried to use, trying to say the autosomal DNA doesn't go back for thousands of years. I went to the same website you was using, and it was right there in the same paragraph. You just didn't want to read the shit. Don't get mad at me. You need to go talk that to your community, because that's not for me. That's for you.
Give me.
That's not what I said. I said each test has their own.
Autosomal only go back 200, then you push it to 500, and then Mo said autosomal can't go back thousands of years. You said no.
Each test has their own threshold. That's what I said.
We were talking about the website you were using.
Yeah, and the tests that you guys are using, these commercial tests, 23andMe, Ancestry.com, they have their own thresholds. So the autosomal DNA is showing a threshold that they have already set. It's not showing ancient DNA.
What did it say on the website?
Again, is that ancient DNA?
It said autosomal.
Is that ancient DNA?
It said autosomal can go
Do the
back to what,
tests
ma'am?
have a threshold?
Ma'am, what did it say on the
Do
website?
the tests have their own thresholds?
Now, if you want to play the threshold shit, that
If
ain't
that's
you
what it
said.
is. So
Hey,
again,
hey,
your
we got the
arguments,
recording.
yours
I'll
and
pull
Port
it.
Cities
I'ma
and
pull
most
it up. Don't
arguments.
worry. Don't worry.
No. Let's have the conversation, bro, because y'all been saying, come over here, come over to my live, because y'all don't want to come to mine. But let's talk about it.
Ma'am,
Y'all
hold
kept
on.
saying-
Wait a
No,
minute.
the argument was, we'll go from
Ma'am,
the
I'm
beginning,
not-
from
I'm
what
not
Port
arguing
City
with
said,
you.
because we're not going to deflect.
Mo
We're gonna
came
go from
to
what
your
Port City
live,
said.
so what are you talking
Port
about?
City said, we're gonna go to what Port
Port's
City
not
said.
here.
I don't give a fuck. This
I'm
is how the
just telling you.
conversation started.
Mo
So
came to
Port
your
City
live,
said,
and
Port
they all
City-
said
yes,
the
and
same
he didn't
thing.
prove me wrong
If you
either.
continue
Matter of fact, he
to
resorted to ad hominems and tried to call me white.
No, he
That's
didn't.
what
He just
tried to
called.
do.
He called the
Yes,
dude
he
chief,
did,
and you
because he
got
said,
mad.
"How did you get your
Y'all
white
was throwing,
skin?"
ma'am. We got
That's
the
what he
recording. You was
said.
throwing slice
So
at him
again, I
for the
said
longest,
that each
and he
test
ignored it.
has
And the
their
moment
own
he called somebody a
threshold.
chief, you got
So,
big bad
okay,
and bold
you
and kicked him off
wanna
the
talk
panel.
over me like the pseudos do?
I was talking first.
And I was trying to tell you that
No, you
each
don't need to
test
tell me.
has
You
their
can
own
just wait till I'm done
threshold. Show me
talking.
where
So you can't say I'm talking over you if I was talking
show me the
and you start talking
threshold.
over me. This is
Show me the
crazy,
threshold.
yo.
Show me
This
the
is
threshold.
crazy.
It's
This
that
is
simple.
crazy.
It's that simple.
Ma'am, if you want to set it up, just set it up.
What up? There's nothing to set up. The audacity in you guys thinking that you can tell us about who we are.
I'm not telling you who you are. I'm sticking to the
Make fun
science.
of oral histories and creation stories, but you don't even understand that.
I'm gonna do the
And
same
then
thing
turn
that I
around and
always
conflate
do.
creation stories with migration
Where
stories,
is the
which are
origin
two different
point
things, by
for
the
the
way.
people
And
who
then
came
turn
to these
around
lands?
and then misconstrue the science that you don't fucking understand.
Ma'am, what is
Don't man me.
where your people come from?
I already told you. So if you
Reiterate.
actually understood migration and how that worked,
Reiterate it, please.
None of their people were African either, bro. 300,000 years ago.
Ma'am.
None of their people were
There
Asian.
you go. You're talking about.
100,000 years ago.
I'm not talking
so
about
don't sit
that.
there and say we're descendants
I'm
of Asians
not
when those people
talking
didn't even
about
fucking
that.
exist.
Why is it that y'all
So
can't
when we're
answer
talking
simple
about how Native
fucking
Americans
questions?
have been here, they have been here as Native Americans after adaptation,
long, though?
after all of that has been there.
Ma'am,
So when we're talking
ma'am,
about
I
migration
agree.
and the
I
science and
agree
the
with that.
migration
Where
stories
did
that
they
you don't
come
understand
from?
and how migration works,
Oh my
it's you
God.
guys.
Where did
Because
they
you
come from?
conflate and
Where'd
infer
they come from?
race
Where'd
onto
they come
people.
from, ma'am?
So again, are you going to keep saying that Native Americans are descendants of Asians?
Ma'am, where did your people come
Are we
from?
descendants of Asians?
How long did y'all
Because I
come?
can
How
tell you
long
how
have
the
y'all been over
migrations
here?
happened, but my
Your
question is, are
ancestors
we
come from
descendants
where,
of
ma'am?
Asians? How are they our
Ma'am.
ancestors? How are Asians our ancestors? Say it. I want to know. Say it. How are Asians our ancestors?
Because they migrated over here,
But they
ma'am.
weren't Asian.
Who wasn't?
The people that migrated here.
Where'd they migrate from, though?
What continent did they come from?
They came from the continent we now call Asia, but they weren't Asian.
Oh, so
I said that several fucking
so
times.
y'all descend
You wanna
from people
continue
that
to
came
push
from
the
the
idea
continent that
that
used
Native
to be called
Americans
Asia
are
or now
descendants
called
of
Asia.
Asians. So you want to keep on misconstruing that because I got plenty of screenshots of you saying that we are descendants of Asians and Asians are our
Yeah, ancient
ancestors.
Asians.
That's not.
Ancient
They
Asians,
weren't ancient
exactly.
Asians.
Hey, you
They
don't
were
need
never
screenshots
Asian.
of me
They
saying
were
it because
never
we can
Asian.
pull up
They were
the
never Asian.
documentation of the
Pull up,
experts
bro.
actually
I
saying
told you
it.
to pull up.
We
You
already
guys
did
want
that
to go
shit.
to everybody else's space and talk your shit,
Ma'am, I
and then
don't go
every
to
time you
everybody
pull up
else's
some shit,
space.
it gets
You making
debunked
that up. You're
because you don't know
making
the
that
fucking
up.
science that
We
you're
don't go
fucking
to
reading.
everybody else's
Can
space.
somebody else talk?
You don't
So you
even
don't
go ahead.
have to.
I want to know how we are descendants of.
So you don't have to have a screenshot or a screen recording of me saying anything because what I'm saying verbatim is what the experts are saying. So we can
And
pull up
what
the
do the
experts
experts
actually
say?
saying this
What do
shit.
the experts
You don't
say?
need a screen recording
Do
of me.
you understand what ancestry means and descendancy means within
Do you understand
anthropology?
that if you have a
Within,
disagreement, we can set up a debate?
I don't need to set up a debate with
All
you.
right, then. So, or do
It's
you
not
have a
that fucking
contention with
hard that you
anything that
don't,
we
because I've
talking about
already
over
showed
here?
all the
Do
goddamn
you have a
resources in my
contention?
videos.
Do you have a
I've already
contention with
showed all the
anything that we?
resources I showed all the sources in my videos.
Cool.
I showed you
Bet.
sources.
Bet.
I showed you sources where it shows that the terms ancestry and descendancy do not mean the same thing in any of these fields of study. So you are
Okay,
conflating
so
what those
if you
terms
have
mean
a
because the
contention,
experts say it. You don't even understand what the terms fucking mean. You
gotcha.
don't. And I've shown the
You done?
sources in the
Is you
scholarly
done?
sources in which how they show differences in the meaning and what those differences are.
Bet.
I
You
showed those
done?
sources. I posted those sources. But you don't want to acknowledge that when you read ancestry, that it doesn't mean the same thing that what you're saying.
I don't give a fuck about ancestry.
So
Talk to
that's
the
what
people that
because you
made
keep
those
on
claims. You
saying that
talking to
Asians are
Sutek
our
right now.
ancestors and they're
You
not.
talking to Sutek.
You keep on,
I didn't say shit about no
I'm
ancestry. You're
telling
not
you
finna
that you
straw
keep
man me.
saying that Asians are our ancestors and they're not.
Got you. So are you done?
So are you gonna sit there and say that that's what they were called, them people that migrated, that they were Asians?
So if you have any contention with anything that
My
we saying,
question, no,
we
no,
can
no.
easily
Answer
set
the
up a
question.
debate.
Are those people 100,000 years ago, were they Asian?
Ancient Asians, yeah.
No, they weren't ancient Asians.
They are from a continent that we call Asia.
That we
So
call Asia today, but they weren't
you can
Asian.
play semantics all you want
It's not
to,
semantics.
but if you
It's how
have a
it fucking
contention
works.
with
Because
anything
even
that we
Africans
saying
weren't
over here,
Africans 300,000
you can
years
set up a
ago.
debate.
The
This
early
sound like
humans
what
in
the
Africa
pretenders
weren't
say.
Africans
Nigeria
either, bro.
just got named
Because you don't want
Nigeria
to
in
admit that. That's the
1913.
problem. Because you guys don't like to admit that the fact that the early humans in Africa weren't actually Africans either.
So just to
So we
clarify,
want to
you
make
don't
sure
want to
that
debate.
everybody is ancient African, ancient
So
Asian,
you
ancient
have no
Europeans. That's
contention.
not
So
how it fucking works.
you don't want to
Because you
debate.
don't
Is
know
that
the
what you said?
science in what you're talking about. So yeah, it is anti-native.
So
Go
no,
ahead,
it's
Gigi.
not. So
So
first
yeah,
of
it
all,
is.
wait a
Go
minute,
ahead,
Gonna
please.
Gigi.
tell us what's
Don't talk over
anti-native and
me.
what isn't.
Sutek, can you mute her, please? I'm not gonna argue because I don't
You don't sit there
have
and try to
any
tell us.
like dog in the fight.
Don't
I'm
tell us
not.
what's
I'm
anti-native and
not.
what isn't.
I'm not with the contention. I just want to
So then why are
expound
you up here talking?
on.
Let
Because
her
you're
talk,
racist.
Just want
BGP.
to
She didn't interrupt you.
expound on what science says, what the experts say. So it's not us. It's not it's not
How
Sutek,
many of you
it's
guys
not
got a degree in
me
science?
that are saying these things. We only give the information from the experts or people that are in science as we speak. And because some of us have a subscription with Journal of Nature and other scientific journals, we can actually keep up with new evidence based on some of these scientific theories. So first of all, out of Africa, OOA is an intraconvertible fact.
Yeah, I'm not arguing out of
So
Africa.
that's just what it is.
I'm not
And
arguing that.
because
I'm not arguing that.
homos
So you can go ahead and skip off to something else. I'm not
because
arguing
so
that.
it's just not a response
I'm
to
not
you, but it's
arguing against out of
also to the
Okay,
Africa.
it don't
But
matter.
you're
okay.
Let
not
her
I'm gonna
speak.
listening
She
to.
let
I'm
you
going
speak.
to finish
But
my
there's
I'm
no point in
going to
talking about something that
finish
I'm not
Oh
arguing
I'm
well,
against.
oh
I
going
well.
don't
You
to
on
fucking
somebody
care.
else's
finish
panel, so oh
I don't
well.
going
care.
to finish.
Yeah, well, she gonna
So
finish.
when
That
they
is what it
say
is. I
that
don't give a fuck either.
Homo
Okay, but again, I'm
sapien
not arguing that out of
evolved
Africa
in
is not real. So,
Africa, and once you leave out of Africa and your genetic markers change because you're in new habitats and new areas of the world with different biomes, like that doesn't no longer make you African. So the out of Africa is just the human evolution. It's the scientific theory on human evolution, has nothing to do with race. Like
actually, no, it's not the
most
scientific
people
theory on
tend to
human evolution.
convolute the out of Africa theory to mean it's race or that Africans have some superiority over everybody. There was no such thing as an African, as an indigenous person, or anybody when humans were evolving on the continent. So that like the thinking is very simplistic and does not apply to the science, okay? You are indigenous. It's just that humans evolved on the continent of what we call Africa today. And if y'all gonna be hung up on that, that's a problem. But the optics says you're literally doing what pretendians do. And I just told Joaya, however you pronounce his name, that if you actually want to be effective, then you all are going to have to get on board with science. Like you can't push back against a pretendian and really be saying the same talking points that they have. That's actually problematic and it goes against you. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so first of all, again, I wasn't going against out of Africa theory. Second of all, it has to do with migrations, how people went out of Africa during migrations, not actual human evolution. That's a whole different concept. Thirdly, again, early humans were not African, they were not Asian, they were not European, they were not Native American. None of that existed. Those are things that we as modern people, as today, have inferred onto all of these groups. So it is literally completely wrong to say anybody is descendant of any race or ethnicity that we have inferred that on from today's what we call those people today. They were not ancient Asians 100,000 years ago. We don't even know what kind of people groups they were.
What are you talking about? 100,000 years ago?
When migration started going out between 70 to 100,000 years ago.
Well, I'm talking about just here though.
Yeah, but they again, when we as Native Americans became quote unquote Native Americans, that was after migration and we had been here for so long. That's why Native Americans say, hold on, let me finish.
You said so long. I'm just trying to
Can
get
I
an
explain?
estimate.
Because you guys don't want to listen. Why Native
How
Americans?
can we sit here and listen
Can
when
I-
you don't
can-
let other people talk? I
Because
just
I didn't
want.
even finish
She don't want to
talking.
be
You cut
interrupted,
me
but
off.
she want to
You
You've
interrupt
been cutting me
everybody
off
else.
the whole time.
Are you
And
talking
then
about
over here talking to me about
50,000?
shit that I'm not even arguing against. So
You did that to
again,
him
please listen to what I'm
with the
trying to
shit
say. It's not
arguing.
that hard.
No, she just
So,
want to talk and everybody else
no,
shuts the
I'm
fuck
not.
up. Then when it's
If you
somebody
That's
else's
it.
turn to
because
talk,
you
she
don't
gonna
want to
cut them the
listen,
fuck off.
and that's the
That's
problem.
why I'd
You
rather
need to
deal
speak
with
No,
it
to
in
ma'am,
the
I
Native
have
debate.
no
Americans
problem
when it comes to
listening.
this. And then
Ma'am,
none of
hold
you
on. I'm
guys
gonna say
understand
this
the
and I'm gonna
fucking
mute up.
science you're reading.
I'm gonna
None
say
of you
this
guys
and then
have
I'm gonna mute
science
up and then
degrees
you can
at
rock
all
the mic out.
whatsoever.
You got a nutrition
We'll give
degree.
you
No, I
your
Calm
don't have
down,
a
time to
relax.
nutrition
talk.
degree. I got an
But
RN degree, and you want to know what classes requires to have
You
an
the
RN
one
degree?
said you had a nutrition
RN.
degree.
No, it's an RN. It's a BSN in science in
That's a
nursing science.
nutrition degree.
You want to
Right.
talk? No, it's not
Bro.
nutrition. You
You're not an
fucking
expert
moron.
in any of
It's
these
not.
fields that
So
we
neither
talking
are
about.
you, and you have less of a fucking
I'm
background in
good. Hey,
science
I'm
than
going
I
off
do.
what the
So
experts
if you
say,
can
though.
talk to me about how
You
you
making up
guys
your
turned
own
around
shit.
and said Y DNA plus mitochondrial DNA
I know
equals
you guys.
autosomal
I'm
DNA.
Sutek.
That's what you guys said, and I got the
All black
recording of
people ain't the
that.
same.
So when you turn around, when
Shooting is not pork
I don't give a
or
fuck,
rob.
Right?
you guys run in the same group.
I am not
So your
shooting.
friends
You run
I
in
am
the
said
not
same
that
pork.
group of
Y
racist
DNA
ass Native
plus
Americans.
mitochondrial DNA
Mm-hmm.
equals autosomal DNA,
Now,
and that's not even how it works. So please don't come to me talking about y'all understand science
we
when
didn't
you
come
guys
to you, ma'am.
literally
You're
said
on my
that Y
panel.
DNA plus
You're on
mitochondrial
my
DNA
panel,
equals
ma'am.
autosomal.
You're on my
That's what you
panel.
said.
You're on my
I get
panel,
that,
so we
yeah.
didn't come to
And what's
you.
your point?
We didn't come to
And
you.
you
So don't
got
say,
offered a
don't,
debate
please
for that
don't come
shit
to
that you
me.
disagree
We
It's
didn't
with.
not
come
that
to you.
fucking hard to understand, but you refuse to fucking listen. So when we're
No,
talking
you
about
refuse to listen.
how adaptations occurred, when we're talking about how adaptations occurred, as people migrated here and they were here for thousands of years, and those adaptations occurred, we did have our own adaptation to DNA, just like everybody else did. So when Native Americans
But
say
before that,
we, can I finish?
those
When Native
adaptations was
Americans say
from
that
ancient
we have
Asians and Eurasians.
Wu-Tang, let me finish.
You didn't let
Because
her
it will
Nah,
finish.
literally
fuck that.
clear
This
up
is
all
You
of
didn't
this
let
crazy.
shit.
you ain't let
You
If you
can't
nobody
guys
cut
will
finish.
people
fucking
off and then
listen,
think you're
it's
not
not
gonna
that
get cut
hard.
off.
You're not my
So
fucking
again,
teacher. Who the fuck you think this is?
shut up, bro. So
Nah,
again, so
I'm
when
not.
Native Americans, shut
You
up
think
so
you
I
finna
can
come over here
explain
and
why
So we
Native
lecture
gonna
us
give, we
Americans
gonna
say
about
give
we've
some
you your
always
shit?
been
30
here.
seconds.
Do you want to
Give her
know
30
why? Or
seconds,
do you
because I
want to
already
keep
know
on
what's gonna
fucking
happen.
talking? It's not
Somebody
that
else is
Alright.
gonna
hard.
start
You
talking
quit
and then she
fucking
gonna
cutting
cut
me
them the
off.
fuck off. So give
So
30, we
again,
gonna give you
the
30
reason
seconds.
why Native Americans say that they have always been here, because when our mutations occurred, that is when we became a separate cultural group. That's when we became a separate group of people, just like every other group of people that migrated, separated, and adapted to their environments. So yes, as far as that go, Native Americans have always been here as far as those adaptations have occurred. Prior to that, we were not Native American. Nobody was any of these things. So as people stayed and developed and mutated into their environments, that's how everybody became their own separate groups. Like none of these, they just because it's called Asia now doesn't mean they were ancient Asians. They were not. They were not those things. We can't even determine what any of these people look like. We don't know. We can't determine that off of DNA. We can say they had more light alleles than dark alleles, but that's as far as it's going to go. You're not going to get a skin tone. You're not going to get any idea of, because a lot of these features that we look at as phenotypes, those are polygenic traits, which means there's multiple genes that make those traits. Your eye color, your skin color, your hair color, texture, all of that. It's not just one trait, one dominant, one recessive. That's not how it works. So as people turn around and migrate to different places, your DNA mutates to the environment. You start developing phenotypes to the environment so you could survive, and you become that people. People broke off, went somewhere else. They turned around and migrated and developed and became those people. So yes, when Native Americans say we've always been here as Native Americans, yes, that is a true statement.
That's
Prior
not,
to
because that's
that,
not what
That's
they
not
said.
true.
prior to
That's
that,
not
we're
true.
not.
Okay, so we
When did
go.
this continent become called America?
What are you talking about?
You said Native American. See, you playing a semantics game with the Asians, right? It wasn't called Asia back then.
We weren't
But
even
then you
called
say
Native
Native
Americans. I'm
Americans.
telling
But
you in
I
context
let
when
you
Native
talk.
Americans
I
say that
let
we
you
have
talk.
always been here.
I
Go.
let you talk.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So you did that with the Asians with the wordplay. Oh, it wasn't called Asia back then. Then you come over here to Americas and say, yeah, Native Americans always been here. No, it wasn't called America back then. So you got to use that same logic. You're using special pleading fallacy.
That's
What's
not
good
what a
for the
special
goose
pleading
ain't good
fallacy
for the
is.
gander. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it
But
is.
no,
The
it's not.
same
So
the same
again,
logic that
so
you applied over there
that's not what.
don't
Because
apply with
I
you over here.
specifically said.
That's
I
special
No,
pleading.
we
specifically.
know. You
I
just want to cut
specifically
everybody
said
off, and
none
you
of
just
us were
want to be the only
Asian, Native
person talking.
American,
This
African,
is
or
crazy. He
European.
can't even. He can't even finish
I
his talking
specifically
point.
said that.
Okay, Eric
So don't twist
Pushmonkey,
my
go
fucking
ahead and go,
words.
bro.
Yeah, I was finna say let power go.
So no, I didn't say. I specifically said none of us. None of us were Native American, Asian, any of those things. What
We
I'm
heard
talking about
you.
is when adaptations
Ma'am, it's
here,
not your
when they
We
turn.
heard
developed,
you. You're
when the
going in
sub
circles.
haplogroups developed
You
here,
flim-flamming. Can Eric speak? Eric, because he's been waiting.
when those sub haplogroups developed here, that is what made us the quote unquote
BGP,
Native
it's not your
Americans.
turn to talk, though.
This is sub. Let
But what,
me
you
look
don't
at
like
it.
the logic?
It's his turn to talk.
We don't like that you
We
talking
can't
over
be your
everybody.
turn. She texts her talking,
But
then
you
you
guys want to
interrupted
talk
him.
about us and talk shit on us, and then
I'm
there's like
not
four of
talking
you up
shit
here,
on you,
two
ma'am.
of you that I don't even fucking know and don't have no business in this conversation
Yeah.
because this has been between me and Sutek
Yeah,
and Susan this whole time.
no, you
But you're on a
hopped on
public
somebody else's panel.
platform on a panel
And
with spaces for other guests.
yeah,
So
cool.
you
So
wanted
yeah,
this to be
they have their
private.
word.
You should have got with
Okay,
him
because
in your
everybody's in
private
here being like
chat,
that native as
not
fuck.
come on a
Go
live
ahead.
TikTok. Like
Go
you're not
ahead.
even making
Go ahead.
Exactly.
logical sense
Go
right
ahead.
now,
You
bro.
want to
BGP,
have a
I
one-on-one
just
with a
want,
You don't
can
know
person,
we
the
take
Mad
a
just,
debate.
wow.
science, so it's cool. You don't know the science, but it's
can we
cool.
just hear
Go
what he
ahead.
has to say?
Okay, I just want to like run through things, but without the labels, because apparently that's one of the issues. So I think we can all agree that there were indigenous people here for thousands of years. And then can we all agree that at some point they were on another continent?
Sure,
Is that
people
fair?
were all over the place. Everybody
Right.
migrated everywhere.
Yeah,
What's your
so
point?
there's people on another
No, I'm not
continent.
disputing that.
Yeah, and then they came here.
So yeah, I'm not disputing that.
Okay. And then the science also says that they were somewhere else and then they came
Yeah,
here.
I'm not disputing that.
Okay, so what about the science are they getting wrong?
When they turn around and say that we are descendants of Asians, which we are not, and when they
Okay,
turn
so it's
around
still a
and say,
label.
yeah, because it's important,
So you're
because we're
referring to
not.
the same people but using
Well,
different
okay, well
labels.
then if you want to say that we're descendants of Asians, then we're also descendants of Africans, and Europeans and Asians are descendants of Africans, and everybody can claim Africa then.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you're referring to the same people regardless of the label.
No, I'm not referring to the same people because they were different people when they were on that other continent, but they weren't Asian either.
I'm saying when they're on the other continent, if I
Hmm.
call them Asians,
They weren't Asians.
I'm saying if I call them Asians, but I'm referring to the same people as you,
They're
am
not
I,
Asians though. You are putting a label
so
on
you
two
just have a
people
problem
that
with the
that's what they
label?
weren't.
Okay, but do you understand that those are the people I'm
Yeah, you're
referring to?
inferring race onto people, which race is a social construct.
I know.
So if
I'm
you're
asking
inferring
if you
modern
understand
verbs,
that I'm referring to
it
the same
doesn't matter.
people
You
as
don't have to
you.
call them Asian
I
because they're
know.
not Asian. It's
Can
actually
you let me finish
disingenuous
real
to call
quick?
them Asian.
I
It's
know you.
disingenuous
I
to
know it's
call
a
any
problem.
of
I'm
these
not
early
arguing.
humans.
I'm not. Hold on.
It's
I'm not
disingenuous to call
arguing.
any of these early humans any of the labels
I'm
that we
not
give them.
arguing that they're
So then what's
Asians.
your
I'm
point?
not making that
So
argument.
then what's your point? Because I'm not arguing against migration. So what's
I
your
know.
point?
I'm coming to that
So then
understanding
what's your
here.
point?
Okay. I'm trying to get an understanding that there's a group of people. If I call them Asians, that's wrong. Okay. But the people
Correct.
that I'm putting the label on are the same people you're referring to. But
And
the
then again,
label I
they're not
put on
Asians.
it is incorrect.
Correct, because it's the wrong label, because we don't have any labels
Okay,
for them
so
because we don't know where
we
they were.
only have a problem with calling them a certain label, but we're
Correct.
referring to the same people. Okay,
Correct. But even when it comes to the science, and that's not even the science I'm talking about. I'm talking about when they were talking about autosomal DNA. They don't understand the science on that.
yeah, if
It
they're
has nothing to
referring
do with
to,
migrations because what has happened here, because see, you're new to this conversation. This is
Yourself.
the
I'm
problem
not,
when
I'm
people are
not
new to
new.
the
I've been here for
conversation and
years
don't.
listening to all of it. I'm not new.
Okay, so you're new to the conversation
God,
between me and Sutek
you're
and Sutin.
being
I'm not
mad
new to that either. I've
belligerent
You
been here the
are
whole
because
time.
there are other
and
arguments that are happening within
incorrigible.
these arguments, and you're
I
only
hope you
focused on
don't
one
act like this
argument.
with
He
your
not
My
new,
thing
man. He
name.
been
is,
here the whole time.
yeah, and I've told
Jesus.
you
Don't tell
several
him he's
times,
new.
Sutek, that we are not descendants
You
of
ain't tell
Asians, and you
me
want to keep
shit.
insisting it.
So the
Yeah,
problem with
that's why I'm
that is
here. I'm
that what
giving the
the science
clarification for
uses.
everyone.
That's how scientists say it. So
and
take
they're
it up with
wrong, and I can
them.
show you
You're
I
papers
gonna
told her
have
showing
to
that.
how
I
it's
told her that
wrong.
a
equate
thousand
with
times, Juju.
scientists.
And
You're
I
gonna
can
have
show
to go
you
to
papers where
Harvard,
it's
and you're
wrong,
going
where
to
that's
have
been
to stand up
disputed.
and say, "No, I don't want
Good.
this."
And I can
Okay,
show
let's
you
see what they
papers,
say.
and
But you're
good. I
like
can
being
show you
illogical
papers that
right
tell you
now.
how
Very
those terms
illogical, and
are
you're
not correct and
blaming
how you're
us
interpreting them is
like we
wrong.
make that up, and that's ignorant and stupid, and you should
So
know
again,
better.
I can show you scholarly
I don't
papers
care. I want
that
you to
I
shut
have
up so
posted
Eric can have
that
a
says
word.
these
A
terms that you're
word.
using as a layman is incorrect.
You don't
Because
know
as a
enough.
layman, you're
Just know
understanding
that you don't
ancestry and
know enough.
descendancy as one thing when it doesn't mean the same thing to a layman as
It's
what it means
literally
in
Dunning
science.
Kruger. You're
No, it's
literally
Okay, so
not.
if
having
you
a
have a
Dunning
problem with
Kruger
the
episode.
way humans are labeled, why don't you take that up with the scientific community?
So
Yeah,
again, I've
we all
already
done told her
shown
that, bro.
papers of where the
She
scientific
just keep coming
community
at
is
us
No,
already
no, no, no,
addressing
no, no.
this.
I didn't say
on
show us.
TikTok.
I said go to the scientific
Yes, and the
community.
scientific community is already addressing this, which is why I showed the papers
Eric is
showing that
still
these
trying to
terms cause
talk. We don't
confusion.
care. We know how to research. We will find it
Yeah,
if
but that
that's the
doesn't mean you know
facts.
what you don't. That doesn't mean you understand what you're reading. You
Girl,
can go read a paper
so now
on
you're
fucking
trying to judge
nuclear
my
physics.
comprehension?
I could read a
Girl,
paper on nuclear
bye.
physics, and that doesn't mean I
Can
understand what
Bye.
can
it's
can
saying.
Pal speak?
Not
Can
the way you're
Eric
It's
speak?
not
talking.
that. It's not that
Not the
difficult.
way you're talking.
So
You're not proficient at all. You don't
I'm not
know enough.
proficient. Okay.
Just last
Then
year,
explain
she
to me
told
what
me out of
mitochondrial
Africa
DNA is
is
and all
just a
that. Explain to
theory
me the
and not a
Eric is
fact.
sociology.
trying to
Explain to me
finish. Why
biology.
are you so incorrigible? Like,
Because
how are
Now
we
she an
supposed
why
expert
do
in
to
you think
science.
you
have a
guys can
civil
tell us who we are and who we
conversation
descend
and you've
from?
screamed for 30
Why
Y'all
minutes?
do
Like,
you
tell
think
us
you
that.
guys?
Y'all tell
Because
us
The
who
you
we
guys
same
sit
descend
way.
here
from.
and
panel
want to
is
In
call out
this
That's
unintelligent.
anti-black
society,
folk, but
bro.
can't
Shut
even
up.
Y'all
address your
tell
own
us who we
anti-native
descend from
shit.
all day, every day. Then when we do it to you niggas, it's a fucking problem.
it's an
Do
Go
what?
ahead,
issue.
Because you
Popcorn.
haven't done anything.
Popcorn,
You
go
guys have
ahead,
switched the
ma'am. Can
argument
you
three
mute
fucking
and let
times
him
when it
talk?
came to me.
Can you
I
mute
wasn't
and
even
let him
addressing the
talk?
migrations.
It's
I
all right.
started
Don't worry
addressing
about it.
what.
Go ahead,
We don't
Popcorn.
need to learn it from you, though. See, that's the problem. You're not an
Well, what you do
expert
need to learn
in
is how to
evolutionary
interpret what you're
biology.
reading.
That
That's what
is
you
not
do need
your
to do.
field. You have a BS for
Yes.
something from somewhere.
Yes, in
Okay,
science. You want to know
so
all the science
let Eric
classes I've had to
finish.
take in order to
Yeah, I
maintain
don't
that?
care about that. I just want to hear what he
Know all
has
the
to
science classes
say.
I still take? Because I
BGP,
take
let him finish his talking point.
what talking point?
Let him finish. We don't know because you won't be quiet enough to find out.
Okay, yeah. I've listened to all these conversations over the last several months and listened to all the videos. Yeah, I understand what's going on. That's why I'm here to get the clarification out and then what we can do to correct like certain things that will say that could perpetuate racial science and other things that can discriminate against people. So I'm understanding that if you call them Asian, then most people are thinking of modern day Asians, like Japanese, Chinese, etc. And they might think that, oh, well, Native Americans come from Asians, so they're thinking you come from Chinese people or you come from Japanese people. That's not correct. I understand that. So the next question would be the modern day Asians, what would you call their ancestors from like 20,000 years ago?
I don't know, whatever they call them.
Okay. Would you accept something like proto Asians as a term?
No, because that's not the terms that they use for any of the early humans.
What about the predecessors to the Asians?
You can say early humans. What's so wrong with just saying early humans?
Because I'm specifically referring to the people that begat modern day Asians.
Because there's no
Not,
predecessors to it. That's the problem. There's predecessors to culture, sure, but there's no predecessors to humans, to Homo sapiens.
I'm talking about like my father is my predecessor. He begat me, and
Okay.
his father, right? So that's what I'm saying. Once somebody becomes an Asian, if we go
What
back
does
down
that
their
even mean?
lineage, modern day, like the people who live in Asia right now, I'm saying the people like say 10,000 years before we would they have their current culture and their current genetics, etc. I'm saying the people that they directly descend from that also lived in that same location.
All of
We
those
don't have
people were
a name for them.
hunter-gatherer groups across the world. That's what they were, hunter-gatherer groups.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we have a term for the people that specifically live there.
Hunter-gatherer groups. We don't know what they called themselves. We don't know what cultures they practiced. We don't know what languages they spoke. We don't know anything outside of them but their bones and their DNA. Sometimes we get lucky where we can find bones that more than one skeleton where we can get a little bit of understanding of early human culture, but we don't know anything else besides that. So to infer race upon any group of people in early humans, early Homo sapiens sapiens, is what is scientific racism, which is what science is trying to correct, which is the papers that I have posted showing these things. Because
Yeah,
of the misnomer, because when you guys, when Sutek went around and you guys went around and saying we are descendants of Asians, literally the Pretendians took that and ran with it 10 times worse than they were doing before.
They been calling y'all that shit.
But it got worse.
Yeah,
Oh,
that shit
that's
ain't
not
nothing
my
new.
problem. Y'all
Well,
go around
because
You
calling
need
them
to talk
it
to the
African
literally
American.
is
scientific
your
community.
They go
problem
around and
when you
calling them
said we're
oh,
African
don't try
descendants
me,
of
American.
guys.
They
Don't
don't
try
want
Indians
to
me.
be
and
that
Don't
they're
try
not
term.
me.
Asian. So yes, it is a
Y'all go around
problem.
calling them African American, and they don't want to be called African American. So
I
what's the
don't
point?
I don't call nobody nothing at this point because
Yeah,
I
at
don't
this
give a
point you
Yeah,
fuck.
you
don't.
do.
Fighting, because you know what I learned over a
I've
year
heard
ago
you
when
on
I
multiple
stopped
At this
occasions
debunking
point you
tell
people
black
don't.
people they come
was
from
that
Africa.
you're not gonna be able to correct delusions. You're
I
not gonna
don't.
be able to do anything with delusional people. I learned that over a year ago. I stopped debunking over a year ago. April of last year was the last time I made any kind of debunking video towards any of them.
So I want to make a couple points. I, I can't even ask you questions, I'm afraid. But
I still got more.
oh, okay. Go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
Wait, I was gonna ask next if it's like when you dig up a bone from one of these locations and you date it, say like 10,000 years ago, wouldn't it be beneficial to have some sort of word or way to catalog them or delineate what that bone and DNA is,
Whatever
especially if
time
you find
period
more than
they're
one?
from is what period that they're from. You don't know nothing about their culture. You don't
No,
know
I
anything
don't
about
want
how they
to
grew up.
infer a race
So
on
then
them. I
why are
don't
you
want to.
inferring any kind of racial term onto them?
I never mentioned racial term. I said shouldn't it be beneficial. Like if I dig up a
Those
bone and I
terms already
sequence the
exist,
DNA
bro.
and I have their haplogroup, and I'm like, okay, this is the such and such bone. Like when I want to refer to it, I need a way to refer to this.
Yeah, you refer to it by the time period. If it's a Homo sapien sapien, then you refer to it as was it a hunter gatherer? Was it during that time period? Was it during the Neolithic period?
Okay, so I could be
So
like
that's
Neolithic
just the first.
period. Like what would I give for the location?
Vanta, come up here real quick. I gotta ask you a
What for the
question.
location? We could say these bones are found in Africa, sure,
It's so
but that
fucking
doesn't
hard.
mean they were African. It
Yeah,
doesn't mean they
Yeah,
were
I'm
Asian. It
not
does not
calling it
mean they were
African.
European.
we were, and
What does
we
that have
kind
to
of
do with
trying to
anything?
each other.
Yeah, well, again, I'm not trying to put race or a culture on it. I'm saying like a location and time period would be beneficial.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not arguing
Okay,
against
so
that.
if I said here we just found these 10,000-year-old bones in Asia, would that be correct?
Yes, because we currently
Okay,
call it Asia. You found 10,000-year-old bones there.
okay, so if I say people lived in Asia 10,000 years ago, that's correct too.
Sure.
Okay, so then if I
You could
say
say people lived in the
Native
continent we now
Americans
call Asia.
descend from people who lived in Asia 10,000 years ago or 50,
You
100,000 years
can
ago.
say that people live 10,000 years ago in the continent we now call Asia and the continent we now call Africa because these things weren't even called back then.
Okay, so I can say like 100,000 years ago, you descended from people who came from the continent we now call Asia. That's fine.
That's as best as you can get with it, yeah. Without inferring race, without inferring culture, ethnicity, any of that. That's the best you can get with it.
Okay, so that's all we need to do, guys. Instead of saying they come from Asia, just say they came from people who lived in the continent we now call Asia.
We
And
got pushback
it's not
when we
even,
said
it's
they
not
come
even that
from
they
Asia. We got
hold on, it's
pushback.
not, but that's kind of where the problem when the wording is. It's not that we come from. That's where you guys are getting confused. It's not that we come from. We were a group of people that split. We just split from each other. It wasn't
Yeah,
like
so
Wait,
on
what?
that,
so everybody split from each other. Nobody is coming. It's not like,
Wait, that you split from the people that was in Eurasia?
yeah, just like people split in Africa several different times to go go settle in different parts of Africa. Groups of people split from each other.
I understand what she's saying. She's saying like because the way I was saying it sounds like it's there's a group of people and you're still that group of people descending in a straight line, rather than there's a group of people and then they split into people that are modern day Asians. Other people went back into the Middle East. Other people went over into Turtle Island. It's split into all these different people. And when you say split, it delineates that they're separate groups of people rather than
Okay,
sounding like, oh, they're still
where's
those
the
people.
split? Khan, where's the split? Where did the split take place?
In the
You would have to say
continent
in the continent we now call
Asia, but
Asia.
they weren't Asians. So you could say in the continent we now call Asia. That's what you
What
could say.
I'm
time
not doing
period?
all that.
Of course you wouldn't, because it
Let me
doesn't
know.
affect your people when you do that.
Let me know when you're done, Eric, so I can ask a question.
Of course you wouldn't have any
Well,
cultural
I think we
sensitivity to
pretty
any other
much
cultures.
clarified most things. You just have to use certain terms so you're not even mistakenly or unintentionally perpetuating something that you're not.
Exactly. That's all we've been asking. But everybody wants to argue with us, and they want to argue the semantics about descendancy and ancestry. We don't come from, we don't descend from. That's not how it works.
Well,
Okay, so where does the black people in America come from?
Depends. What's your definition of black? Because
Me,
there are
where
black
do, where do,
people who
where do I
are
come
from
from?
India.
The kinky hair black people that are not Native Americans, that they classify as African Americans, where we come from.
You said you come from Africa. That's what you said.
No. I'm asking you, ma'am, since we taking classifications off the table, where we come from.
If you're talking about you now, yeah, you come from Africa.
Ah, there it
What?
is.
What? You said it. What do you want me to? There's what? What got your moment when you got there?
hypocrisy.
But when we've
So are
been
we gonna
saying
say you
y'all
don't
come from,
Africa?
when we've
To
been saying y'all
what
come from
point?
Asia, that it's a problem when we say that.
No,
Yeah, that's
you
wild.
specifically.
Got
Okay,
it.
no.
Got it.
It's not, that's not a gotcha.
I need to make a point.
You yourself have
I
said
said
that
the
you come from
African
Africa.
American, the people
You
in
yourself have said your ancestors
what
come
did I
from Africa.
what did I
But
just
when
say?
you go back
I said
100,000
the
years
black
ago,
people
those people
in
were
America
African.
that they classify as
What
African
gotcha moment did
American.
you think you
Where
had?
did they come from? And you just said Africa.
You talked about you. You said, where
Crazy.
do I come
No.
from?
This conversation I ain't even talking about
That's
me.
what you said, didn't you?
I said
You said, where do I
people
come
like
from?
me, the
Not
kinky
even
hair,
listening.
that have been classified as African American, where we come from. And you just said what, ma'am?
Are
Yeah,
you
you're
talking
not
about
even
what you're
listening.
talking about now? You're talking about people now. Are you not?
I got it.
I want to
Are you not?
I'm going back on mute.
No.
Change the draw.
Don't
I want
sit
to
there
make
and
a
play this.
correction
Oh,
because
now what do we call ourselves
the
and where did we come from
conversation
within
is
our
not
last few
just for the
generations? And then turn around
panel.
and compare that to people from 30,000 years ago. That's
I
not
don't
the
know.
same fucking
Your
thing.
boyfriend or husband is sick of you. But
I don't really
the
give a fuck, and I don't even
conversation
know why you're in this
is
conversation. Again,
the
What?
conversation
like no
is
one cares. I'm not talking to you.
I care. Go ahead.
so the
Yeah, I don't care.
conversation. So the conversation is just not for the panel. It's for people in the chat or people listening.
Yeah, cool. I don't care. I've been arguing with them
And,
specifically, so I don't really care about everybody else's
You're the
opinion.
most belligerent person I've met on this app yet.
That's
So,
cool. You're anti-native, and your point is what?
yeah, but it's on this app.
Yeah, that's cool. You're
Basically,
anti-native.
because you don't want us to call y'all Asian.
Why is everybody
And she finished
anti-native
what
that
she
don't
saying.
agree with you? A disagreement, then everybody anti-native.
It is.
That's
because
crazy,
That's-
bro.
I said that
Go ahead,
earlier.
Juju,
It's
man.
information
God
that
damn, bro,
you-
that shit
is
crazy.
The interpretation that you push, and it's the
Asian
cultural and sensitivity
is
that you
not
have.
a
That's what makes you anti-native.
racialized term.
It's where
Okay.
you call people anti-native because you want to call them anti-native because they don't agree with your talking point. We got it,
No,
man.
it's not a talking
Exactly,
point. It's
bro.
the
She
actual
came last time she came in here. She called Manny anti-native.
Well, she called our
Miss
Manny
Manny.
is
She
She
called Miss
called
anti-native.
Manny
all historic
anti-native.
anti-native
Manny
in
is
Mono's live, but
anti-fucking
she
native.
always on this nigga's panel. She said anybody that associate themselves with us is anti-native, but she always on our historics live. So it doesn't matter. She fucks with people that just let her talk on their panels. That's what it is.
What?
As
I
soon
don't
as you
have a problem with
disagree,
our
you're
historic. He
Yeah,
doesn't,
now
anti-native.
he
you
doesn't
don't, but you
argue
don't
with me
remember you
on
was in
this.
Mono's
I've
live
never
and you
called
said
out
he
his.
was
I've never called
okay.
OHF. I've never called him
I hope Mono
anti-native.
recorded
He's
that
never
shit.
pushed anti-native shit actually, because he
He
actually
agreed
uses
with us.
the
Him and
correct
Sinking Bear agreed
terminology.
with us.
He actually uses the correct terminology, unlike you
Our
guys.
historic came on our panel and
What's
agreed
wrong?
with us, and so did Sinking Bear.
I mean, okay, like,
Again,
can I finish?
when it came to out of Africa theory and migrations, I'm not arguing against that. My argument on that particular subject is saying we are descendants of Asians, which we are not. That's where that argument. The argument on the science that I said you guys had wrong came to the autosomal DNA when Port City
You had it
literally
wrong.
said that the autosomal DNA that he showed of that person was Asian DNA to connect us to Asia.
We were talking about
And that's
autosomal
not what it
theory.
was. That's what I corrected Port City on. You guys wanted to deflect and move the goalpost over
No,
to out
you
of
did
Africa
because
and
you
all that
brought up
other shit.
23andMe, and then when Mo told you to read what it says about autosomal, you didn't, and went from 200 to
did.
500, and you said it don't go back thousands of years, and then on the 23 website
That's not
it
what
said
I said.
autosomal. God damn, you just like to interrupt niggas
No,
because
because you keep on saying shit that I didn't fucking say.
You did say it.
No, I didn't. I said each test has their own threshold. That's what I said multiple fucking times.
Define a threshold. I've never heard that. Never read that in any scientific paper concerning DNA at all. So please define that.
So maybe you should probably look into how
She
DNA testing works.
thinks that they can
So with
block
a
out
DNA test, don't tell me what I think. I know what the fuck I'm
She
saying.
thinks
Don't tell
that
me what I
DNA
think.
recombining, they can block it, but she don't want to debate it. So I ain't worried about that
Debate
dumb
what?
shit. What I want to know,
I think what? What do I
I
think?
want to know what Juju was trying to
What
say.
do I think?
Because you've been
Thank
cutting
you,
her off
Mo.
like,
Thank you,
God.
Mo.
What do I think?
That
What
is
do I
crazy.
think?
Asian.
We can set up
or
the debate. Let her
Asia-
finish what she's
What?
saying.
Nah, what debate, bro?
So
you don't even
Asia-
understand the fucking science that you want to debate on.
Well, let her finish first.
He told you when he was in
And you
your
can
live
fake
to
cuss me
debate
out
Oh, you want to
autosomal
sit here?
DNA.
But good. Let me
Yeah,
answer your
I'm
question.
talking and
since
you
don't
just
know what
cut
a
me off. This
threshold
is the craziest
So
shit.
this is what crazy is. You guys want to sit here and ask a question.
Ma'am,
You wants to
no,
know what a
ma'am.
threshold is because
You
you've
have
never
no
read that in any
respect
science.
You asked a
for
question
black
about what
Tell me
people.
that
debate.
you're not.
And
You're
as soon as I
literally
start
showing
capable
talking
of
to you
having a
about the
colors
debate,
conversation.
right
you
now.
don't know
cut
what
me
a
off because
threshold
you
is
cannot
when
If
it
you
comes
have
to
any
DNA testing and
respect for
autosomal
us,
DNA.
you would show us a little bit more.
So
He
what?
told you to
If you
set
had
up
any
show.
respect
the
for us.
I don't need a
autosomal
fucking show
DNA
So
respect
debate.
clearly
for
you don't
people
have
who
any
push
respect
fucking
for
pseudo
any of us
shit.
here.
I don't need to
Okay, I'm
respect
going back on
anybody
mute.
who's anti-native. The fuck?
Well, get the hell on.
And you're
If you
you're
feel like
anti-black.
everybody's anti-native,
You're anti-black.
take your ass
Yeah, you've been
on.
calling
Why
me
the hell are you
anti-black
here?
for 2 years. I don't
No,
really
I
give a
have
fuck
not. I have
either.
not called you
Yes,
anti-black
you
for 2
have.
years.
Get your ass
Yes,
are
you
on.
lying.
have.
We don't
You
got
are
time
lying.
to
I
talk to you,
called you
then.
anti-black
That
for
shit
a
happened.
year.
You
That
really
shit
showing
happened
your
Go
true
last
there
year.
because you couldn't handle
You're
me.
It happened
anti-black.
last year.
You
Get your
called me a
ass
whole
on.
fucking wobble, and I
Get
don't
up off
even
this
use that
It
panel.
fucking
happened
word.
last
So
year,
you
You
want to
ma'am.
sit here and
respect
call me a
us. Get up
pretending to
out of
talk shit
here.
on me and who the fuck I am
Ma'am,
while
Man,
sitting
this
there
Who
is
talking
said
mad
she
about
did
wild.
shit.
blackface? Somebody
You're
said she
Fuck
did
up.
saying
You want
blackface.
to
shit that I
talk about
didn't say.
hypocrites? Y'all are
She thought
motherfucking
she thought she could do
hypocrites.
that
Bye.
to
Do what
Opium because
shit?
we
Ain't
don't fuck
nobody
with him.
talking to you.
So she thought that was a
The
safe
fuck?
play.
I don't
Get
even
out
know
of
why
She
here,
you
thought
are
that
dude.
was
not involved
acceptable.
in none of
Right,
your
yeah. She's like, well, they
motherfucking
don't fuck with
business.
Opium, so I can
Ain't
do
got
some
none of your
racist shit
fucking
against him.
business.
Like,
Who
what the
gives a
fuck? You
fuck
think you
about opium?
stupid?
What are you talking about? Why are you even bringing up
But
shit that
we
don't make nothing
anti-native.
to
That's
do with the whole
crazy.
fucking conversation?
Well, anyway,
I
Asian
didn't
is
call
not
you
a
a nigga. I
racist
called
term.
Opium.
Asia is a continent, and when you say Asians, you're only
Sure.
speaking about
And it is
people
scientific
who
racism.
who
It's a
come from that
racial term.
continent.
Yeah, she
What
ain't hear
It's a
is
that.
a
racial term.
racial term is
Just like black,
mongoloid.
just like Native
So if
American,
you
just
like,
like
I'll just
African
start calling you
American,
a
just like
Okay,
all
we
of these
got
mongoloid.
it.
things are
You
ethnic and
BGP.
come
racial
from
terms.
You don't
mongoloid.
want
Those
us to
are
say
Ain't
that
that
y'all
better?
come from
mongoloids.
Asians.
That's
Yeah,
You
where
I'll
we
got
do
it.
come
that.
from.
You're gonna be the mongoloid.
Nice
Y'all
with the
come from the continent
xenophobia.
that they
That
call
was
Asian.
not
You
only
got
that,
it.
that was
We just
anti-Asian.
changed the word.
Mongoloids, right?
But you
That's
just
not even
said
that's not
Yeah,
even a
that's
correct
African
the
fucking
ancient
term.
American.
mongoloids.
That
That's your
term is
From
ancestors.
outdated
Africa.
and
That's a
We're
racist.
African.
racialized
That's
term.
fucking crazy.
Mongoloid.
Yeah,
You should
yeah,
know
it's an
that,
old racial,
right?
outdated racial
It's
terms. The
Mongoloid,
new racial
Africannoid,
terms are white,
Negroid.
black, and all of
Those
those
are
other things. That's what the
racialized
new racial terms
terms.
are.
this shit is
Know
So
your
crazy.
if you don't
terms,
understand how
and
race
you
works, that's not my
don't.
fucking problem. Not my fucking problem.
So let me
You
ask
only
this.
want to talk when somebody else is talking.
Yep.
I noticed that.
You guys
As
always
soon
talk
as
over me,
everybody's
too.
done talking, you
No,
get
man,
quiet.
we let you talk.
Fucking weird
We
ass.
let you talk for 2 minutes. Hold on, BGP, because I said I'm gonna mute up. So me and Sutek muted up. You talked for 2 minutes, and then when you were done, we said let
you
Eric
didn't. You
talk.
cut me off
Oh, and
7
you're
times.
doing it again.
Yep,
So
and I'ma keep on doing it.
soon as Popcorn came off mute and started talking, he was less than 10 seconds in, and you start talking again.
Bro, the thing is that you guys have the audacity to keep arguing with all the fucking natives on this.
I'm not arguing with all the natives on you. You're
What
the
natives
only.
have we argued with?
You're the
Other
only
than
person
you?
that show up.
See, and then
talking.
hold on. That's something I wanted to address too, because when I came in, what I first heard was you say, "That's all we trying to say." I have not had a conversation with anybody about this weird semantic argument, but you.
It's not a weird semantic
Who the
argument.
fuck is
Like,
we?
literally everybody has said we're not descendants of Asians, and all of you guys.
No one has
not
ever
said
said
that.
you're a
The
descendant.
Chopper has
of-
not said that.
Nobody said that you're
I
a
don't fucking
descendant
talk
of
to her. I
Asian.
don't really fucking care.
We said y'all come from the continent.
No, that is not what Sutek has said. That is not what you have said. I've got recordings
I
of
said you
guys
come
saying
from
we
ancient.
descend from
Okay,
Asians,
so
Y'all
you-
descend
and we
from
don't come
ancient
from the
Asians.
continent.
Yep, that's exactly
What are you
what I
not
said.
getting about
You
that?
trying to play it like I'm
Ancient
talking about
Because
moderns,
you
but
guys
I
are trying to
literally
twist
said
up what human
ancient.
migration is.
Ancient Asians. That's what I said.
They're not ancient Asians either.
Yes, they are.
Well, they
No,
came
they're
from
not.
the continent.
Hold on,
They're in that
Sutek.
region.
And the scientific
Prove that they're
community, they
They came from the
classify them
continent, nigga.
Asian.
Prove it. I want to see the culture, the language, and the phenotypes
Ma'am,
of
and the
ancient Asians.
scientific community, until it gets changed,
Go
like you
ahead.
said,
It has
they
been getting
call
changed.
these
So you're not going
motherfuckers
to change
Asians.
old papers,
Ain't no
right? You're
ifs,
not going to
ands,
change
or
old
buts
papers.
about it.
You can change new
This
papers.
changes.
This not old papers.
A lot of
This
these are old
paper's
papers,
from-
and when a lot of this
No,
stuff
this
came
paper's
about,
from this
making
year,
sure that
last
language
year,
is
the year
uniform
before
across the
that.
board. This is all new shit that's been happening within the last few years, where they're trying to uniform language across the board. Because what ancestry and descendancy means to genetic genealogists is not the same thing to what it means to anthropologists, which is also
Yeah,
not
that
the same
shit's
thing to
all
mean
cute,
to
but in the
layman's person.
scientific community, they say that they come from Asians.
We
don't
know that
come
y'all
from
not.
Asians.
We know that y'all not Asians, and the people in the field know you're not
And
Asian.
we don't
So
come
if you
from
trying to
Asians either.
if you trying to confuse,
They're not ancient Asians.
if you're trying to confuse,
They're not
the
ancient Asians.
if you're trying to confuse the pretendians who are disrespecting you by saying that you're Siberian, like you're Russian or some shit, and you trying to confuse that with what we do.
It's not confusing it. It's literally what you guys have said.
You broke
We
out.
can set up the autosomal DNA debate, and we can get to that. Or we
What do
can
you
set
wanna
up the
talk about
debate.
that?
Did you descend
Before
from
we go to
a
that,
common
I just wanna
ancestor
see
of the
that
people of
claim that
Asia?
ancient Asians
We can
exist.
debate
I wanna
that.
see
But
proof
all
of
of this
that.
semantic shit is not going
No,
nowhere.
you
We
guys
can
want to
settle
play the
it.
semantics. So I want to see proof of ancient Asians. I want to see what their
It's not
phenotypes were,
us.
their
What
language,
are you
and their
talking
culture.
about? We're not the people in the field. We look at the credible
Oh, okay.
sources,
So now it's
and
not
we
you.
align.
So
with
that means
what
you're
they're-
not. They're telling me you don't understand what you're fucking
No,
reading.
can I finish what I'm saying?
No.
We are a lot. We align what we're teaching or what we attempt to teach. We align it with the people who are in the field doing the work. We use their terminology.
Yes.
We look it up. We
And-
make sure we're accurate. Double check it. Triple check it. And stay up to date.
Yes, and I've also
That's what we do.
shown-
We try to align with the people in the field. I don't know what this shit is you talking about. You're making it seem
So-
like people are confused about you descending
are.
from a Korean or a Chinese man or some shit. That's for pretendians. That's not
No,
the
it's
experts in the
not.
field, and it's not for us.
So
Are
actually,
you
again,
scared of the pretendians or something? Why
No.
don't you go ahead and
So-
debate them on that? Why are you coming over here with it?
what do I need
There's
to
no
debate?
smoke
I don't,
over
I
here.
don't debate delusional people. I don't need
The
that.
smoke with us is
I'll have
autosomal
a
DNA.
conversation with them and cut them off. Crazy.
So again,
The smoke with
Again.
us is haplogroups, and you
what
talking
about the
about semantics.
haplogroups? What about the
We're not
haplogroups?
Moors.
What about the? Who said you were Moors?
Why are you playing semantic games with us? Like we don't know what the fuck we're
Okay,
talking
so
about.
this is coming
What? But no,
from.
it's you guys playing semantic games.
Can I talk real quick?
You're not an Asian.
This is what it says.
I know
This
that,
is
and we
You
don't
might be a
descend from
Spaniard,
Asians
but you're
either.
not an Asian.
And we don't descend from Asians
No.
either.
Science News, the oldest genetic link between Asians and Native Americans was found in Siberia. The
Okay.
oldest link between Asians and Native Americans.
Okay. What does that mean? Explain
Somebody stayed and somebody dipped the fuck out.
that. Okay.
That's what it
And
means.
that means there's a common ancestor.
Dip in, dip out, dip
And what does it connect both of y'all to?
and we can't infer what they were.
We're
So
not
you
talking.
believe
The,
it.
the
all I'm
only
saying
reason
is
that
the
we're saying
science.
Asia is because they're on that continent.
That's
You know
it.
that,
That's
right?
fine. But
Or is you dumb?
when Sutek, specifically Sutek and Sutin, when
So we
Sutek
can't
said
defer what they were.
That's
Where
the
the hell are
scientists
they?
saying
Where
that,
are the
man.
when they
bones?
specifically
I'ma
say
go
The
back
they
bones
up.
are
descend
in
from
Asia.
Asians or ancient Asians, they are fundamentally wrong.
Okay, so again,
Where
here's
do they
another
come
one.
from?
Ancient DNA links an East Asian Homo sapien woman to early Americans.
Okay?
They're using the term Asian in the scientific community.
And
So
they
until you
shouldn't be.
overturn that, don't get mad at us because we say this shit.
So
Get
did I
mad at
not tell
them.
you at the whole beginning of this that I showed scholarly papers
Ma'am,
on how these terms?
I didn't disagree with that, did I?
Okay, so listen
I
to me.
said
So when I'm saying that science
until
is
they
currently trying to correct
ma'am,
those
listen,
terms,
hold on, wait a minute. Just because you're showing articles that the terminology is wrong, that don't mean that the field of academia is going to change the scientific definitions because a couple of people in the field don't like the wording of the fucking studies.
that's not at all what those studies read, and that tells me you didn't even fucking read the studies
Why?
in
No,
which the
I
videos
didn't.
I tagged you in.
I didn't say I read it. When did I
So
say
I
I read
bet you I got that lady's book though.
When did I say I read your articles?
Kimberly.
Well, maybe you should have
I
instead
don't
of
even
just
follow you
bypassing
because
the
you
shit
said
when
I was
tagged you in the shit.
anti-native. Why
I
would I
tagged you
follow
in.
you? You said
I'm
I'm
pretty sure I tagged you in the
anti-native.
video, but if you'd like me to tag you in the video,
Ma'am, no, dude, I don't want you to tag me in any
well,
more.
then don't sit here and talk
Don't tag
about
me in
we don't
shit.
care. See, this is the thing. A few scientists say they don't like the terminology when literally it is fighting against what scientific racism has instilled. So they are working collectively to start changing terminology. You can't go back and change terminology in old articles.
You're right.
If they're
I didn't
just
say that they
starting
could,
the
ma'am.
changing of these things.
I
So
didn't
hold
say
on.
that they
When
could.
evidence shows that these words have different meanings in different contexts for different fields, then you have to take that into consideration and understand what those terms mean when it comes to that. So if we're talking about semantics, yes, that is a crucial part of the argument. Because if you understand what those terms mean in those particular fields, then you can have the argument. Y'all are playing the semantics game
No,
without
I'm
even
not playing
understanding
semantics, ma'am.
the
Y'all
terminology.
just don't like
That's
the
what you're
word
doing.
Asia or
You gotta
18.
understand the
But
terminology
I'm
in order to
simply telling
interpret the
you,
science.
it's
Right?
2024. Next year in 2025,
So let me ask you this. Do you have to understand the
damn,
terminology
as soon as I
in
start
order?
talking, it's let me ask you this. Fuck what I was talking about.
Let me ask you. If do you have to not understand do you have to understand the terminology in order to interpret the science?
She don't respect nobody's mind. That's her problem.
Do you
Right?
have to
She
know
don't
the
give a fuck
Exactly.
you talking
terminology
on
in
your
order to
own live.
interpret the
She just
science?
like fuck what you saying.
Is it that hard to answer the question?
No, Susan, shut up real quick.
Do you have to know the terminology in order to interpret the science? Don't want to answer? Ain't got an answer for that.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's
Because
what
we
I
were
thought.
trying to listen to what
I
he
mean,
was
every
saying,
time.
and you
So
gonna cut
again,
him off to
do
ask the
you
question.
have to know the terminology
She
in
fuck what
order
I'm saying
to
too.
interpret
Fuck
the
everybody.
science?
You
It's an easy
supposed to cut
question.
us off and then ask
Because
us
you
a
want to come
question
over
and then
here and
want us
talk
to
shit about
explain on a drop
semantics,
of a
and
dime.
you want to argue
It's
semantics
crazy.
when you don't even understand the fucking terminology. And in order to interpret anything, you need to
I'm
understand
looking,
the
I
I'm
mean, you could have
looking
easily
at the
debated it.
It's
terminology
not
in
that
the
fucking hard.
scientific paper that says the oldest genetic link between Asians and Native Americans. All I'm simply saying is they could be changing the terminology. But in 2025, 2026, if they come out with scientific studies and they're still using Asian, the link between Asians and Native Americans, I'm going to continue to
We gonna
use the
use that
link
shit too.
between. That's it. That's all.
Okay, so
That's
then you're
all
just
I'm
gonna
saying.
ignore.
Fuck you
You're
talking
gonna
about.
ignore
Yep.
everything because you do understand when it
Because they're
comes
not.
to.
They haven't changed it yet.
So
You
do you
trying to
understand?
press us for some
It
shit
doesn't
that the
matter if
scientific
you're
community ain't even
it's just
changed
proven
yet.
that it's
Him.
wrong in
Press
what you guys
him.
are saying, and that's
If
what
you,
you
why
don't
would you
get.
go this hard for the
I can
people in
show
the
you
field?
actual fucking evidence that the terms you are using are
We
incorrect.
get cussed out.
So
Okay.
I
They
don't
don't get
care if
nothing.
you're reading it
Hold
But
on,
verbatim.
they
You have
ma'am.
to
pushing the
be
I
shit to
able
don't
to
have
us.
a
understand the
problem.
terminology
I
you're
don't
using in
have
order
a
to interpret the
problem with
science.
you showing me
Otherwise, it is
articles.
intellectually
Damn, this
disingenuous.
nigga don't stop talking.
It's not that fucking hard.
I don't care if
You're
you show
making
me.
excuses. You're
I
doing what
don't
the
care
pseudos
if
do.
you
You're
show me
running
the
around
God
the whole
bless your
fucking
meat
terminology
donor.
is
conversation.
wrong,
That's all
ma'am.
you're doing.
It's my turn to talk.
Go ahead.
You
Say
can
the
show
say what
me
They
you've
the
even
been
share
saying, bro.
terminology
happiness.
is
It's
wrong
crazy.
all day, every day.
Deflect. Go ahead.
But
Keep
if
deflecting.
You ain't
yeah,
being
All right.
wrong.
she's
Go deflect.
still
Go deflect.
talking.
Go deflect. Go deflect, bro. Keep going.
If the scientists are still going to use the same terminologies you disagree with, you need to take that up with them. What I'm telling you is in 2024, 2025, 2026, if they're still using the terms you consider to be racist, get mad at them. I'm not going to change it because you disagree with it. When they change it, then that's when I'll stop using the shit. Don't get mad at me for using the shit they came out with that you say is racist, and they got artifacts, they got papers saying that it's racist. If they're not changing the talking points or the information in it that you disagree with when it comes to the terminology of Asians and Native Americans. That's something that you need to be fighting them for on their platforms. Go to the universities, join the scientificpubmed.com with whatever the Scientific America, sciencenews.com. Join those discussions and tell them that they need to change it and show them the articles that said this is scientific racism.
Okay.
You're mad at us and we're regular people reading the articles. This is fucking
That's
crazy.
the problem.
No, the problem is the niggas that's putting out the article
regular
aren't
people
changing.
reading the article.
Let me get it out.
Look
The
at my
people that
profile
are
picture.
pushing out the
I'm gonna
articles,
check.
they're not changing the information in the article to not be racist. So you need to take that up with them. We can't. I can't go in here. I can't go in here and edit the information, can I? Because I don't control this website. The people that control this website can go in and they can edit old articles because it's on their website.
So again, this
It's
tells me you didn't
digital.
listen to a fucking word I said because I didn't say what they were saying was racist. Do you not understand what
You
scientific
didn't say what
racism
they said
is?
was racist.
No, I didn't say that.
What?
I said that the terminology that is being used
You
is
said
not
scientific
uniform
racism.
That's what I
you did.
said.
Discipline.
It's scientific
That's
racism.
what I said.
You said scientific
And when-
racism.
No, what I said was when you infer
My great grandfather
race
was
onto a
Montezuma.
group of people,
It's in my
that is
DNA.
utilizing scientific racism. Now, it
There
doesn't
you go.
happen overnight.
Scientific racism.
When
You
you're,
said racist,
when
it's
you're
racism.
switching out a systemic thing, it's systemically, that's how people write things. So it takes time to get that out to the entire scientific community globally. That doesn't happen in a year or two. So the fact that we got the evidence and the scholarly papers coming from actual scientists saying that these terms are not uniformed across disciplines, showing what these terms mean in each of these disciplines, those things are helpful when you want to interpret the science that you're reading and trying to educate people on.
Give me the
Because
paper
in
real
order
quick.
to educate people on that science, you have to actually know what you're talking about and know what those terms mean in that particular discipline. Otherwise, people do get confused.
Yeah, let me get the name of the paper real quick.
I have it posted on my shit that I tagged y'all in.
I don't know what that shit is, but
Well,
what's the
it's
name of
on
the
my
paper?
I don't have it offhand. It's on my fucking page.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
But all I'm saying is I'm not going to change the way I'm reading a fucking scientific paper.
Well, then you're being disingenuous about the science that
Why
you're trying
the
to
fuck do
speak
you
on.
care if I'm on my platform? I don't go to your platform and tell you you're not wiping your ass right. So why you on?
It's disingenuous
This is
when
crazy.
you're
It's
talking
not
about science.
disingenuous
Don't talk
when
about
the
science
people are
if you don't
putting
know
out
what
the
the fuck
information
you're
in the
reading, bro.
scientific community aren't
Just 'cause
changing
you
the
read it don't
wording.
mean you comprehend
It's
it.
disingenuous to you
It
because
is.
you don't like
It's
the
not
fucking word
disingenuous to
Asian.
me, motherfucker. That's got the goddamn papers to
It's
show
it's
that it's
disrespectful
wrong.
to
And
you because
can't
you
even
don't like the
fucking
word
listen
Asian.
for 30
That's not my
goddamn
problem.
seconds because you
Not my
misconstrued and
problem.
twisted my fucking words several goddamn times already.
It's not my problem. You don't like the
It's
word
not my
Asian.
problem. You can't fucking listen.
No, I've been listening to everything
my
you say.
problem. You can't
It's just
comprehend what the
whenever
fuck
people
you're
start
listening to.
talking, you interrupt them and
didn't
continue to
interrupt you.
fucking
That's
talk.
I
let you
You
talk.
just did. You just interrupted me while I was
And you
talking,
turn around
saying
and I
that you
didn't
didn't
interrupt
do
you.
it.
I let you talk.
You know,
and then
you're a
I
fucking
responded,
hypocrite.
and then you want to
You're
still
a
twist my
fucking
fucking
hypocrite.
words.
You're a fucking hypocrite.
You're a fucking hypocrite.
You just
wanna
said you
talk
didn't
about
interrupt me.
It's just a
and you
science,
interrupted
and then
me.
you can't even fucking interpret it correctly.
Ma'am,
Don't fucking
there's-
talk
Can
about
somebody
the
go to
science when
her
you don't even
page
know
and
what the
get
fuck
that
you're
paper
talking
from?
about.
if it
It's
says
that
the
goddamn simple.
oldest
That's
genetically
disingenuous.
between
That's
Asians
hypocritical.
and Native Americans
Fucking learn
was
the
found
science then.
in
Instead of being
Siberia.
a goddamn
There's
stubborn
nothing
jerk and
to
fucking learn from
interpret.
people who actually know what the fuck they're talking about.
There's nothing.
Somebody in the
Okay,
chat,
the
go and
people-
find
the
that
people
paper.
that actually know what they're talking about are the motherfuckers putting
Let
out
me
the
see the
articles
paper.
using the same
Yeah, and you
terminologies.
are one of them.
There you go, interrupting
you don't
me
even have
again.
enough fucking,
Hey, don't worry
you
about
have-
it.
You
Don't worry
have
about it.
enough
Don't worry about it.
background in
Don't worry about it. I'm reading it, and you're interrupting me. and then saying that you're not interrupting me. If you have a problem with the information that they're pushing out in the scientific community, get mad at them niggas. I'm not going to stop reading the scientific information the way it's worded on the website because you don't like the word Asian. That's not my problem. When they come out in 2024, 2015, or 2016 and change the terminology that's in the article, then I'll be like, you know what? They're not using the word Asian no more. You don't have a problem with the word Native American. Y'all didn't call yourselves Native American. You just have a problem with the fucking word Asian. That's not my problem. Y'all didn't call yourselves Native Americans. Y'all call yourselves Indians. Y'all called yourselves by your tribe. The only fucking problem is you don't like the fucking word Asians. That's it. That sounds like some personal shit. Because I just asked you where the fuck we come from. Africa. Where y'all come from? Asia. So if you come from Asia, more than likely, y'all are descendants from motherfuckers that was in Asia, right? If I'm an African American, that means my people came from Africa, so therefore I would have been labeled as a descendant of an African. You niggas are descendants of Asians, and y'all don't want to be called fucking Asians. Nigga, get over it. Until they change the terminology, this is not my problem. It's your problem. Your ancient ancestors was Asians, because that's what they're using in the scientific community. Get mad at them. Y'all split and broke off. So at one point, y'all was what? Asians. You said it yourself. We split and broke off. So y'all break dance, y'all pop locked and popped it, and then y'all split into different haplogroups and shit, right?
Nah, they still got the same haplogroups. They didn't even. That's the crazy part.
No, I
You didn't
think,
even
what
get
is
a.
it?
You don't even have a new
what's it?
haplogroup over here.
XA or some shit.
You got
that's
sub.
the split,
What they call
right?
it, subclades.
X2A.
That's
They
a
got
split.
subclades.
I'm not calling y'all Asians, ma'am. I said y'all come from there. They were your
You're not an
ancient
Asian.
ancestors. Y'all are different people now. So y'all not Asians now. But at one point in time, when them niggas was pop locking, popping through the fucking Bering Strait, whether y'all came over here from the land bridge or y'all came over here through the ocean, at one point y'all was pop locking, popping, and y'all was Asians. Then y'all settled here, and through thousands of years, y'all not them people no more. It
Well,
happened.
the same thing you did when you left Africa. That's what happened to
Hold on.
everybody when they move. When you go to
Y'all
another
just don't
continent,
like the fucking word
it don't
Asian.
mean
That's
that
not my
it's going to
problem.
be different rules
Hold on,
with
hold on.
evolution.
Before you go, I think this is, it's not an exact equivalent, but I think this is similar to like the term wabo, where in its inception it wasn't inherently racist, but people did use it in a racist way, and they would also use it against actual Afro-Indigenous people. And then the pretendians would say, we don't like that word, and you stop using it. It's very similar to that when you refer to them, or when you refer to those people as Asian. Some people understand we're not saying racially they're Asian, culturally they're Asian. They're talking about the location of Asia. But other people like take it and run with it, like the Britannians. Oh, they're Asians, they're Chinese, they're Mongolians, they're Siberian. Other people will use it in a racist way. Other people will run with it in the wrong way. So the same way you say don't use Wobble on my platform, she's just saying don't say Asian on my platform or around me or whatever. Refer to them as Asians because it can be used in the wrong way, the same way Wobble was being used in a racist way.
Yeah, it could be used in the wrong way, but wabo is
Yeah.
not a
I know,
term that's
and
being used in the
you're
field.
justifying it with it being used in the science field, etc. But then she's also saying indigenous people, the people that are being referred to in these studies, and their ancestors are being referred to, the descendants of those people are saying, "Hey, don't use that term," and they're fighting to get it changed. It hasn't been changed yet. Of course, you'll change once it changes in science as well, but they're ahead of the curve saying it's wrong right now. It's racially, it's scientific racism right now against my people is being used to harm my people right now. you can also get ahead of the curve and change the language you're using. That's what she's saying.
Yeah, I mean, we get what she's saying, but
Yeah,
it's still the continent is still Asia. For you to have a conversation with somebody and communicate to them to try to get them to think about a certain region in the world, you're going to say Asia,
that's why I was getting the
and
clarifications earlier
that's
with
where
what was
those bones
acceptable.
are. The
Yeah,
bones are in that
that's
place
why
called
I asked those
Asia
questions
that's
earlier.
connected to her people that are here today.
Yeah, that's
So
exactly why I asked those
for
questions
me,
earlier.
I don't know about everybody else, but I'm not about to add 5 or 6 more sentences to one
Sure.
sentence
And that's the
to
problem.
explain
Exactly.
something. And
You
she
don't want.
already knows what we're talking about. And on top of that, the pretendians are disrespecting you on purpose. They're not misunderstanding it. They know you're not Siberian. They understand the
It's
migration
not
history.
just them
They
though.
understand it.
It's
They're
not just
doing it
them
on
though.
purpose.
It's not just them though, because you know how many non-pretendians from y'all's lives that come into other spaces, and I've seen them come into other spaces and literally say, "We are descendants of Asians. Y'all are Asian." It's not just the pretendians that are doing it.
I didn't say it was just them
So
doing it.
Okay,
I'm
but that's the
using them as
problem.
an example because it's something you're familiar with.
But that's the problem, though.
It's like you
If
have
you're
an
not,
issue
you're,
with
you're not having any
communication.
kind of cultural sensitivity about the people that you guys say you're claiming to try to help debunk pretendians on. So when we're telling you, as a culture, as a people, please stop saying we are descendants of Asians, because that
That's
is
what
not
the
factually
Spaniards are saying.
correct.
I'm not hearing no native say that. Are you saying Spaniards are saying that? That's what y'all saying?
Who said anything about Spaniards? Where did that come from?
I don't know because you keep saying
I
we,
didn't,
and I
I
have
didn't
not
see.
talked to any other
Why are you
native about
calling me
that
a
but you.
fucking Spaniard?
I'm just asking if
Why
that's who
did
you
you
talking
even
about
bring
when you
up
say
the word
we.
Spaniard? I
I'm
said
asking
we.
if
Where did Spaniard come from? You see where the
I'm
ad
asking
hominem
if
and the little
I'm
slight lip
asking if
switch?
that's what you
Nah,
mean.
bro. Nah. I said we as a
So who are
culture,
the
as
other
Native
natives?
Americans, we as a collective do not like the terms saying that we are descendants of Asians, because we are not descendants of Asians.
You mean
We
the
are
Asians that
not.
are here today?
What?
Are you talking about? Are you saying you're not a descendant of a Chinese man today, or a Korean or Japanese man today? Is that what you're saying?
We've never been descendants of Asians.
Okay.
Those people were not Asian when that split
How
occurred.
did y'all get to America?
That's not the point. The point is they weren't Asian.
Okay.
I didn't.
The
I'm not.
scientific
I'm not
community is
arguing
calling them
against the
Asian.
migration, bro. That's
The
not
That's
what I'm
tough.
scientific
arguing.
community is calling them Asians, though.
I'm not. I'm not sitting here arguing the migration. I'm saying when you're using terms like descendant from Asians when those people weren't even Asian themselves is factually incorrect.
I'm lost as to how they. I'm not getting it.
What do you mean?
I'm really not getting it.
Putin just said we were
Are you?
descendants of Asians. Sutek has said we are descendants of Asians. We are not descendants of Asians.
ancient Asians. Say my whole shit.
I can't help you.
What do you what you don't recognize that? I literally Sutin went on a whole fucking rant after he dropped me and literally said we are descendants of Asians. We're not.
But you're not. Listen, you are agreeing that you descend from those people who were in that
No,
place
we
that's
don't
over there.
descend from them. We split from them. We don't descend. We split.
So they disappeared out of existence and then just
No.
reappeared in America?
No, we split from a group of people. That group
Yes,
of people
that
split
they were
and went
in Asia.
That right, but they still weren't Asian people.
The people that you are claiming to be left from Asia. The change
we
didn't
now
happen. Wait, I'm still
call
talking.
Asia.
I'm still talking. The change did not occur yet. You get that part? Time is linear. They
Yeah.
left from Asia and split from the other group, right? And you descend from those people who left. They didn't disappear from existence and then reappear into existence in the Americas. They left from Asia. They were
Literally
Asian
all
when they
descend
left.
from
You don't
each
cross
other.
over to another continent and just become somebody else unless thousands and thousands of years go past and you adapt to that new environment in that new continent. Then
But
you
those
become
people-
Native American. But when
those
we're talking
people
about
were
where
not
you
Asian.
descended from, those were Asians. It's like I'm
We
talking to a
don't
5-year-old.
descend.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, it is talking
Hold
to
on.
like a 5-year-old to you. We don't descend. because that would require us. What you're talking about, when you're a group of people, they were in the continent we now call Asia. They split in several different ways. Some went east, some went south, some went west.
All the
There
way
were
back
people
then.
that went
You
all the
can
way down
split and
because the people
descend.
in the Polynesian Islands, they also have haplogroup A. There were people that went all the way down. All it means
And
is we share a common ancestor. We don't know
And
what
those are
those.
their
Hold
descendants too.
on.
No, it's not
You
descendancy.
can hold on.
It's
You can
not. That's
descend
not what that
and
means.
you
And that's
can
why I'm saying you
descend
gotta
and
understand
split
what
from them.
descendancy and ancestry means when it comes
It's
to
both.
genetics and when it comes to layman's terms. They mean two different things.
It's actually both. Like your cousin is split from your grandmother, but you both descend from your grandmother. But when you say split as well, it's adding on to the delineation. Because if I only say descend, that could mean that I come from that previous person and nobody else does. But when I say split, that also means I do descend from them. But there are other people, other groups that split that also descend from them.
But that
I
see,
said
this is
that.
where
I
it's
said all that
inaccurate,
last
right?
year. That's what's crazy.
Yeah,
So
split is a catch-all, but descend is still true.
okay, but here's the thing, right? So when you're talking about common ancestor points, right? So we don't have a linear family tree anywhere. None of us do. So these family trees constantly collapsed over time. Genetic lines died out, even though the physical people were there. I'll give a quick example. My son carries my mitochondrial DNA. When he has kids, my genetic mitochondrial DNA dies out with him. I don't have no daughters. That doesn't mean his daughter is not my granddaughter, though. But genetically, I am not mitochondrial genetically related to her. I'm only autosomal genetically related to her. And that's where I'm talking about these terms actually have different meanings and what they mean with descendancy. So like, she is not a descendant of me through my genetics mitochondrially, but she is genealogically and autosomally. And that when we're talking about haplogroups, what we're looking at is one specific line. And that line is not indicative of all the hundreds of lines that you have. So it's a split. It's a common ancestor. You can't say specifically that you descend from that particular person because
Well,
all of these family trees have collapsed over time.
I
They're not.
understand what you're saying. You still descend from that person, but you also descend from a whole bunch of other people too.
Wait, hold on.
No, because like our common
Hold
ancestor
on,
point for current
BGP, you
modern.
said y'all got a
Wait,
common
I'm going to
ancestry.
answer him. Let me answer him. Because, like, okay, the common ancestor point for current human beings, modern day human beings, as we speak right now, everybody alive right now, the common ancestor point goes back like 3,500 years, right? So that's our ancestors. That means every human on this planet shares a common ancestor that goes back 3,500 years. We all share that common ancestor. That family tree was collapsed. So then you go back before that. Those would be our ancestors. They have their own common ancestry point where they share everybody in the world from a certain amount of time, share a common ancestor. And you keep doing that over and over and over again. That's why technically we're all 30th cousins.
Well, you ain't acting like my cousin right now.
Well, you're not acting like mine neither.
Yo,
Yeah.
that shit sounds smooth.
It's
We
not.
all human. We all
I've given you.
humans.
I've told you to read the papers
Most
on it.
most of us, we're comprised of the same exact stuff, besides a small percentage from the migrations and adaptations
Right.
to different things around the world.
I
So
said that.
you're making it all collapses. No, if it all collapsed and you something completely different, right? You wouldn't
That's
even
not
look
what I
like
said.
us. You still.
No.
So what are you
That's not what
talking
I'm
about?
saying. So when we're talking about lineage, right? When you're talking about a common ancestor point, we all share the same common ancestor. So when you're looking at, okay, if you went linear straight back in time on the family tree and you go 20th generation, 30th generation and all that, it would be mathematically impossible for that to be. That means we would have
For what to be?
for us to have we would have a trillion ancestors because all right, your mom, you have, it doubles each generation, right? So if we keep doubling each generation all the way back to 30,000 years, we would have over 1 trillion ancestors. And that is not mathematically possible because we've never even had 1 trillion people in total on the planet. We
But we're
both
not talking about. See, you're
right,
conflating the
but
hell out
hold
of that.
on, because this
No,
is
no,
not an
no, no, no,
easy
no, no, no,
concept.
no. We're
That's the
talking about the
problem. You guys
DNA.
want to simplify
The
very, very
DNA.
complex
Listen,
things.
the DNA. It doesn't have to go up that much, right?
Right,
The DNA is inside of all of these different humans. You're getting
right,
confused
because
over
we're
how many
one
bodies.
species.
I ain't related to that person and that person. I ain't come
No,
directly from that. No, we're
because
talking
this
about
is
the
what.
DNA that you're sharing today shows who you came from. It's
Okay,
those bones in Asia.
but this is where you're getting the terminology confused when I'm talking about ancestry and descendancy, right? So when we're talking about genealogical ancestry, yes, we go mother, father, and all of that. When we're talking about genetics, it really is very dependent. Yes, it can be it's a straight linear line and we are genetically connected in that way, but that doesn't make that particular person my ancestor. Those are my ancestors,
if
ancestors,
that if
ancestors.
that listen, if that person is removed, just like you were using the example with your son, if you go back in any amount of parents you want to, just go back straight within your line and you remove somebody, what's going to happen in some time machine situation, right?
Well, so okay,
That
look at
person
it.
doesn't exist.
Well, look at it this
They're
way.
not going to exist.
So
If you remove anybody in your line, the people in front of them that they had the baby after the baby after the baby after the baby, they're not going to exist no more because you removed that person. I'm saying we can do that in Asia.
what?
If you remove that common ancestor that you saying we need to use two more sentences instead of one to explain that you come from that person in Asia, if we remove them, you wouldn't exist.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying.
I didn't say that's what you. All right.
That's not at all what I'm saying. It's not about removing. It's you're confusing. Like, okay, so when we're talking about
You
common
said it
ancestors,
doesn't mean I come from that person. If you
it
don't come
doesn't.
from them, then it shouldn't matter if they
It
didn't
doesn't
exist.
genealogically. Genetically, yes, we all will come from. Eventually, every single haplogroup merges into one haplogroup.
Right.
We all come from the same group of people at some point. All of us do. We all share the same common ancestors, but there's going to be several different common ancestor points, which are what haplogroups are. So you're going to have groups of people that are going to share common ancestors here. And then those groups of people are going to share common ancestors with other groups of people. We all share common ancestors with each other. Every single one of us do. Even those that have haplogroups out of Africa, you still share common ancestors with everybody. That's why I'm trying to tell you, like, because now I'm seeing pretendians going around claiming their ancient DNA as their native.
That's something different, though. Like I was
It's
explaining
not
to you before,
different.
it is different because what they're doing is they're using jet match, which I've shown that they're doing it completely wrong when they do jet match.
Right, and it's basically showing common ancestor when you drop the CMs all the way to like 0.5. It shows where your common ancestor. That's why anybody who drops it to 0.5, everybody's going to be related to everybody. We're all going to have a genetic common ancestor.
No, so okay, so
And that's all
again,
a haplogroup is a genetic common ancestor. Not a
okay, hold on.
genealogical common ancestor, a genetic one.
So here, look, because this is what I was going to show you before when you brought that. What you're trying to say is if the words are conflated, right? Because you sent me a document on what is ancestry. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you read the whole thing?
Yes, I read the whole thing. Did you?
Okay. Yes. So
I
there's
posted it
there's
on
three
my
different,
page.
right. There's three different terms, right? There's
Mm-hmm.
genetic ancestry. There's, I forgot the second one. And then there's genetic similarity. So what you're referring
And
to whenever you
genealogical
do,
ancestry, genetic and genealogical ancestry. Those
and
were
there's
the two.
also, and there's also genetic similarity. So
Yeah,
whenever you're looking at a DNA test, that's genetic similarity, right?
right. But haplogroups are genetic ancestry.
It's ancestry. Those are two explicit forms of ancestry.
Genetic, yes, genetic ancestry is what haplogroups are. It's not genealogical ancestry.
It's still this. There are two explicit forms of that. Just like when you mentioned that.
Yes, I know. That's why I
Right.
said it's
So
genetic ancestry for haplogroups. It is not genealogical.
it's still
No,
genealogical
it's
too.
not. Genealogical is just your family tree, and you can't trace a family tree that far back.
It's no. It's okay. Listen. So those three terms, right? Those two forms are explicit forms of ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
that means that those are ancestry, because you can be like the example that you used about your son, right? Since you didn't have a daughter, your mtDNA stops,
Right.
right? But you're still related through your regular, or what is it, genealogy, right? Genealogical. Can't say it.
I would be
You're
her
still
genealogical ancestor, yes, but I
right,
would
but
not
you're
be. Hold on, I would not be her genetic ancestor mitochondrially. I would be her genetic ancestor through autosomal because that's a different DNA type.
but we're not talking about the autosomal part. Like when
I
you're
know
bringing up the autosomal,
we're talking about
you're
mitochondrial DNA, so she is not genetically related to me through
she's
mitochondrial
still
DNA.
right, but she's still by genetics. So there's
Through
still it's
autosomal.
two.
That's why the distinction is important.
No, hold
It is
on,
only by
wait.
autosomal that she is genetically related to me. She would not be genetically related to me through mitochondrial DNA because she would have her mother's mitochondrial DNA.
Right, but there's still a form of ancestry. That's what I'm telling you.
Right. And again, that's what I'm saying. It's genetic ancestry. So let me explain it again. My granddaughter would be genealogically related to me, but she would not be a descendant. I would not be her genetic ancestor through mitochondrial DNA. I would only be her genetic ancestor through autosomal DNA. And when we're talking haplogroups, we're talking about Y DNA and mitochondrial DNA. So yes, you can be genetically connected, but not genealogically connected, or vice versa.
Hold on. Let me just bring up
What
this
what is
document
it that
because
you
you're
think?
conflating the three terms.
But what
I'm
do you
not
think?
conflating it. It's very simple what I said. Genealogical ancestry is literally your family tree. Your mother, your father, names to those ancestors. That is what genealogical ancestry is. Genetic ancestry is literally where your genes come from. That's it. That's
Right.
all
So
it
you are
means.
genetic. Right. So if she will still be your genetic ancestry, that's where they'll go.
Okay, but
Right.
as
But
we
not
know,
mitochondrial.
but okay, so let's stop
Right,
there.
right, right.
As we
Hold
know,
on. Those are two
Well, hold
explicit
on.
forms of ancestry.
Let's go with each thing at a time. So what you said, right? I am genetically related, right?
Correct.
Okay, but when we're talking about that, we're not talking about any genealogical because you can't trace genealogy back 30,000 years. You can only trace DNA. That's all that means is that I got DNA that everybody has. You have, everybody has. We all have the DNA that connects to those common ancestors everywhere.
And in those DNA, in the DNA is genes, right? There's genes in
Right.
there.
So okay. So when you're only looking at one line, so you have several hundred lines of genetic ancestors, right? So when you're looking at those different lines, you're only seeing one line. You can have, let's say, your paternal grandmother, right? You're not going to get her mitochondrial DNA. So your paternal grandmother might have a mitochondrial line that goes to A. You just don't know because you have all of these. Think of it like a V. Your mitochondrial DNA and your Y DNA like a V. And then everybody that fills in between are all their own separate Vs. So they're going to all connect at some point. Some are going to connect lower at a lower place, and some are going to connect at a higher place. But eventually we all connect.
Right.
Here, look,
And
look,
So
look.
you're
Here
only
you go.
seeing one line. You're not seeing every mitochondrial DNA line in your family
Correct.
tree.
All right, here, look. I'll just do it like this, right? Here. Let me just put it up and show what you're actually conflating these three terms.
I'm
Again,
not.
watch this. Okay, hold on, just watch. Look. So, when you look at here, because this is what you say right here. You say here, this is the exact same thing that you always say. Genealogical ancestry, genetic ancestry, and genetic similarity are frequently conflated. That's what you say. Now,
Yes.
note the only the first two are explicitly forms of ancestry, which is genealogical ancestry and genetic ancestry, right? Those two things. Genealogical ancestry is your family tree.
Wait, so which is what I said.
Genetic ancestry, which would be your son, since you're mitochondrial, anything like his daughter, they're your genetic ancestry, your genes.
But my daughter
genes.
wouldn't have my mitochondrial DNA though.
It doesn't.
But
That's
they have your
something different.
autosomal.
Yes, she wouldn't have it.
She would only have my autosomal.
Correct.
Correct.
So there's two different
But no,
ancestors.
wait.
But
Look,
there's two different
BGP. Hold
genetic
on.
ancestries right there.
BGP. Just listen to what I'm saying.
That's
Listen to
still
what I'm
a lot
saying.
of chromosome.
If even if it's not the nature of mtDNA, by the nature of it, correct, she would not have your mtDNA, but it would be your genetic ancestor by genetics.
Through
Those are
autosomal
two.
DNA.
Correct. But just listen, hold on. That would
But you're
mean
conflating two different types of DNA.
no, just
No, he's
listen,
not.
just stop and just listen. These are two forms of ancestry. That means they're still ancestry. Those are two forms of it.
Yes,
right?
I know.
Two. They're
Yes,
different.
I said that.
But they're
Yes,
still
I said that.
Y'all agree.
so if it's not mitochondrial, it's by your genes, just by the nature of what mitochondrial DNA is. Just by that nature, but those are two different things. You see what I'm saying?
What are you conflating mitochondrial DNA with genes? What do you mean?
Okay, so there's two forms: genealogical ancestry,
No.
which is your
I don't
family.
care. I'm not
Okay,
talking
just
about that. I'm
just
talking
stop,
about
just stop and
genes
just listen.
Mitochondrial DNA.
BGP.
How are you
just
saying that
listen
those are the same thing?
Listen to what I am saying. Just stop for a second and just listen. Right? There's two types of ancestry according to this. Two types. There's
Yes, I
genealogical
know. You're repeating
and
what I
genetic.
said.
Right, but when you're talking about mtDNA, even though they do not have the mtDNA, which is by nature because of what it is, it's still a genetic ancestry. Still.
It's only genetic ancestry through autosomal DNA.
He knows.
That's fine. No one's
It's still
arguing about
genetic.
Right. So,
like
We all
yes,
agree
It's
that
your
it's not.
genetic ancestry.
it's still genetic. They're both genetic.
it's
Mitochondrial.
just information from
Oh.
a different chromosome.
So again, they're both genetic. Autosomal DNA gives you all of your ancestors' DNA combined. Mitochondrial DNA only gives you one line, and that's what I'm trying to say. You can have other ancestors.
Yes, by nature, yes.
Hold on.
Yes.
You can have other ancestors, like your paternal grandmother. She's not going to pass down mitochondrial DNA to you, but her line could go to haplogroup A. It can. See, you guys are only going off of one line to determine ancestry, where there's multiple lines, multiple mitochondrial lines within a family.
When did we do that though? When did we only use one line? Because from what I understand, they use the haplogroups from the sex chromosomes, and they also use autosomal DNA when they're testing for the ancestors that you guys have in America
Right.
and in Asia. So I don't.
So-
When did we
so-
just use one and then confuse it with the other? They
Okay,
both
so-
work in tandem.
So the problem is when we connect ancestry to haplogroups, right? Because I don't even like it when we say Native American haplogroups. I really don't like these terms at all. I get it for context and what you're saying. I do. I understand that. But there's ways that we can reword it so
Like
that
what?
So when
Asian
I talk,
haplogroups.
no, this is the reason
You're
why.
Asian.
Can I finish? Did you just say I'm Asian?
No, I'm not Asian.
No,
I
you
said,
just
do we say Asian or your Asian haplogroups? Give us an example
No.
of what to say.
You're Asian,
The
EU,
haplogroup.
not
This
your
is-
Asian,
this is-
you're Asian.
This is why haplogroups are literally letters. We, as layman people, keep saying haplogroups and inferring a racial connotation to it.
No, ain't nobody.
This is why-
No, stop,
Hold on.
stop, BGP.
No,
Nobody's
don't tell
doing
me to
that.
stop. Because
No,
I'm
but
trying
nobody
to-
is doing that.
But this is what, bro. This is why haplogroups are what they are. Why they're labeled in letters. So because it's a split, it's a common genetic ancestor. It's a common genetic. It's not a common genealogical ancestor. It's a common genetic ancestor, meaning several groups of people would have split off. And during that time, all of those groups of people, some of those groups of people went into Africa. Some of those groups of people went into Asia. Some of those groups of people went into Europe, and some of those groups of people came into the Americas. Now, the ones that went into Africa, if they married into somebody where the female was already a mitochondrial L, well, then that A line is not going to show up in your DNA. It's going to show up as L because it's only showing one particular line to that haplogroup. So all haplogroups are just showing migration patterns. That's it. It's not showing descendancy of any particular group. It's just saying this group of people went from this point
You still
to
descend
this
though.
point. It's
Hold
not
on,
a descendancy.
BGP. Yes.
It's only a genetic descendancy, which means even you would be descended from those same people. Even you would be descended from those same people. All of us would. All of us would have a common ancestor to that group of people in haplogroup A. All of us
Do you see this,
eventually
B?
would meet up with that. Every single one of us do.
So this is the depiction of what mtDNA would look like. You see this? It's in this article. There's A, B, C. There's each one, right? So there's different types. They're not just looking at just one, right? That's just different aspects of
What do you mean they're not looking at just one?
because there's different ways that they put it together, whether it's by genes, whether it's by like, look, you see this, right? Picture's the same thing. You see that?
Okay,
See how they're going through one?
What do you mean
So
when you're sitting here saying that you can? What do you mean that they can find other?
There's different
other,
ways. Just like when we're talking about
different ways are you talking
mtDNA,
about?
that's when they talk about mtDNA, right? When they talk about that, that's just one way out of the, I don't know, the few ways they can tell who's related to who.
No,
There's more than just
all
that.
mitochondrial DNA is showing you where the splits happened, where the migration
No,
happened.
listen.
That's
Okay.
all it's showing you.
So
It
is
does
this
not
true
show
or false?
anything about
So wait.
anything else.
Okay, BGP, hold on. Is this true or false? Mitochondrial DNA passes from mother to daughter. Is that true or false?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So if that's the case, that means that you, right, your mother, are you related to your mother?
Yes.
Okay. Are you related to her mother?
Sure. Yes.
Are you related to her mother? And so on.
Okay. Stop being condescending. Go.
No, I'm not. I'm not. But
Because
it's,
what you're not getting.
no,
this
no,
is what
stop.
I'm
Just
trying to
stop
help you
talking for a
understand.
second. BGP.
No, because
hold on.
you're
Stop.
still not
My
getting it
God.
right, and
Stop
I'm what I'm trying to help
talking
you
for a
understand.
second.
What
Hold
does
on.
this have to do with what we're talking about?
Because you said
When
it's
we're
not
talking about
descendancy,
haplogroups
and I'm showing you
mitochondrial
it is.
DNA,
And
you're trying to make
BGP,
a
listen,
genealogical
hold on.
relationship with that. There's not
But
a
it
genealogical
is.
relationship with that. No, it's not.
How is it not? Okay.
Because
Again,
common access point or
hold
genetic
on.
iso point,
You're
whichever.
just talking.
whichever,
You're not listening.
No,
Just
bro,
listen.
because it doesn't. You're not listening. Literally,
I definitely am.
Mitochondria. Okay,
If
when
you're
you look at
saying
the
that
graph
you
that you're
are
looking
not
at, look at the graph
related-
you're looking at. Which one is mitochondrial
Okay.
DNA? Which one is mitochondrial
That's the
DNA?
depiction like this. It'll look
Okay.
like that. That's what it
Okay,
would look
How
like.
do they get that? How do they test for that?
Mitochondrial DNA. Right? What is it? The sex chromosome? Okay. So again, if you're related to your mother and you're related to her mother, right? They're still passing genes on. The further you go back, you may not get them like the whole, depending on how your DNA breaks down, you may not get something from your 3, 4, 5th times great grandmother, might be washed out, but that's still your ancestor. So you know how DNA works, right? So you may not have the same DNA as your, I don't know, 5th, 6th, 7th great grandmother. You may not. Just because how DNA works, and when it recombines,
And you still related.
No, we
and
would
you're still
still.
related.
Hold on. This is where you're conflating two different types of DNA.
No, this
You
not
are
conflating
They
the-
go
anything.
together.
They
What is wrong
don't.
with you, man?
They are separate things.
This is
They show separate things.
Okay,
They
then
don't
hold on.
go
it's your
together.
story. It's the
See, this
story
is-
of your
see,
past and how
gonna
you
sit
got
there
here and who
say
contributed
you
to
want
it.
to read the science, and then you're sitting here saying that autosomal DNA and mitochondrial DNA go together. They don't. They are two separate forms of DNA.
They don't go together. Okay,
don't
guys,
go
don't put these
together.
two things together. All right.
Okay,
Good
let
luck.
me ask you this.
Good luck
Mo.
with finding out your
Does
family history
Y-DNA
and who
No,
contributed to
Mo,
your existence
let me
today
ask-
without using both of these things. in tandem. Good luck
Does
with that.
Y-DNA plus mitochondrial DNA equal autosomal DNA?
Are you talking to yourself? You brainstorming?
I'm asking you.
Because that's not what we're talking about.
No,
No, because you're over here saying that they go
That is
together.
a question you never
No,
even had to
explain
bring
to me
into
how they go
existence.
together.
Why did you
That's
even have to
not
bring that
Since
into
you're
the
so
universe?
knowledgeable on the science,
We're not talking about
explain
that.
to me how mitochondrial
It's a
DNA
dumbass
and
question.
autosomal DNA go together.
because okay, here, look.
No,
Again,
I'm asking Mo. Explain to me how
because
mitochondrial
it's the same
DNA
thing I
and
just said.
He can
Because you're
answer the
finding out.
question.
Because you're finding. I
Bob.
just did. You're finding
How
out the
does
direct. You're
mitochondrial
finding out the
DNA
people that you're directly related to, the mothers and fathers, on and on and on, going back, and then you're finding out everybody on the other end in autosomal, all the people who contributed to your DNA, not just the sex,
How do they go together?
to complete the full story.
No, it doesn't actually.
What the?
It doesn't.
Okay, look again.
This nigga's just playing
BGP.
games.
Listen again, right? If your the mitochondrial DNA from your mother, right? It goes to you, right? It passes to you. Her mother, right? So all her the other non-sex chromosomes, you're still going to get a percentage off that, and you know your father, you're still going to get a percentage off that. Now, her mother, you're still related to. You're going to get a percentage off that. The further you go back, you may or may not get a percentage off of.
So can
He's
you
not
go
ta-
read further down in that article where it talks about how genealogical ancestry and genetic ancestry aren't the same, so you can't go back 30,000 years for genealogical ancestry? Because you said it yourself, genealogical ancestry is your family tree. So how does one trace their family tree 30,000 years? I'd like to know.
That's your personal issue.
No, it's not my personal issue.
That's not
Okay,
what we're talking
hold on.
about.
That's what
even so-
genealogical ancestry means.
Okay,
So explain to
even
me
so-
how a haplogroup shows both genetic and genealogical ancestry.
And nobody said that.
You did, though. I said that haplogroups are only genetic ancestry, not genealogical. You said yes, they were.
Oh, look, listen, because it comes from your mother, the mother's mother, right? Your mother's mother's mother. It's still a person. So it comes from that person. Do you
Wait,
understand
are you
that?
confusing? Are you confusing genetic and genealogical? Is that what it is?
I'm
Yes.
not. He is.
Because
Yes,
they're
you
both
are, and
they're
those are
both still
two-
it's still ancestry.
They're not mutually
Yes.
exclusive. No, they're not.
Look,
mutually-
look, listen. Let me read this one more time, right? Let me read this one more time. There's three distinct concepts: genealogical ancestry, genetic ancestry, and genetic similarity, right? They're frequently conflated. And it says, note, the first two, right, which are genealogical ancestry and genetic ancestry, are explicitly forms of ancestry. You do know what that means, right? Those are two forms of ancestry.
They're both
so when
ancestry.
you say my
So-
ancestors,
Right,
not my
but-
ancestors,
so-
they're still your ancestors, regardless of how you say
Again,
it, because those are
they're
two
different
forms
forms.
of
What you're doing is you're saying that the ancestry term means the same thing. It doesn't.
What
If
I'm
it's
saying
two
is they're
different
still
things.
ancestors, and it's still
Right,
ancestry.
but a
Again,
genetic
those
ancestor
are
is
two
not the same as a
forms
genealogical
of
ancestor.
ancestry. What you keep talking about when you do a DNA test is the third one, which is genetic similarity.
Okay, so let's know what we're talking about.
It says that
Okay,
right there.
So listen to me. Listen to me. Genetic ancestry, all it's telling you is that you descend from this person genetically. Everybody does. Again, those people in haplogroup A, you are also the descendant of.
Not like you.
What do you mean, not like me?
Not like you. And see the unique
What are you talking
thing.
about? Are you-
and
are you
if
that
keep,
much older
you're gonna
than me?
keep
Like, are
running
you
us.
like-
No, you
are
do
you
this
like 10,000
scrambling
years older
shit.
than me?
No, I'm talking.
So then
I'm
what do
talking,
you mean,
man.
not like me?
You're not about to try to. This is the slick shit she does, and we end up talking about something else.
You're the
That's
one
why
throwing
we here
bigs
now.
all fucking night.
Because this ain't even what we supposed
So
to be
go
talking
ahead,
about. You
explain,
ask
ho.
people shit while they're talking to try to
Quit
skip the
deflecting.
subject. Right
Go.
before you get your shit pushed.
Answer the fucking question, bro.
So what's unique about Native Americans' history, right, is that you guys were very isolated.
Mm-hmm.
You were isolated for a very long time, so it's different. What you're saying would be a little bit better of an argument for somebody living in like North Africa and Asia and the Mediterranean, right? Because they're all mixing up and they're not isolated. It's people coming from all over the place, mixing up, wars, replacing people and all of that. These people went over here in this corner of the world and stayed over here, and nobody knew about them for a very, very, very long time.
Okay.
So when you're
Okay.
talking about, oh, we split off but you're still the same group of people who came over here anyway. So it
They're
doesn't
the
matter.
same group of
Your
people that
hold on,
went
let me
into
finish. Let me
Africa.
finish, and I'm gonna mute up. Your recombination is different from the recombination of people across the water. That's a fact
What?
because you were isolated. You're passing around that same DNA, and what's being added to it is what you, how you guys adapted in your diets and all of that. You're still tracing back to these people in Asia through both sides. When you say it's genetic ancestry and it's genealogical ancestry because of how isolated you guys were, you're still going back right there to the same place where somebody in North Africa may spread out to Arabia and Europe and in Central Africa. You were isolated. It's not that many places you're going back to.
And what does
I'm just pointing it out. Because you're making it seem like it's confusion. You're going to the same continent.
Actually, no, I'm not. Because what you're doing is you're turning around and conflating that the fact we were isolated, like that's what makes it sound like we're some weird different people. We're not. So again,
now you're weird. I said unique.
Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. We're not a separate people. We're still fucking Homo sapiens sapiens. Are we not?
Talk to Rob, bro, because I'm about to disrespect you.
Are we not still Homo sapiens sapiens? Like, we didn't genetically mutate that fucking much to where we're no longer Homo sapiens sapiens.
I don't think anybody said that, though.
We adapted to our environments just
He
like
wasn't
everybody
saying
else
anything like that.
adapted to their environments.
Nobody said anything
Hold
about
on.
that.
No, because what he's saying is when I said that the people in haplogroup A, that you guys are also descendants of those people,
How?
you didn't like that now, did you? Because it's true. Genetically, all of our DNA connects at different points. Genetically,
Correct.
We are all related genetically. That's why we're a species. Therefore, even haplogroup A, you, Rob, you, Mo, everybody on this panel, everybody in this chat would actually also descend from haplogroup A, just through one of your other mitochondrial DNA lines. Because at some point, they all connect to each other. They have to connect to each other because it's showing a split in when that happens. That's all it is.
So, all right. So when they say A, right? So I'm not sure why you haven't looked at the haplogroup map, right? So if you're talking about, like the L3 that goes to, I want to say it was N, goes to R. I think, it might be backwards, but they split to A, B, C, D, right? So anybody coming off of that, you see how it goes through each little segment. Some people don't go down that line. They go through a different line. Before the A, B, C, D, they might be connected N. So they won't come from the A. They'll meet up at the end. So you both will meet up at the end, not the A. Do you understand what that means?
Okay, let me ask you something.
No.
No.
Before you ask.
I'm going with what you're saying, Rob. I'm not arguing you. Okay, let me ask you something. When you guys did your DNA test, did any of you have even a smidgen, a 2%, 1% smidgen?
No, I did not. I did not.
I did.
No.
Eric, you did.
I did not.
Okay, so Eric did. He had a smidgen of native DNA. So that means even if he does his mitochondrial DNA test, let's say his mitochondrial DNA test shows that it was haplogroup Al. And let's say that native DNA that you got came from a male, right? But you also had a European in there as well that came after that native person, right? So the native person that would have been, or before that native person. So you had the native person, you had the European person before that. That European haplogroup stays with that native person. It goes down to whoever else is after that. So you could be completely, this is why you get a lot of Native American men here whose haplogroups go to European haplogroups, because when the Spaniards came in and they did what they did, and you will find that a lot of those Y haplogroups go to Europe. Not all of them go to here. So when we're talking about modern people, right, we got to take into account not just migrations that happened then, but also how the disruption happened within modern admixing as well. So that's why I'm saying, if Eric has any little bit of native DNA in his autosomal, that means he has a native ancestor, which means that native ancestor would have come from haplogroup A, which means he would also be a descendant of people of haplogroup A as well. And if you go back far enough in time, which is what we showed with the GEDmatch stuff, when people drop their CMs, which is what all of that shows, you go back far enough in time, you see that you're related to literally every group in the world.
Okay, hold on.
But why are we going that far? We talking about the last 30,000 years.
Wait,
that's what I'm talking about.
So what you just did. So hold on. Explain how mtDNA and Y-DNA works. Can you just explain that, please?
All right, so you have, it's like a V. You got to look at it as a V. Think of a family tree, okay?
Go ahead.
So one line going in a V shape. Up there is mother to mother to mother to mother. Okay? The other line on the father side is father to father to father. But
Okay, cool.
hold on. You want me to explain it?
All right, go ahead.
So you got these two lines. But your father, right, had a mother. She has her own mitochondrial DNA line. That didn't get passed down to you. That mitochondrial DNA line, because you can't test for it from your stuff. You can only test your specific mitochondrial DNA, that one line. You can't test for other mitochondrial DNA lines. The only way you could test for that is if you had a sample of your paternal grandmother's DNA. Then you can test her line. But if you don't have that, or her daughters, any of her daughters, you could test her line. So you would have to do separate
Wait.
DNA tests.
Repeat that
Are
one
you
more time. Wait.
You talking about for both parents or one parent?
So, okay.
Yeah, it would be hard to go
Usually,
like to your father's
I gotta
father's
do it
mother.
visually, because that's what makes it hard. Is
Wait,
that
I can do it visual. I got a real world example right here.
So yeah, if you put down you, right, and then
I
you
can
have
do it
your
for real.
mother and your father, right? But your mother and father have their own mothers and fathers. Okay, so your grandparents. So you're gonna have your maternal grandmother's mitochondrial DNA, but you won't have your paternal grandmother's mitochondrial DNA. You can't test for that. The only way you can test for that is if your paternal mother has a daughter that is still
Yeah,
alive,
I've
or your
done that. I
paternal
can do a
grandmother is
real-world
still
example.
alive. Then you can test her haplogroup. Otherwise, if your paternal grandmother isn't alive and she has no living daughters, you can use her son. But if you have no living sons, whatnot, you can test. You're going to have to test separate mitochondrial DNA lines within your family tree in order to get a full picture.
Yeah, I can do it for real. So this is my maternal line, and that's haplogroup L1B1A3A. And then my maternal grandfather's maternal line, that one's U683, that's North Africa. And then my father's maternal line is L3B1A5. And then his mom, then you go to her dad, and then to his mom, and then you go to her dad. And his haplogroup is HP96 because his slave owner was his father. So these are white people on that line. And then you have my paternal line, which is EP252. That's also West Africa. But I descend from all these people no matter their haplogroup.
Thank you. And do you see how many different haplogroups he has in just one family tree?
Yeah, but that doesn't get passed. Look, all the other people don't. It's only your father's father's father. So all the other ones, their haplogroups does not pass to you. By the nature of what haplogroups are, it passes from mother to mother or father to father, not
that's
uncle.
because you can
Hold
only-
on. Look, you can't listen if you're talking. So, it's father to father, not uncle to cousin. I guess it sort of is, but it's just haplogroups, right?
That's not what he
Father
showed.
to father.
He showed several different haplogroups, which means
But he also said that from his paternal line, and he says even though all those haplogroups, that's the genetics come from all those people down. But if you're just talking about haplogroups, it's one particular line.
Right. And when we're talking, right, but that's one line that
Correct.
makes up where your ancestors come from.
Yeah.
So, hold on. Genetic ancestors come from. So that doesn't mean that you, Rob, don't have a haplogroup from your paternal grandmother or paternal great-great-grandmother that doesn't go to A.
No. Listen.
It can very much go to A.
So
and then
stop. This is
you don't
why
have
you're
a
missing.
genetic connection to
This
the
is what you're
haplogroup,
missing.
but you eventually do connect because we all connect. It all connects
listen.
at some point. Every
Okay, look.
haplogroup
Which is
connects to each
descendancy.
other.
Oh man.
Literally everybody
Listen,
does.
BGP,
So if
you are
you're
missing
also
one.
descendants, everybody is literally descendants of each of these haplogroups, just
No.
at different times, if
Not
that's how
all
you
of
want to
them.
phrase it.
We're talking
No,
about
not
recent,
all of
and
them.
you're talking about
What do you
like
mean recent?
the
Haplogroups
distant
are
past,
thousands of years old. A
because you're changing
haplogroup
the
Okay,
doesn't
scale.
apply
this
to
is
If
why
we're
you're
talking
missing it,
about the
because you're
migrations
talking at
into
the same
America,
time.
It's
You're
not.
not even
if,
you're not even thinking about what you're saying. Just listen,
What do you
right?
mean?
We
You're
got,
the one trying to switch
just
up because
stop.
you just proved what
Because
I said.
no, listen, you're saying that we all come from A. I'm telling you, it's two
I didn't
separate
say
lines.
we all come from literally every haplogroup. All of us do.
No.
Yes.
Oh,
No,
shit.
Yes. We
No.
not
do.
all of them.
Yes.
that's impossible.
We do. It's not
No,
impossible
not all of them.
because
We
they
wouldn't
all
know, bro.
connect.
That's how we know that
They
we came from
literally
Africa,
all
because our
connect
people
to
didn't
each
leave.
other.
But our
Yeah.
people
If you
didn't
are saying
leave.
that none of these haplogroups
Our
connect,
people
then
did not
you are
leave.
pushed. No, we have to all connect because we are all one
Well, yes.
species.
Hold on. You're confusing real quick.
What
We
the?
all connect to a single haplogroup all the way back A00. But when you say we descend from all the haplogroups, we don't.
We do.
No,
That's
no, no.
impossible.
Hold on,
Not
hold on,
impossible.
hold on. If I go through all my ancestors, I'm not going to find every single haplogroup.
You're not going to be able to go through all your ancestors. It's
No, no. I'm saying
impossible.
But if you could,
I
Right?
I
If
wouldn't
you
end
could,
up
you would
having
have.
N. I wouldn't
My
have
God.
O. I wouldn't have
You would
X2A. I'm
actually.
not going to have any of those.
You would actually.
No,
No, I wouldn't.
no, you
You would
everybody has
because
two
For
haplogroups. My
example,
God.
somebody
Two
born in Africa, and
or
every
one.
single last one of their ancestors was born in Africa.
no, every
So,
single one of your
hold on,
ancestors
let
will
me finish.
connect to
Let
every
me finish.
haplogroup.
Yeah, sure.
It's
Like,
not that
yeah, they
hard to
all
understand.
connect, but I don't descend from all the haplogroups, but all the haplogroups do connect.
You would if your ancestors.
No,
See,
you
this is where you
don't.
guys. Hold on. This is where you guys are trying to like twist shit up. So if you're saying
What?
that descendancy, right? Descendancy, you are descended because your haplogroup says that even though you're only showing one haplogroup, because you're not showing every other haplogroup in your family tree. You're only showing one because we can only test for one. I can't test for every other haplogroup in my
Hold
family tree.
hold on, you're confusing what we're saying.
I'm not.
It's
No, I'm
no,
not.
no, no,
You
no. You
guys are
actually are.
trying to twist
Trust.
it.
No, no, no.
Yes, you
Trust
are.
me. I understand like everybody's arguments from every perspective. I understand
What
when
am I
you're not
confusing,
understanding.
sir?
Okay, when you say like me, for example, I don't descend from every single haplogroup that there ever was. That's not even possible. I don't descend from every single haplogroup that still exists either. For example, there isn't going to be a single one of my ancestors that's going to be, say, haplogroup X2A. There won't be a single one. But I might have O, N, A, B. I might have like all the other ones but that one. I'm not going to be descended from all of them. But what you were saying also was all the haplogroups connect. Yes, they do. Because if I go back up, my L haplogroup is going to connect to N, because N goes to L. But I don't descend from N. N descends from L. They connect, but I only descend from the L side. I didn't branch out into the N, for example. So they all connect, and all people will connect to a single point, but I don't descend from all the splits from that single point.
Okay, so again, confusing shit. Okay, when we're talking about the haplogroups, you're only testing for one haplogroup. If your paternal grandmother, your dad's mother, has haplogroup A, and your mother's mother has haplogroup L, then you won't see A show up. All you see is L.
Hold on, let me
Still
clarify.
Wait.
I
How is that
can, hold
possible?
on. I can clarify
Hold on. Based off of y'all's
because I showed
definitions,
it.
based off of y'all's definitions of descendancy, even though you can't see it in your DNA through the mitochondrial line because you can only show one line, you would still descend from A, right?
No.
Hold on, I get what she's
That's your
saying.
No.
I get what
maternal,
she's,
that's
no,
your
no, no, I
paternal
get what she's
grandmother,
saying.
Rob.
Yeah, hold on, I get what she's saying. She's saying that I can only test for two of my haplogroups, and those are the ones that are going to show up, and that out of all those other branches, I could have all these other haplogroups. What I'm saying is, yes, I have several haplogroups, I just showed it, but what I'm saying is I'm not going to have every single last one, though.
But the thing of it is that
Because
you're
I
not
would have to
gonna be.
descend from every single group across the entire freaking
That's what
planet.
she just said.
I'd have to descend from the Negritos. I'd have to descend from the Aboriginal Australians, everybody,
Senegalese,
in
the
order for
people in
me
the
to
Amazon
descend
they
from
just
every
found.
haplogroup.
Yeah, she
Okay,
said we all
but that,
have
but
top
hold on,
level
hold on,
group.
hold
Okay.
on. You see, that's where you guys are. That's where you're conflating. Hold on, that's where you're conflating when you said I would descend from the Negritos and the Aboriginals. They weren't those people, but they had already left and split off
I'm
before
talking
they
about the
even became
haplogroup
those
they
people,
have.
Can I
right?
The
just say
But
haplogroup
something?
that
still,
they
like
have,
all of
I
those
don't.
people.
None of my
Hold
ancestors have
on,
it.
let me finish. So all of those people, like for example, in the Polynesian, Austronesian islands and stuff, they have haplogroup A. They do. That don't mean you descend from those people. It means that you all came from the same common ancestor, regardless if you went east, west, or south.
Now you're switching it up. You're
I'm
supposed
not
to be
Okay,
switching
giving
it
so
us
up.
an
That's what
example.
I've
No,
been
you're supposed
saying
to
the
be giving
whole
us an example
time.
of how we descend from all haplogroups.
Yes, because when you sit there and
That's
you
that
connect,
slick shit she
it's
does.
not the
When
slick
you
shit
get caught
because
in
when
a
you
trap,
connect,
when you
nah,
get caught
nah,
in, yeah, you switch it up.
so
All right,
this
so
is the
explain
part
to us
that
because
how we
you
makes
didn't
descend from
fucking
all
get it the
haplogroups.
first
Do it
time
real quick.
doesn't mean that I'm trying to pull some slick shit because I've literally been
Go
saying
ahead,
the
do
same
it.
shit for the last 2 fucking
All
years.
right, well, you gave
So
us an
when it comes to
example.
that,
You gave us an example of
literally
something
every
else.
haplogroup connects. And since when we're talking,
Yes,
this is where,
we don't
hold on, this
disagree
is
that
where
all
common
haplogroups
access point,
connect.
bro.
Nah, hold
This
on,
is
bro.
where,
You're not about to do that. We don't disagree that all haplogroups are connected when you go back to Africa.
right, but based
We
off of your
disagree.
definition of
No, you're trying to
descendants,
do that slick shit. No, what we disagreed with
you're
is
trying
that
to do
we
that
all
slick
descend
shit.
from all
hold.
haplogroups. Explain that.
I'm trying to, but you kept fucking cutting me off to try to put some shit into the air that I'm
My
trying to do some slick
apologies. Go
shit.
ahead, do it again.
So, all right. So, again, when we're talking about, you guys are looking at haplogroups as a hierarchical split. It was a lateral split. Therefore, we don't
What the hell is
descend.
that?
What do you mean? What the hell is that?
What
They
the
didn't
hell
go
is a
up and
lateral
down.
split?
A lateral split means a group of people took off. They split from each other and they went a direction.
So who was their parent then? Okay, so who was their
We
parent
don't
that
know.
split, right?
We don't know because we genealogically can't tell.
Yes, oh my God, listen, stop, stop,
Groups of
stop.
Here we
people,
go.
from
This is
Native
what it is.
Americans to Polynesians to East Asians, all have a common ancestor to A. Every
Okay,
single one of
cool.
those people. So are you
Right,
saying
but this is,
because those
no.
people in Polynesia, because they have haplogroup A, can they claim to be Native American? No. But we share the same haplogroup. And if
It's
if
certain
you
No, there's
subclades that
subgroups.
got
There's
here.
subgroups.
You can
right,
tell the difference
but we're
if
talking
you
about
seen your
parent
haplogroups, right?
groups.
Oh,
We're not
you know
talking
what?
about the
This is
subgroups.
what
You
it
don't
is.
see those
We're
extra
not
letters
talking
and numbers in your
Don't
haplogroups?
switch the goalposts.
No,
We're
this
not
is what it
talking
is.
about subgroups.
You don't understand
We're
how
talking about
haplogroups
parent
work.
groups and parent groups
That's
alone.
what I'm hearing. No, I'm
We're
hearing you
only
don't
talking about
understand
parent
how
groups. We're not
haplogroups
talking
work.
about subgroups.
Disturbed.
Okay,
Because
so look.
subgroups further splits. That's all subgroups are, further splits. So we've been
So,
talking
look.
about parent
Oh,
groups.
man.
Now, no, because you keep cutting me off.
What's
We're
the parent
talking
group of
about
A?
we're talking about parent haplogroups. Which
Okay,
is
what's the parent
L3.
haplogroup of A?
What do you mean? What's the parent haplogroup of A? It's
What
the parent.
what was the
it is the
what
parent
was the haplogroup before A?
Huh?
What was the haplogroup before A?
It's the parent haplogroup.
Okay, what came before A?
Nothing. It's the parent haplogroup.
So A didn't come from anybody? Just A just sprung out of
No,
thin
A
air?
split from another haplogroup.
Right, but what was before A?
It split from another haplogroup.
Right, what's the haplogroup?
Bro,
Before
okay, this
A.
is where, okay, so here's how haplogroups work. So when you start off with a population, which is what? The oldest one is L1? L2? Whatever, okay, L1. So
ahead.
that population, they split within Africa, okay? So when
L3
they,
moved out. Just started L3. L3 moved out.
no,
Just started
no,
L3.
no, I'm not. Don't tell me where I'm gonna start.
Okay, L3 was the one that moved, that left.
I'm not, bro.
L3 left, right?
I'm not.
Yes or no?
Stop fucking talking. Stop.
I'm just asking you, L3 left.
don't need you to ask
Don't
me.
talk about L1 and L2.
Don't fucking
L3
cut
left.
me off.
So
Don't
where
cut
did
me off.
L3 go?
Don't cut me off.
All right, go ahead.
So again, within Africa, you had 3 major splits when you had the 3 haplogroups that happened, right? So because of that, that didn't make them different people or descended from each other. That means they split off. They went to different parts of Africa and they started adapting to those different environments in the continent. Okay. Then one of those groups of people from L3 split off and went over to Eurasia somewhere. Okay, when they stayed there for a while. They were there for thousands of years. Then there was an adaptation that occurred. And then during that time, a group of people, even before that, people split off and left, but they split off before the major mutation happened. So people then, when the major mutation happened, continued to split off and they went off in different directions. They didn't just go
What did they become, though?
Hold on.
But what did they become?
Can you stop cutting me off?
I'm asking you what they became.
I'm not done.
L3 left and then became
Don't
what?
fucking cut me off. You see, you're too busy trying to cut me off to where you're not even listening to the goddamn explanation.
All right, go ahead.
So again, when they left out of Africa, when L3 left out of Africa, they went to one place. Well, not one place, but they went to a bunch of different places. The group that went off into one haplogroup, they were there. They mutated for thousands of years. Some of those other groups died off. Some of them came back in. That's how it worked. When they came back in and that major mutation happened, because even before that, people were migrating in and out. When the major mutation happened and those groups of people, after the mutation happened, split off yet again, they went in several different directions. They didn't go just one direction. They went in several different directions. So when you finally get to the split off for A, they also went in different directions. They didn't just go to the Americas. They went east, they went south. That is all it's showing is when these major mutations happened and the groups split from each other. That's all it's showing. So because we're one species, we all literally descend from the same people genetically.
No, but that's not
genetically.
what you said, that we descend from all haplogroups.
We would, because every single
so at the
haplogroup
end,
is a
so
Homo
listen,
sapien
bro,
sapien
come
haplogroup.
on. I let you rock out. You had peace and quiet. Listen.
No,
when
you didn't
say,
let me finish. You cut me
your,
off.
Your claim should be used at the end of your proving, right? When you're done proving it, you should go, and that's how we know we descend from all haplogroups. Instead, at the end of it, you go, that's how you know we all descend from that haplogroup, the parent. And no, that's not what you said. You said we descend from all of the haplogroups. So say what you're saying, provide your proof, and then at the end of it, say that's how you know we descend from all haplogroups.
It's literally
or take it back.
It's literally
it's a dumbass statement anyway.
It's literally how migration works. The problem is you're thinking migration went one direction and it didn't.
Ain't nobody said one direction.
But
Nobody said one direction.
Because people, again, even
us
with
going
Africa,
in different directions is proof that we can't descend from all haplogroups.
A went back into Africa. It had to because it went all the way down into Polynesia.
It went all the way to West Africa too.
People that migrated after they turned into A, when they migrated back down, some of those people didn't go all the way. Some of those people stayed in Africa, and those.
So you know one thing you missed, BGP.
Hold on, those people married into other people. So again, if you look at the entire family tree and every mitochondrial DNA line you have in your family tree, you would eventually, with all the ancestors you have, because of common ancestor point, literally we all descend from the same common ancestor 3,500 years ago. And that's how it also works with genetics. We all meet up. We all descend from the same genetic ancestors.
All right. Yes. Okay. So now here, listen.
From the same haplogroups, just at different times.
No.
So you're still gonna have ancestors that come from those.
It's impossible because we're
okay. So listen.
There are people. Listen. I'm gonna show you why this is impossible. I'm gonna show you why this is impossible.
You know what's impossible?
Oh my God.
What's impossible is to figure out.
All right. When are you gonna let somebody else go? Because you're not listening at all.
There are people living in Asia, right? All the way on the west side of Asia, right? And they're adapting there over the course of thousands of years, and they develop a different haplogroup. And there's people that are all the way in Europe, Far East, who are adapting there and never even interacting with the people in between.
What does that have to do with anything?
They developed on their own separately. You can't descend from it, and you adapted to two places tens of thousands of miles away from each other.
You're trying to make them seem like they're two different species, and they're not.
There's not.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
You keep adding dumb shit.
All right, listen.
That's what it sounds
BGP,
like.
hold on. So when you were going through that migration, right? You went L3 left out. Yes, we know that there was back migration. Cool. But you went from L3 to A. There's a lot in between. right?
I know
So
that.
R
I
and
said
hold on,
what
M.
stop,
I
stop,
literally,
stop, stop. I
What
let
you're
you
not gonna
talk.
do is you're not
I
gonna twist
let
up my
you
fucking
talk.
words. Because that's not what I fucking said.
You
I literally
talk.
said, Rob,
I
I
let
said from
you
L3, they
talk.
went off, they split
Hold
into all
on.
these different haplogroups.
Right,
So by the
right. I understand they split into different haplogroups. What I'm saying is, when I asked you, when you were talking about the A, I said, where did it come from before? Right? So in your explanation of where it came before
don't sit here and have a
was the
disingenuous
other,
ability
oh
by
my
twisting
fucking
my fucking
God.
words.
Look, where it came before. So
Nah,
before A,
nah.
there was
Correct
a
what you said,
different
bro.
haplogroup. So that haplogroup, that's where A came from. So I said B4. B4. So L3, I want to say it was what, M and N?
I don't
Or it was
fucking
M
care
and
what came from where.
Yeah.
At the end of
Oh,
the day, they're
shit.
literally just
And then
split
R.
off from each other. It's not a
No
descendancy where
shit.
N births
Oh my fucking
B.
God,
It's
man.
not a descendancy
So look,
at all.
what is this? So what is
L3
this?
didn't birth
You talk, we
or
let you
N
talk,
or
and then
M
when
or
somebody
N.
else talk, you
None
gotta
of
do it.
these
You're not even
fucking
listening.
people birthed each other.
Listen
It's
again.
not a birth.
My God, you just talk and don't listen at all. We let you talk. Now it's your turn to listen. So when it goes from L3,
You're
and we're
twisting my
talking
fucking
about,
words. I can't help it. You don't understand shit.
man, dear God.
Nah, bro. Don't fucking sit here and
So,
act like you ain't
the
twisting
reason
words
why
up.
we don't, the reason why we don't go from all the haplogroups by the nature of how a haplogroup, or when you get your mtDNA and your Y DNA, by the nature. So when a woman gets it, she doesn't get the Y DNA, right? She gets it from the male, correct? Like when they have a baby. So when it's a male, they'll have the Y and the maternal. But he cannot pass. What is it? He can't pass the mtDNA. So if you have a whole group, right? So you got to look at it each one. So if you had a whole bunch of, I don't know, let's say N, you have a whole bunch of N's. They're all males. Then you have, let's see, A's that are all female. So mother to mother, they're going to pass down that A, right? They'll pass down the A. And then if they get with someone that's N, they'll have an N for a male, and then they'll have the A for the female. Now, when they have a child, and they have, the male will have both M and A, but he's not passing down that Y DNA. Now, let's say they meet an L. So that's where you'll get the, by the female. You understand that, right? So by the nature, it just means that if someone doesn't have that mtDNA, it dies out because it's not mother to mother to mother all the way down. Same thing with a father. It's just a way to track migration.
And she just said that before, which disproves the statement that we descend from all haplogroups.
No, it doesn't.
Because of that straight line, mitochondrially or paternally, you can't descend from all of them.
Okay.
Because of what you stated originally, using the example with your son.
Based off of your logic, when you said
It's your logic.
No, it's not. So again, going back to the Y DNA, right? Do I have a Y haplogroup?
No, because you're a female.
So I don't have a Y haplogroup?
No, because you're a female.
I don't have a paternal haplogroup at all?
A paternal, you're not going to, you personally know.
But I still have a paternal haplogroup though. Because my brother has one, right?
Because it passes from father to father to father, or father to son.
Right. But I would still be related autosomally, right? Just not
Okay, and look, now she's trying to use both of them in tandem to explain the history.
Yes.
You are a weirdo.
No, I'm not.
You's a weird ass nigga, bro.
I said this 4 times.
You just ran yourself over.
No, I didn't. I said this.
Yeah,
4
you did.
times
Blew your
now.
top off and ran
You
yourself
want to
over.
keep over speaking me. I said this 4 times now.
You just asked, did you have a Y DNA?
I said it 4 times now that you could be genetically related autosomally and not genetically related through mitochondrial DNA or Y DNA. On the genetic, hold on, I'm not done.
Is this nigga drunk?
I'm not done, bro. So on the genetic level, which you guys said were one and the same, I said they weren't. Now you guys want to turn around and say they're not.
Do you know what
the
in
same.
tandem means? Do you know what in tandem means?
What does it mean, Moses?
It means they work
Mansplain
together.
to me.
You can use both of them to find out both ancestries on both of your trees, the genetic
Sure,
and the
but
genealogical. They work
Sure.
in tandem.
They don't work in tandem.
I didn't go back on
They
what I
work
said.
I just showed that it does.
They work in tandem when you're using it as a tool, when you're searching for ancestors. But biologically, they do not work in tandem.
Biologically.
Biologically. Meaning,
Come on.
The irony.
DNA.
Look, come on.
The
You gotta
irony.
Mitochondrial
Come on.
DNA is not the same
Biological.
thing as autosomal
What
DNA.
are we doing?
What do you mean, what are we doing? You guys want to talk biology and don't even understand the fucking concept you're talking about.
I don't think you understand, to be
No,
honest with
you don't understand because you
Oh,
didn't even
shit.
finish
Okay, I
reading
don't.
all of that shit when it came to the definitions. You just read that they were two different things, genealogical.
No, you know, look, I actually, no, listen.
But you
I
didn't go
actually
through all
say,
what the
hold on,
ancestry.
hold on. Wait,
because when you read the actual
Wait a minute.
definitions, then it would actually prove me right.
I-
You just said that
it's
there's
two
two different
explicit,
things, and I know there's two
two
different things.
explicit
I've said that several
forms of
times.
ancestry.
And I said
Now
several
the
times
third
that
one,
just because you're genetically related to somebody doesn't make you genealogically related to them. I mean, it's just because you're genealogically doesn't make you genetically. That's what I've said. I've said that several fucking times. You wanted
No,
to push back
so-
and
You're
doing some trauma
no,
now.
you can be genetically and genealogically related
No, don't
thousands
even
of
do it.
years ago.
It's-
No, you
she
cannot.
crashing out.
So please tell me, I'm not crashing out, bro. You're the one who keeps fucking going in circles.
Ain't nobody
You
going to circle.
contradicted yourself.
BGP, you
No.
still gotta let everybody get their talking points out.
Bro, you get, Rob says something and then Mo says something. I'm supposed to respond to both of them? Like I'm not
Man, you've
supposed
been
to go
talking the
one
whole
on
damn
one?
But you can wait
Because
your
I'm
turn
getting
though.
like 10 fucking people saying something at
It's
me all
not
over
10
the time.
people up here,
So
man.
yeah, I don't fucking, bro.
We let you talk, and then when we go to talk, you talk. How's
Right.
that work?
Bro, you've been over talking me this whole time, so stop
Yeah,
acting
you
like
oh,
you're not
shit.
doing
chill,
it too.
ma'am.
I sat there and was quiet the whole time you
No,
fucking
you-
talked.
no, hell,
and
you
then
know
as
you
I
weren't.
started explaining,
Hell
you
no, you
started
weren't.
fucking making
Nah,
not only
you
you,
out your
but Mo
mind. No,
started
you were
doing
not.
that shit under his breath, acting like a fucking child and huffing and puffing and shit. Like, grow the fuck up, bro. Just like
You
that.
the
It
last
wasn't a
person I
problem.
wanna
It
grow up,
wasn't
to
a
be honest
problem
with you.
when you were doing it to Juju,
Grow
though.
the fuck up. Period.
It wasn't a problem when you was doing it to Juju.
So you saying Mo was huffing and puffing to blow your house down?
Because she over here knowing, like she knows she's playing games. So
I'm
like,
not
people in the
playing
chat
games,
who
though.
don't know what we
You
talking
are.
about, you
You
guys
are.
understand genetic ancestry and genealogical ancestry, but you don't understand biology. That sums up the whole shit.
You don't understand none of this
That
shit.
sounds good
don't
for somebody who
understand
don't know what the
none of
fuck we
it.
talking about, and that's the
You
slick
don't
shit she
understand
does.
none of it.
She still has not explained how we descend from all haplogroups.
I
She got
did.
us running around
I
in circles.
tried to, but you kept cutting me off.
Okay, go ahead and explain it.
I thought
So
nobody
as I
descends from
stated
anybody.
before,
Crazy.
when you look at the fact that you have ancestors, other ancestors that are genetically related to all these haplogroups, which you are not mitochondrial DNA related to these haplogroups, but you are autosomal related to these haplogroups because you are autosomally related to that paternal grandmother who goes to A. That's the difference because you can be genetically related in two different types of DNA.
Even though it's
I'm
passed
not
down
done.
only through the
I'm
mother.
not done.
That's crazy.
I'm not done.
I was thinking the same thing.
So again, like the example I used when it came to my kid, when he has a daughter, my granddaughter would not be genetically related to me through mitochondrial DNA, but it's genetic. I'm not done. But was genetically related through me through autosomal DNA. Her mitochondrial haplogroup is going to be different from mine. But that doesn't mean she doesn't descend from me, who also has a different haplogroup than her. So by that alone, because she's autosomally genetically related to me, she is still a descendant of whoever comes from that haplogroup, because that's what you guys want to say descendancy is, based off of your logic. So yes, genetically, mitochondrially, no, she's not genetically related that way, but she is still genetically related through autosomal. So you would still every single one of us, because we have thousands of ancestors and because common access point goes to 3,500 years, that means we all share genealogically the same ancestors going back 3,500 years, and that means if we share that genealogically, that means that we share that genetically. So we would all be descendants somehow or some way from all of these
Those things that
haplogroups
can't be combined,
throughout
right?
our family tree.
Hold on. Let me
Those
go
things
real
don't work
quick.
together.
I've been quiet.
What
So
are you talking about?
hold on. Let me go. So there are people. It's possible that through autosomal you're related to an ancestor that has each one of the different haplogroups. It's possible. There'll be a fluke, crazy. I don't know how, but it's possible. But for example, the Korowai people have 5% Denisovan DNA. They went into isolation on an island when the Denisovans were running around. They went into isolation prior to several of the haplogroups even coming into existence. So they can't descend from every haplogroup because they didn't even exist when they went into isolation. So there's no way they could have mixed with anybody that mutated into those haplogroups. So
They don't
not
have to have mixed
everybody,
with other people.
in order to
Oh,
descend from somebody with that
they
haplogroup,
Bluetooth.
you would have to descend from them.
No,
You
we
would need
don't.
an ancestor with that haplogroup to
Is
descend
it
Because
from that
Wi-Fi?
haplogroup.
if you go back into their family lines, into their family histories, that Homo sapien group would still have come from a different place. They would have then
Yeah,
gone.
yes,
Hold on,
yes.
it's the
Hold
same
on.
concept of saying that we were
You just
isolated.
Yeah, I
you
get what. Let
interrupted
me. I got
him.
it. I got it.
It's the
So
same concept of saying we were
Man,
isolated. It's
what
the
the
same thing.
hell?
hold on. I got this. So when they went into isolation, there were haplogroups that didn't exist yet. Then those haplogroups came into existence. You're saying the predecessor to those new haplogroups that came into existence is a common haplogroup of theirs when they went into isolation. So they
What's that?
connect.
Hold on. Wait, what?
They would have a common haplogroup, but you do not descend from the new haplogroup that came into existence while you were in isolation on an island.
The modern day people today, yes, they would.
For example, if I'm a Korowai and I've been in isolation for 35,000 years on an island and I'm haplogroup K, how can I descend from somebody that's haplogroup X2A, which mutated in Turtle Island after I went into isolation?
And they didn't
I'm
move.
not talking about subhaplogroups. I'm talking about parent haplogroups.
It doesn't matter.
Even
They were
X.
gone. They were gone in that isolated area when the haplogroup created, when multiple of them
And
came along.
and
So
Then
they
they
can't
can't
descend
descend from
from it.
it.
what do you mean they then?
Hold
Yes, they
on.
can.
For example,
Because
How
they are
much?
still.
I
This is
can't descend from my cousin.
This is what yes, they can. They can still descend from those other haplogroups because they're still going to have ancestors that came from those different haplogroups.
How?
They're still going to have those
Can
common
you
ancestors.
explain that they're
because-
isolated, ma'am? So
Their
explain
common
that.
What does
ancestor
that have to
wasn't
do?
that haplogroup.
Isolation has
It
nothing
didn't
to do
exist.
with it at all.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Because
Hold on. Our
it
common
does not.
ancestor
We're
isn't the
still
new
Homo
haplogroup.
sapiens sapien. They're not a different species.
You're
because they're
conflating a whole
isolated.
bunch
That
of
has
stuff
nothing to
right
do
now.
with it.
Okay, hold on.
Yes, it does because you even brought up Denisovan.
Pop-
Denisovan has
popcorn,
nothing to do
please,
with that.
please
The
restate what
the
you said.
Denisovan and hold on, the Denisovan and the fucking Homo sapien species mixed way before that isolation occurred.
He
Way
said they
before
were
that isolation
isolated,
occurred.
though.
Why are you
We're not
cutting me
talking about
off?
the-
I'm not
We're
talking
not
to you.
talking
I'm
about
Because
talking
that's
to
the
Eric.
host.
Hold
He
on.
said
Repeat
That's the
Let
host.
Eric
isolated.
go. I don't
What
need you to
the fuck is
mansplain for
going
him.
on?
I know what he's saying.
Yo, BGP, you don't do this
No,
on
I
your
don't
own
need you
panel.
guys
That's
to keep
that's
cutting
literally
me
the
off.
host.
Don't fucking
Falcon,
tell
can
me
you
yo
please
BGP.
re-explain
I
what
was
you're
talking to
talking
Eric.
about?
I don't need you to mansplain or explain shit. I know what he's saying. I'm not fucking
You know that's the
stupid.
host though, right?
I
So
don't
you
care.
ain't gonna respect the host?
Just
Oh,
let me
she's
You
go
want
talking
people
to
to
on.
me?
respect you on
I
your
give
platform?
respect where it's
Yeah.
given.
Wait,
Period.
I didn't know she was talking to me.
Period.
I'm just trying to get him to clarify what he's talking about. And you're getting upset at that?
I
I'm
wasn't
not-
even done talking and you cut me off.
Because you keep talking. You won't let nobody interject.
You know, because you guys want
Everybody
Almost
up here
the
starts
host.
talking,
answers.
and then you
Nah,
cut
because
them
you
off,
guys want
but you want
simplistic
us to
fucking
shut the
answers
fuck up
or
while you talk?
complex
That's
fucking
not how we're
problems.
gonna do shit.
That's
If
what that
If
is.
everybody's gonna shut
Because
up
you
while
want to
the other
simplify
person talk,
science
then it
because
goes
you
for
don't
you
fucking
too.
understand
You
it.
can't be the only person up
So
here that gets
stop.
to talk,
Stop acting
and then
like you're fucking
everybody
all
shuts
monkey.
up while
Stop
you
with the
talk.
bullshit, bro.
And then when we
Grow
start
up.
saying shit,
Grow
you
up.
get to interject.
Grow up.
That's not how it works over
Grow
here.
up. Bro, I'm only giving the same energy y'all been giving me since I've been
No,
on this.
because I didn't disrespect you. I
You
wanted
been
clarity, then you start
disrespecting.
cussing me the
You
fuck out for
been
no reason.
disrespecting. You been
We all got cussed
disrespecting.
out,
How I
yelled
was
at,
on
talked over.
mute.
You've been disrespecting since before
I
this
Crazy.
was
live,
on
bro.
mute
So I don't
this
really fucking
entire
care.
time. And
You've
when
been
he said
disrespecting
K
since
was
before this
isolated,
live.
ma'am, he
You've
said
been
K was
disrespecting before
isolated.
this live,
And you said
sir.
somehow the K that was isolated still got the new haplogroup.
Yes, because
That
we're
was
not
wild.
talking about a different species. We're talking
We're
about
not
the
talking about a
same
different species, so don't
fucking
bring up a different
species.
species. Just stick
I'm
to how they
not.
got
You
the
guys
haplogroup
are.
when they were
The fuck is
isolated
you
and didn't
No,
talking
even mix
we're
with
about?
not
people.
He
listening.
brought up
He didn't
Denisovan for
say
no
he
fucking
didn't say
reason.
anything
Let
about a
me
new
clarify.
species.
Let me
Denisovan
He
got
said
clarify.
nothing to
a
do with
new
fucking
haplogroup
haplogroup.
emerged.
You
Let
brought
me
up another
clarify.
fucking species. It
Run
wasn't
it back.
me.
He
No, no,
didn't
Don't
let me
say
fucking
new
clarify.
tell
I
me I
got
did that
species.
this.
shit.
You're just
The
making
fuck?
up
Don't
shit.
Hold
twist
on.
my
I got.
Let
fucking
him
Let
run
me
it
words.
back.
clarify. Let me
Fucking acting
clarify.
all fucking high and mighty and shit when you sitting over there fucking telling me I'm bringing up another species when I didn't.
He
Hold on.
didn't bring up
I
any
got it. I got it. I
Yes,
species.
got
he
it. I know
fucking
what you're
did.
talking about. So when I said Denisovans, I was talking about the time frame. I'm saying they were in existence along with the Denisovans who went extinct. So they were there during that time frame, and they have 5% of their DNA. That's I'm explaining that when they went into isolation, they were way back thousands, tens of thousands of years ago because they have Denisovan DNA. They were there at the same time frame. I'm just explaining
That's a different
when
time
they
frame
went
though.
into isolation.
That's a different time frame though. Denisovans
They're
are
hold on. They're Homo sapiens sapiens. The people I'm talking about, the Korowa. They weren't even. Nobody knew they existed until 1960 when missionaries went into the jungle. And the Korowa thought they're the only people on the planet. They had no contact with anybody else. I'm saying they've been in isolation for so long. They have haplogroup K, is what I said. And I'm saying the time frame at which they went into isolation was before certain haplogroups existed. Therefore, they can't descend from somebody with those new haplogroups because they did not exist. No one in their lineage, any branch at all, would have any of the new haplogroups because they didn't exist.
again.
But that haplogroup K that they do have descends from another haplogroup that did split into the new ones that it came into existence after isolation. So they are related to those other people through their common haplogroup, but they do not descend from the new haplogroup.
So again, I'm using your guys' terminology when you're using descendancy.
I'm
So
using it too. I'm
uh,
saying none of their ancestors, any branch,
okay, so
maternal,
if you're saying
paternal,
so,
grandma's.
hold on. This is why I'm saying what I'm saying. So when you guys sit here and say we descend from, right? We descend from Asians because our haplogroup is A and it comes from Asia, right? When you say that, you're saying that all of these haplogroups descend from each other, which they don't. They don't descend
What?
from each other. They
I
don't.
don't remember
They
saying
do
that.
not
I don't
descend from
either.
each other. But if because you guys are trying to claim that they do descend from each other. So if you're claiming that they descend from each
No.
other, that means
Who said
hold
that?
on. If you're claiming that each haplogroup descends from the next, when it comes to parent haplogroups, which parent haplogroups do not descend from each other. That's why they're all separate parent haplogroups.
Okay, I got it. So when they're saying that they descend from people in Asia, for example, haplogroup X2A descends from X2. These are subgroups. If we follow the subgroups back to the parent group was in Eurasia. So they're saying you came from a group of people that were in Eurasia with that X haplogroup. The location they're in is a place we now call Eurasia. And then their descendants mutated into X2 and then into X2A once they were in Turtle Island. None of those were parent groups, just the X. But if you trace down all the subgroups, you'll have X that split off into Europe, and then they back migrated into the Middle East, went through what we call Asia into Turtle Island. I think in 2005, when they discovered the X2A haplogroup, they thought y'all descended from Europeans because there's a whole bunch of European X subclades. But then they're like, oh, wait, Actually, they're their own subclade of X that didn't go into Europe. They went back into the Middle East and then through Asia and then to Turtle Island. They have their own group. They don't descend from Europeans.
Yep. So again, we're talking parent haplogroups. Parent haplogroups, as Rob was trying to say, descend from each other, because he's trying to say that from L3, whatever descends from L3, and then this other parent haplogroup descends from that, they can't descend from each other. Hold on. Subhaplogroups. Subhaplogroups is now where you're getting into more diverse adaptations throughout the continent. But when you first start off with the haplogroups in Africa, they went into separate regions in isolation for a long period of time within Africa. Says this is what it is. All of these groups go into in some form of isolation in order for the mutations to occur, for that split to happen. So when it splits off, it's not a descendancy from one parent haplogroup to another parent haplogroup. It is literally just a split. That's it.
What you mean?
This is where,
No.
hold on, this is literally where the confusion is taking place. Because you're saying that, how can two parent haplogroups descend from each other if they're parents?
Am I lost? Am I the
Parent
only one that's lost
haplogroups
here?
descend from each other if they're parents.
She's
You
asking
know-
a question that it doesn't come from a statement that we made. That's why it's so confusing.
No,
Hold
no,
on,
no,
I got
no,
it.
it is
That's-
coming from-
I got it,
it's
I
coming
got it,
from
That's
I
the
got it.
trick
that,
you
Rob.
do.
It's
No
coming
one
from
made
the
the
statement.
statement, so why would you ask
It's
the
No, no,
question?
what
Just
I
like the
said
species
is-
thing.
No, I said from one L3. Listen again. And this is on. You mean put up the map for you? L3, right? Branched off to what?
Okay,
M
branched
and
off.
N. Am I correct? M and N, right?
Yep.
And then from N, then it had what? Did A, B, C, D come from N? I'm trying to remember.
They didn't come from. See,
What you
that's where
mean?
you're doing the descendancy shit. They didn't come from. They split off. Those are two different things.
So where the fuck did the A, B, C, D, and all of
They
them come
split
from?
off from the other groups.
It disappeared from existence. And
No.
then-
It
So
says,
they just
split off.
popped.
it says X2A haplogroup is estimated to have arisen within early
The X- I don't care
Paleo-Indian
about-
population approximately 13,000 years ago.
Yeah, I don't care about subhaplogroups. We're not talking about subhaplogroups. We're talking about parent haplogroups.
Even parent haplogroups can come
So
from
what's
another.
what's the parent
All right, fuck this.
haplogroup of X2A? It's gonna be X, right?
You can't. If
All right, we're gonna do this really
parents-
remedial. Let me bring this shit
Literally,
up.
no, you're being remedial.
No,
So when you
I
have
didn't say
two
you're
parents,
being remedial.
do
What the
two
fuck?
parents descend
Come
from
on,
each other?
BGP.
Do two
I didn't say
parents,
you being remedial. Hold
do
on.
two parents
What the
parents descend from each
Hold
other?
on.
Do they? Do
What?
they? Do two parents descend from each other, or is it just a split from each
You're
other if they
conflating.
divorce? If they
Oh,
divorce,
man. Hold
they're
on.
over here, they're mingling
just do
together.
this.
They're
Conflation,
doing their
'cause this
thing.
is-
Hold on. They're doing their thing, blah blah blah, and then they get divorced and they split off, right? That's what they did. They split off. They didn't descend from each other. That's how you can
We're gonna
describe
break
a
this shit
parent
way down.
haplogroup. Stop fucking doing that shit, bro.
Hold on,
I
Rob.
just said
'cause
we're gonna break this
I
down.
just wanna say something because she's doing all the slight trash talking. But if we was in her live and we said anything smart, she'd kick us out the fucking box.
Oh hell yeah.
So the next time
Oh, I
you go
didn't. I
live
didn't
and we
kick- I
hold
didn't
on,
kick-
brown girl
I didn't
pod.
kick you out the box.
The next time you go live and we come over there with all this slick, smart shit that you be saying over here, don't kick us out the fucking box.
I didn't kick Mo out the fucking box when he
You
turned around and
did.
made
You
the.
dropped him
No,
as
I
soon as he
didn't.
said chief. Stop.
Mo was on my panel when he said the slick shit of saying, "Where did you get your white skin from?" That's what he did. I didn't kick him out the fucking box when he did that slick shit. Now did I?
Yeah, but when he said
Oh,
chief,
fuck out
that's
of here
out
with
there.
that shit.
You've been over here talking shit
Don't
about
sit
us
there and
all
say
day.
I would kick you out the fucking box,
just blatantly
because I didn't
cussed
kick
me
him out
out.
the fucking
Then
box
now we're
when he said
remedial.
some
All I'm
slick
saying
shit
is
like
ask
that.
her where the hell
Don't
she got
return the
sit there
favor.
and make
All
claims
right,
that
here
I
we
never
go.
even
Return the
fucking
Look, we
said in
gonna
the
do
favor,
first
this.
brown girl
place, bro.
pride. When we
Yeah,
come
gonna
to
do
your
this.
you
live
don't
and we
like
say
me
all the
calling on
slick
your
shit
shit.
you've
You
been
want to sit there
saying,
and make fucking
don't
claims on shit that I never fucking did.
I didn't make no claim
You don't
about
sit there and fucking
anything.
say if you came into my space
All right, hold on.
that I would
Hey,
kick
go ahead
you
and
out the
boom me.
fucking space.
You would,
because
'cause
I
you've
didn't
done it
kick him
before.
out
I
the
can boom
fucking
me. Hold
space.
on.
Don't nobody
That's all
use
right.
my
His slick
space
shit
anymore.
was
All
Shut
right,
up.
shit.
all right, look. This is what we doing. we gonna get a
Gotta
confirmation on
get
this.
that
What the
bullshit.
fuck happened? The hell happened? My shit. Hold on. All right. So this is a migration.
Run that
Do
shit.
you agree or do you not agree? You see this?
Right.
So
Yeah,
there's the
those are
L.
all parent haplogroups. Yes. They all
Okay.
split and went in
No,
different
wait.
directions.
God damn it. Hold on.
What do you? Well, I'm not disagreeing with you on this shit.
Okay. All right, then hold on. So, do you see how this goes? Do you agree that this is correct? This is saying that L3, hold on, L3 branched off, L3, from L3, you get N, M, right? There's N and M over here, right? Do you agree?
Yes,
from
I don't
L3,
disagree with none of that.
Okay, and then hold on. Let me go forward a little bit. All right. So right here, let me go a little closer. Y'all can see this. So from L3, you get N, M, X, U, and all that other stuff. Over here, you get R, N, and M, and what is now known as, what is that? Asia. I don't know what it was called back then, but we'll call it Asia for right now. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Yes, they split off from those
All
other
right.
groups. Yes.
So from L3, then they became R, N, and M. From L3, it became these. Do you agree?
Yes, I've said this a million
Okay,
times.
cool.
Why
All
are
right,
you
hold on.
being like,
Just
this is
wait.
ridiculous.
So now, right here.
30,000 years.
Damn, let me see if I can zoom in on that shit. All right, I'm zooming in. I'm gonna have to get the regular video. All right. This is the A, B, C, D, and all the other stuff. Do you agree that from N, or actually N or M, see, N, M, and then you see how A, B, C, D, X. Do you agree that from N and M became these? Do you agree, yes or no?
That they became that? No, they didn't. They just split off from those groups. That's all they did. That's all they did. It was another split that happened.
So
She
where
don't
did
get
these
it.
A, B, C,
Yeah,
D?
those
So
are all parent
these just
haplogroups.
they just came out of nowhere. They didn't
Yep.
come
No,
from
I
here.
literally said they
Okay, so
split
no.
off
Hey,
from
wait,
those
well,
other
pause
groups.
right here, real quick. How do they come about then?
They literally split off from those
They
groups.
literally split. Nothing
Yeah.
else happens that makes a different haplogroup.
No, they split off.
So a mutation doesn't happen,
Can I
which makes a
finish?
different haplogroup. Yes or
Can
no?
I finish? So when
You
they,
said it earlier. You said that mutations happened. You said it
right,
earlier.
stop,
Okay,
stop. Let me fucking answer you guys.
go ahead and fucking answer.
Shit. So yes, where you're showing, go back when they split, wherever they were at over there. Okay, they were over
Mutated.
there. Okay, then people from those groups they left and they went over
You see
there.
N and
Right?
M. You see N and M right there.
Hold on. So when they got there, okay, they were still those previous haplogroups. When they got there, they had to stay there for thousands of years
And
for
what
the
happened?
mutation. Hold on, stop. They stayed there for thousands of years for those mutations.
Go
Are
ahead.
He
you
just said,
fine? Acting like a child?
He just said, Go ahead.
Okay, but he
He's
can do that
agreeing.
on mute.
Because you're doing a good job. I'm proud of you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, stop being condescending.
So N and M both came into here, and then what happened?
So when they get there, they stay there for thousands of years. When that mutation occurred, those people there, they started to take off. So the mutation occurred. That became the parent group there because they came from, they split off from that other group. They were still that haplogroup when they got to this location. They were still that haplogroup. They stayed there for thousands of years. The mutations happened. Now the new haplogroup.
And okay, now let's stop right there.
Parent
You're doing
haplogroup
good. You're doing
occurred.
good. You're doing very good, right?
Stop
Now,
fucking talking
what?
to me like a
what
fucking
okay.
child. Grow
Now,
up.
so
Don't be condescending
it's
to me.
okay.
Like, grow the
So
fuck
the
up, bro.
haplogroup.
Stop
When
acting
you
like a
said
goddamn kid.
I'm
Act
tall
like a
as shit.
fucking adult.
So look. So you said that the haplogroup stayed the same until a mutation happened. Now, did that mutation happen to the haplogroup that they had before?
Yes.
Oh, and then it changed to another haplogroup, right? Because it mutated.
Yes, I've said that.
Okay.
So it wasn't just a split.
No, it was a split.
It was
when
a
they,
mutation.
yes, because they had to split in order to get that mutation.
Right. So humans are all the same. We're majority
Shit,
the
they're
same.
Yes,
The
black
I
only
get
oxygen.
thing they're
that.
looking at,
Where
they're
is the
looking at
diversity?
when the M haplogroup has these it's like a 4-letter thing, CV, I'm making this up, CV23, right? They look at that and go, okay, that's a mutation. And then they create a letter. The rest of the shit is exactly the same. They're looking
Right,
at
I'm
a
not disagreeing
mutation,
with you on
and
that.
since that mutation happened in all of that string of code, they go, okay, this was a change here. Then they also use a rate. They use a rate. Time itself is also what they can clock to trace that we all come from an
Good
original
job.
haplogroup.
I'm glad you just literally
Molecular
repeated
clock.
what I've been saying.
Say what?
Congratulations, Mo. I'm
Now
glad
she's
you
What'd
were
you say?
able to
explaining.
repeat what I've been saying this whole fucking time.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I
No, you
did.
You
absolutely
said
did
they
not.
split and that one haplogroup doesn't come from the other one. They
My
literally
problem
do.
with you,
The only thing
what I
that
said was
changed
wait,
is the
stop. I'm
mutation.
not even arguing you with that shit.
Then
I'm
what are you
not.
arguing?
I'm
You what?
arguing the fact that you're sitting here saying that these haplogroups descend from each other. They can't.
Hold.
They're parent haplogroups. Parent
All right,
haplogroups cannot
look.
descend
Check
from
this
each
out.
other.
So look. Easy way to see it, right?
Gracious.
So you see how N and M go here, N and M go here. Before they get here, they were N and M. So let's say this was a mom and dad. This is a mom and dad. They get here, they mingle with a whole bunch of mom and dads. There's a mutation that happens. So let's say the mom and dad were N and M, and then boop, they hit an A. Mom and dad, boop, they hit a B. Mom and dad, boop, they hit a C. So if a mom and dad are N and M, and their children are A, what happens?
What?
They descend from the M.
No.
What the?
That's
Okay.
exactly what
Bars.
happened.
How can two parent
All
groups
right, here I'll
descend
say
from
it.
each
Look,
other?
I'll say it again.
Because it's a
An N
mutation.
and M.
They
So
don't
from
turn
the-
into different
the
people.
mutation is not a descendancy.
Something mutated.
It's not
It's still
a
their parents.
descendancy.
The people who came
Why
before
are
them
you
are
trying
still
to
their
force this into a
ancestors, even though
descendancy?
the later ones went through a mutation.
But why are you trying to force this into a descendancy? Two
Notorious.
parents do not make a descendancy. They're parent groups. Now, if you're talking about subgroups, you can make that claim to a degree, but even then, that's still a drastic claim when we're talking genealogically.
So
when we're
these right
talking
here,
genetically,
were they
you
here?
can make
Okay,
that
wait.
more of a claim because it's a sub-haplogroup. But parent
Were these
haplogroups,
here before N and M got
parent
here?
haplogroups cannot descend from each other. They cannot.
Yeah, they do.
Two parents cannot descend from each other.
What the
If
fuck?
you got a
Parent
mom and a
descends from
dad,
each other. Okay.
they don't descend from each other. They divorce. They split up. That's what happened. You can't
still
have
have the
two
old
parent
haplogroups,
groups
though.
descend from each other. That's
You
weird.
still have the old
How that
haplogroup.
works.
It doesn't change.
What are you
You add to it.
describing as parent groups?
Yes, we're talking about parent groups. That's my point. Parent groups
what is
don't
your
descend from each
definition of
other.
the parent group? And what is your argument? I'd like to know.
What?
What is your definition of parent groups? And what is your argument regarding descendancy?
It's not my argument. It's their argument. Like, why are people coming into the conversation on a conversation that we've been having for months?
Why can't
But don't know
people
what we're
just
talking
talk?
about. But again, so
Well,
as
I
I
would
was
like
saying,
to-
She's actually in the field.
I'm tired of
She's
repeating
in the
myself.
field of the study that we're talking
I'm tired of
about.
repeating myself to new
So I
people
would
into
like
the
to gain an
conversation.
understanding.
So you
of
ask
what
questions and don't want me to answer it.
I'll
Why
answer the question. Okay, since I got to repeat myself again.
Let me get a
So
better.
a parent
Well, I only
haplogroup.
just got
A
here.
parent
I only just got
haplogroup.
here, so there's no
A
need to
parent
be
haplo-
rude. I'm asking you
I'm
politely.
answering you, ma'am. So a
Then
parent
please go ahead.
haplogroup means that a group of people went from one place, they split off from each other, they divorced, like a mom and dad. They divorced, they split away from each other. And one went one way, one stayed. When that group went that direction and they stayed in wherever they landed at, wherever they settled at, they stayed there for thousands of years, which created that main mutation. When we're talking about human migration, we're not talking about subhaplogroups. Subhaplogroups show a migration within a region, but they're not showing the global migration. Parent haplogroups show the global migration. So then that next parent haplogroup They sit there, they're married for thousands of years, and then they get divorced. They split off and go to a new region. In that region, they sit there for thousands of years. They develop a new mutation. And that's how it works. Each parent haplogroup splits off from each other. They divorce each other and move on. It's not a descendant. You can't descend from a mother cannot descend from a wife can descend from her husband, even though they're parents and they got descendants. Those descendants would come from those subhaplogroups eventually.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Okay. So
Wait a minute. Hold on.
I'm trying to see your logic around this.
It's not logic, it's science.
Hold up.
No,
I got
that's
this.
not science.
I
That's
got
not science.
this.
It
That's
is.
why
It's
I'm trying.
very
No,
much
it's not.
science.
No, it's
That's
not,
how
ma'am.
migrations
Ma'am,
and
I'm a
genetics.
geneticist, ma'am. What you're describing is not science, or at least the way you're trying to
Okay.
describe it by using the parental lineages, that is actually false and it's confusing. So that's
What
why
is?
I'm trying to gain an understanding
What
of
is?
how you understand it, so
What
that
are you talking
we
about?
can have a conversation about this. Okay.
What are you talking about?
Right. So I see what you're saying about, so I see what you're saying about lineages and splitting. However, when you start talking about things like in a parental way of mother, father, then it starts to get confusing, because regardless of which lineage you're coming from, you're going to have a paternal haplogroup and a maternal haplogroup.
Yes, that's not my argument. That's their argument. You
whilst
actually should hold on, Ria. That's not my argument. That's their argument. They keep saying we're descending from these haplogroups. They
They
keep saying
descend from each other. It's like a tree. It's like a tree.
that's what I've
with
been
multiple
saying, Ria.
roots. With
Ria,
multiple branches.
literally, Ria, no disrespect. I've literally said that. We all descend from each other. I've said that several times.
No, we
They
don't
wanna
all
make the
descend from each
argument
other.
That Native
See?
Americans descend from Asians. And we don't.
She didn't say that. You're
Yes,
agreeing
I did.
with
I said
you
that
agreed
several
with her and
times.
said something different. We don't all descend from each other.
We all split from each other, right? We don't descend. We split.
Oh my God! When we're
That's what you
talking
said.
about, when we're talking about specifically haplogroups, they are splits. When we're talking about descendancy, we all literally descend from each other. I've said that. So when I said that you guys keep telling us we're descendants of Asians, technically, so are you. So you can't just sit there and say Native Americans are
What?
descendants of Asians.
Nah, G.
Wait. Who is a descendant of other than Native Americans? When you say so are you, who are you talking about?
We're not descendants of Asians.
The nipples.
I tried to defend you for so long, but
I don't
things
need your
went
defense,
sideways. I
bro.
ain't gonna lie.
I don't need your defense.
Not even defend. I was on your side,
just-
and then
I
you said
don't-
something
I'm
crazy.
just trying to speak.
Again, I'm not the one claiming that Native Americans are descendant from Asians. I'm not claiming that. They are. So if you're gonna make the claim that Native Americans are descendant from
And
Asians,
why do you?
I'm not
can
done
you-
speaking. If
can
you're
you say
gonna
why?
make a claim that Native Americans are descendants from Asians,
Is
you
it-
also stop.
No,
That
I'm not
means-
about to stop. You don't know where you at. You confused. Like your ego is crazy. You tell me to stop. I'm not. So you got to clarify why we are saying Asia. It's because those bodies and those genetics come from that continent. It's not because you are Asian. Make that clear. We're not calling you an Asian. It's for the sake of communication. If that land was called flower, we
You're
would say
following the
flower.
migration routes, okay, of humans, right? They did go through Asia to enter into the Americas. And based on like even the pattern Rob is showing on
Hold on,
on the
because
graph,
Mo
right?
keeps cutting me off.
Holy
you
And
crap.
this is why. This is why.
Yo.
cutting me off, ma'am. So
You
please
cut
stop,
everybody off up here.
right? So
Rhea,
I'm
can
not.
I please-
I'm not playing that game. I'm
Rhea,
not
can
playing
I
that
please-
game. No, please, no.
Stop,
I'm
yo.
not no, you stop,
How are
ma'am.
you gonna
Ma'am,
How are you gonna understand?
it's too early for me over
I
here.
argue-
I'm not here to
I keep-
argue. Okay, I was asked to join this conversation. Okay, and I want to speak calmly. Thank you.
Right, but you need to
No.
Position.
I've listened to you.
haven't.
Okay, I have been listening to you.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
take a second. Thank you. So as Rob is showing on that migration pattern right there, Okay, it is evident that human beings, Homo sapiens sapiens, entered the Americas via the Asia route. Okay, through is it the Bering Cross? I always forget its name. Via the Bering Cross. Okay, and on their way out of Africa, yes, you are correct to say that, you know, with each haplogroup split, for genes or a haplogroup to become dominant, it does take thousands of years for it to settle. Okay, however, with each generation, it's not due to just one particular mutation, right? There are multiple mutations. Even you yourself are a bunch of mutations from your mother and your father.
Yes, I know this.
Okay, so basically you also have a maternal haplogroup and you have a paternal haplogroup.
Yes, I know
Just
this.
because, okay. So just because one haplogroup happens to split doesn't mean it ceases to exist.
I never said that.
You can go back and forth. I'm not saying what you said. I'm not putting words in your mouth, ma'am.
But you are.
I am not putting words in
That's
your
not my
mouth.
argument, though.
I listen. Please don't cut me off one more time.
So again, that's not my argument.
So
I'm not sure what you're trying to explain to me when it's not.
So you,
okay, if
BGP, you saying you carry a Y?
I never said I carried a Y.
Oh, okay. I thought you just said you had both, but all right.
Sure, my brother would show where my paternal haplogroup comes from. I don't carry it, but my brother does. That still shows my paternal haplogroup.
And so within that paternal haplogroup, right? Within that haplogroup, do you not think that there's evidence to show that that haplogroup itself was descendant from another haplogroup? Or if you don't like the word descendant, broke off from another branch of another haplogroup?
Yes, that's not my argument. I've said that they all broke up. You can't use the word descendancy because, as you know, since you say you're a geneticist, as you know, descendancy and ancestry mean different things in genetics than what it means in genealogy, right?
It's all descendancy is just something being passed down from one line to the next. Right,
but they still mean different things,
and
right?
Along the way, mutations will always happen. It's about having enough mutations along the way to call something else something new.
But is there not a difference between genetic ancestry and genealogical ancestry?
Yeah, so, you just played the.
I asked her.
Ancestry and descendancy.
We already agreed on.
Right.
They're both ancestries, though, and they explained your history.
Yeah, but
where you came from and who contributed.
One gives
One gives specific information to tell the story of your immediate connection through the parents and parents and parents, and then the other one shows all of the contributors to what made you who you are today. So to me,
however close or far, the genetics still remain the same and they will still tell you a story. However far back or how close back in history you want to go, you can look at markers and you look at a specific group of markers that will determine, okay, this person belongs to this haplogroup versus that haplogroup. However, based on tracing back haplogroups as far as you can, you that's how these maps were created.
Yes, I'm not arguing against that, Leah.
So what are you arguing?
So if you allowed me to explain before you went off on this.
We're speaking calmly now.
Okay, so with that being said, again, the argument that they are making, because we know that there is a difference, even though ancestry, when it means descendancy of or whatever, you know how you guys said, but it's still a difference between what genetic ancestry is and what genealogical ancestry is. So, Jesus, Mo. Are you okay?
Man, you just did the same thing.
What the fuck did I do? I'm sitting here typing.
So anyway, with that being said, when they turn around and say we are descendants of Asians, that's not factually correct because when that split happened, they weren't even Asian. We don't know what these people were. We don't know.
We're not saying they were Asian. We're saying Asia because of the continent that they lived on. Not Asian as in a Japanese person or Chinese person today.
I'm not talking to you.
But you
Are
need to
you
And how
clarify
many
that because
times
you
do we
was
say
split.
this shit, bro? She gonna
yeah,
go
I'm
back
not
and say
done
it
Are you
exactly
talking.
what
taking
she
offense
want.
from being called a descendant of
So
Asians? Is
I'm
that
not
what you're
done
saying?
speaking. So again, we are not genealogically descendants of Asians or anybody who would be who you guys want to call Asian. You even said ancient Asians. That's not even a thing either.
Yeah,
We
it
don't know.
is.
We don't know
In the
anything about any.
scientific study, they said
I'm
Okay, so
ancient
not
on the
Asian.
map,
done,
on the map,
please.
on the map,
So,
where does
so
it
Please,
wrap
say
that
I'm
that
shit
not
up.
Asian
Then
done.
you
Why
think
do
you
descendant?
you
about to
keep
sit up here
cutting me
and talk for
off?
2 or 3 minutes while nobody else gets to
Phoenix.
speak, and then as soon as we speak for
But
10 to
you
15
don't even let
seconds,
me
you
fucking
cut
finish.
us
That's
the
why it
fuck
takes me
off?
so goddamn long.
Location. What
Damn,
is the
hurry up
Don't
and
word
get
wrap
that
that
more
shit up so
Location
somebody
confused
else
means?
can grab the
because
mic.
every time I start getting on the point that you
Yeah.
don't start fucking liking is when you start cutting me the fuck off and why everybody
You
keeps
cut
misconstruing
everybody
my
off. You just
goddamn
want to be
words.
the only person to
What the
talk.
fuck is you
Even
talking about?
when Raya was
I already
talking, you
fucking
kept
told
cutting
you
her
you're
off.
having
Then you did this
disingenuous,
side
you're
shit.
having
You said,
disingenuous fucking arguments.
shit, hurry up, wrap your
So
point up,
shut
go on
the
mute so
fuck
somebody
up,
else can
bro.
talk. Don't take that fucking
Don't
long to get your
fucking tell
point
me how long.
across.
You want me to fucking talk about a complex subject and make it very simplistic.
No,
That's
all
not
I'm
how
That's what
this
she
simply
shit
said.
telling you
fucking
is
works.
when it's your turn to mute up, when
So
it's your
again,
turn
I
to
shut
mute
up.
after you
I went
talk,
on mute,
then
and then Mo
mute.
cut me off.
You cut everybody
Period.
and their grandma
And
off
you've
on
been
this
cutting me
bitch.
off
And
again,
then
and
as
it
soon as your
reciprocates
turn to
energy.
talk, you
Stop
want to talk
acting
for
like you
3,
ain't been
4,
doing it from
5
the
fucking
fucking
minutes
beginning,
without
bro.
any interruption. And
Shut
then as soon
up.
as it's your turn to
Fuck.
stop talking and somebody else
Shut up.
starts talking, you
Shut up.
interject. So if you
Let
want
me
the same
finish what the
respect
fuck I
when
was
other
saying.
people are talking,
Let me
just go
finish
on
what the
mute.
So
fuck
I
I was
guess whenever
saying.
you
Hey,
host, whenever
don't
you
worry about.
host, you
Hey, Rob,
can't
Let
don't
you
me
worry
can't
about
do
finish
it.
what
anything
the
about
fuck I
host,
was
right?
saying.
Rob, don't worry about it. It's cool.
Let me finish.
Yo, this shit crazy. When she
It's
has her
not
own panel,
crazy.
It's
she
cool.
always wants
It's
to say, "Oh, the
cool.
host does
It's
this,"
cool.
and then she
Don't worry
gonna do
about
that
it.
shit with another
Don't
host.
worry
That
about
shit's
it.
crazy as hell.
I give everybody their respectable time to talk, but every time somebody else talks other than her, she interjects. Then when she wants the whole 5 minutes of her own uninterrupted time, but you don't do that for everybody else. If you want people to shut the fuck up while you talk, then you have to shut the fuck up while they talk. That's it. That's all I'm trying to say. And you keep fucking talking while I'm talking and I'm the host. If I came to your panel and kept talking, you're gonna drop me because you're the fucking host.
Yep.
So give me the same respect. It's not my fault your motherfucking ass don't like or respect black people. You just come into our fucking lives and call us anti-native because you don't like the fucking word Asian. That's not my problem, nigga.
So is that what this is, host? She's offended by being called a descendant of
Dog, yeah,
Asians?
she got something with me
Yes.
because every time I start talking, she keep disrespecting me and calling me fucking words. And I'm not even doing that. I'm just simply telling her that she needs to go on mute when other people is talking. But the moment I say that, here come the disrespectful shit. So if you don't like me, why the fuck you keep coming on my platform when I drop your ass?
And I just wanted to say this too. There's a list of mutations that happen in B. I remember her saying something about B, or her brother's was B, or she's B, whatever. That haplogroup developed those mutations in East Asia, right? Then there's some mutations that happen when those B haplogroup people came over into the Americas. The people in Asia don't have those mutations that happen in the Americas, but the people in the Americas have the same exact 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mutations. The same exact mutations that the East Asians have. How did
Exactly.
that happen?
And what's your point? That don't mean
How did
it.
that
All
happen?
all that means is we have a genetic relationship. That's it. That's all that means.
It
Well,
denotes
It doesn't
that's
mean
descendancy.
anything else.
That's a hell
That
of a
means we have a
coincidence.
hold on.
that
That
is
means we
why
have a
are you
closer.
trying
Oh,
to
can I finish?
basically no,
That
you're
means we
not,
have a
because
closer genetic
because
relationship
like
to
the
those.
host said, you
What
have
the fuck? I
overspoken
can't answer.
everybody. So no. I'm
Okay,
not
go
I'm
ahead.
not having this
Don't sit
because
there and
I have
fucking tell
shit to
me that
do.
I can't fucking answer when I literally got cut off. Go ahead. Do your
Oh,
thing.
okay, because you keep cutting everyone off like the host says, so I really don't have any regard for cutting you off anymore. I don't care. So if you're trying to basically redefine what genealogy and genetics means by basically trying to separate yourself, what the gentlemen are saying is it's just looking back at geographical regions and the routes and migrations people have taken, right? Just like you might be trying to deny, or it might be offended by saying, oh, someone, a group of people happen to be descendant from another group of people from another geographical area. You can't change that. You can try and scrub it as much as you can. You can try and redefine things as much as you can. Also, a few years ago, Asians were even being very offended by hearing that they were descendants of Africans. They went into the lab, they tried to prove it, they looked at all their DNA, however close or far, haplogroup or not, okay, they traced their markers back to the L or East African haplogroups that emerged out of Africa. So however close or far you might want to try and redefine things, okay, the fact still remains. So you might change the words and say genealogy, but this, but that, but then if you just look at the DNA itself, it speaks for itself. The markers are there.
So again, not what I'm saying at all. So it's not me redefining anything. These are the literal definitions. Genealogical ancestry is not the same as genetic ancestry. They mean two different things. While it's still a descendancy, they mean completely two different things and how in regards that they work. With that being said, we are not descendants of Asians because Asians didn't even exist. None of them existed as Native. I'm not done. I'm not done. Asians didn't exist. Africans
Does
didn't
anybody
exist.
know what they called the
I'm not
continent back then?
done. I'm not done.
Does anybody know? What did they call the continent 35 to 40,000 years ago or 50,000
We don't know
years ago?
what they call the continent. Just
Okay,
like,
then. So it's
and
Asia.
because we don't know, we can't
That
call
dumb
them
shit.
Asians either.
Most people
And because we
today
don't
know
know,
it
we
as
can't
Asia,
call them
so I
Asians
don't see a
either.
problem
It
calling it
happened
Asia.
to be called bamboo
D-Tech.
nation.
They're not.
Happened to
They,
be called
so
bamboo
I,
nation.
so
Right.
this
In
is.
the scientific
Okay,
realm, do
it
they
did
not
not
say
I don't
Asian?
give
call
a, I'm
a
telling you,
descendant of bamboo
from
nation.
They say
they're not
Asian.
Regardless of
Asians.
what it
I
That's
mean,
called,
which
why.
would make
Why are
sense
you guys?
because
Why do you
that's
keep
the
on fucking
continent that they're
insisting that
coming
these
from.
people were fucking Asians?
But
Why do you keep
I'm
insisting
just
that?
dealing with, ma'am, see, you're getting mad yet again, and I
Nobody ain't
keep
say they
telling
I'm
were
you,
not
Asian,
getting
bro.
mad.
I'm dealing
It's
with the
layman's terms.
I'm not
scientific
getting mad.
article. It
Exactly. It's
says
layman's terms,
Asian.
and we talking to
Hey,
layman people
Sue.
when we
And your
discussing
Sue.
this
layman's
And you
terms
can't
conversation.
get
are
mad at me
not
for the
indicative
scientific
of what the
terminology
actual
that they're
explanation
using in
is.
the article.
That's the
Get mad at
problem.
them. I keep saying
I'm
that
not.
shit.
okay,
I've
so
already
if you
told
don't
you that
want,
these
if
things
so,
have
so
been
if you're
addressed.
upset
What do you
with
mean talking about get
semantics
mad
of
at them?
something called Asian, shall we start using longitudes and latitudes? Would that make you happier?
I
Coordinates.
say
Right.
No,
I
what
say
you
the
LHF.
Give
land
her
will
the
be
should be
called
doing.
Asia
coordinates.
today,
No, what you
and she
should
didn't
be
like that.
doing. No, what
It's
you
not
should be
called
doing
Africa,
is
but we
not
call it
reinforcing.
Africa.
No, what you
Hey,
should
hey,
be.
Sue, will you do
What
me a
you
favor?
should be
What
doing
up?
is not reinforcing scientific
Hey, you remember
racism
when she
and
said
inferring
genetic?
race
When
onto
you remember when she
people.
said genetic ancestry and genealogical genetics are different. Will you do me a favor and look up genetic ancestry and tell me what you read? Just type in genetic ancestry and watch what pop up.
No, he can bring up the paper. Rob had the paper. Read the paper.
I'm asking anybody, pull up genetic ancestry
Yeah.
and tell me
Rob
what pops
already
up.
has that paper. Rob already has that paper. He was
It's
showing
literally
me.
Yeah,
the same thing. What you
They're
saying
not.
yeah, and
is
like
different. It's the
They're
same thing.
not the
and
same thing.
and
Look
that's
it up.
why I was
They're
saying
not the
what
same
you're
thing.
doing, BGP, is you're using genetic similarity
Read
because
the
that's what
Rob,
that DNA
read all
test
the
is.
definitions because you didn't read the
That's what I'm
definitions,
trying
Rob.
to tell you is you
Read
keep
the
using
definitions,
genetic
Rob.
similarity, and that's why you keep
Rob,
bringing up your
read all the
20% of
definitions. You never
native.
read the definitions. Read the
It
definitions because you
says
never read the
that
definitions.
it says genetic ancestry is the person's biological ancestors and their genetic relations.
Yep.
Wow.
That's what I said it was. Did I
Man,
not?
that's crazy.
Did I not
Yeah,
say
and
that?
you keep using genetic similarity, and that's what me and you were
What?
going back and forth
Please
because you
tell
was
me the
talking about your 20%
please.
on your DNA test, which in that same article, they call it genetic similarity, which is not ancestry. You
Go
understand that?
ahead. Please explain what genetic similarity is.
Genetic similarity means that you're genetically similar, means that you could have an ancestor that came from that, but it's not it's a possibility that someone out of that group you could be genetically similar to. Genetic similarity. That's what a DNA test is. Read that article
How
again.
related you are.
Why no? Why don't you read it? Pull it up and read it.
That's what that article
So
states.
read it.
Genetic similarity.
So
That's
read
what
it.
you keep doing when you bring up autosomal test
So
results.
I'm not bringing up autosomal test results.
You did before. Then hold on. Then explain that 20%. I got it on video. Explain your 20% again.
That 20% has to do with how the ancestry tests themselves set the threshold on how far back
That
they
20% is genetic similarity.
Right, which I'm not talking about. We're talking about mitochondrial DNA.
Right. So that's the third thing on that article
But
is what
that's
I'm
not
telling you.
what
The
I'm
third thing on the
talking
article
about.
is genetic
But
similarity,
I'm
which
not
you
talking
always
about
bring
that.
up.
How can you be
That's not
talking
what
about
I'm
the
talking about. That's a
mitochondrial
whole nother
making
fucking
DNA
argument with you.
on genetic
That's what I'm
similarity?
talking about. You guys are conflating several
How can
different
you not?
arguments here.
You're
No,
trying to
You
separate
no.
are.
things
You
that
are
are actually
conflating different
interrelated.
arguments that I'm having with you
You're.
guys.
I
You
just think you
are.
don't
There are
understand it.
several different arguments that you guys
No,
have moved the goalposts in that now I'm having to
No,
argue
you're the
different
one
several
moving the
points from you.
goalpost, ma'am.
So,
no.
Ria,
Hey,
you don't even know that we've been having this argument for
BGP.
months. So
Yeah, for
No,
the
please,
okay,
we
that's
have
please
good.
not
don't
So
been
act
for
like
the
you
having
know
for
this
the
what's
new
going
people,
argument
on.
for
This
months.
isn't an
You've been
argument
It
for
having this
has
for
been an
Rhea and
conversation
the
for
new
argument
Literally
for
people
months.
that's
months.
here.
into our lives talking about it,
It has been an
and we
argument for
don't
months.
understand the
You've been
science.
talking about it for fucking months
So
and you
hold
can't
on.
let
Let
it
me find this
go.
again. Let me show
I
you
was
what she
talking
does.
about
I'm
the
gonna show
out
you
of
exactly what she
Africa
does.
theory, and then you got up here and started talking about I don't
I
understand
wasn't
the
talking.
science.
All
I
right, I'm about to
spoke
show you
through it. You
exactly
guys
what
were
she
still talking
does.
about how we're descendants of Asians. That's when I was like,
Where is
you
it?
still talking
Okay,
about this
so
shit?
for the new people that are here, for Rhea and the new people that are in the live, can you simplify your claims in just a few sentences, real quick, just to give them an update on where you stand at?
Okay, so there's several different arguments that we've been having, but the particular argument we've been talking about tonight has to do with what descendancy is genetically and genealogically, and that Asians didn't exist at the point in time of the split that happened, and so you can't technically call us descendants of Asians. You would
That's
be
what the
inferring.
scientific terminology is, ma'am.
Okay, and with that, I've told you several times that the terminology that other scientists have said is makes it confusing for layman people like yourself
Well, until
to
they
sit there.
change it, ma'am, then we're gonna continue to use it.
Again, systemic change takes time, and so
I
when you
don't
are
disagree
aware,
with you there.
well, hold on, when you are aware that something is being stated wrong, then you should change it and not wait for the change to happen itself, because then you willingly
So
are
what do you
perpetuating
want us to say
scientific
instead of
racism.
Asians, ma'am? What do you want us to say?
It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing at all.
That
So,
continent over
so,
there.
so
That's what you want
in
to say.
The
changing,
continent currently called Asia.
in your attempts to
The
change
land
it,
before time of the
when you
Asians, I don't know what you want me to call it,
Your
ma'am.
people came from that continent over
You
there.
want to keep ignoring it. You don't like it.
No, I'm asking you, what's the name?
There is no name.
The
There is no
no
name.
name
So
So
we're
can
just
we
gonna
just
say no
call it
name.
Asia
the
to
no
give it a
name
name?
people that the Native American come from.
Okay,
You don't
I'm
know
The
sorry.
them.
I'm
continent
sorry.
with no
Hold on, hold
You
name
on.
don't know those names. What are you
I
talking
that
just wanted
Native
about?
to ask
Americans
a
come from.
question. What are her credentials?
She got a
No, I'm
nutrition
serious.
degree.
She's a she's a
I don't have
Ain't
a
you like
degree.
a health science, health, some shit?
what you got your bachelor's
I'm just going by what
and
I heard
bullshit.
come out of her
I have
mouth
a BSN.
is she got a
Nurse.
nutrition degree.
I got a BSN, not a nutrition. BSN.
A what?
You're a nurse?
Nursing.
Yes, a Bachelor of Science in Nursing. Do you know
I
how
would
many fucking science
appreciate.
courses I
I'm
gotta
sorry.
take
I don't know
to be
why
a
I was
nurse?
dropped,
It's the
but I
same
was
degree
dropped.
global
I don't know
indigenous
who.
lady got.
I don't know which moderator in here dropped me, but I've never been problematic with anyone, so I'd
Yeah,
appreciate that
don't
not
drop
happening
Tika,
again.
please.
Yeah, who
And
dropped her? I didn't
yeah,
see. I didn't see it. Who dropped it?
I don't know, but I'm trying to tell you
They
right
should have
now.
said it at the top.
If it is who I think it is, don't play with me.
Message me who you think it is on Big Suit account.
Oh yeah,
Please.
yeah, most
Don't keep
definitely.
no secrets.
I
Don't
will.
protect nobody.
Man,
Yeah, I think Rhea is the only one really in that field, and I have
yeah. That's what I'm
Yes,
trying to. I'm
that's
trying
cool.
to establish.
Again,
I'm trying to establish something because
what are you
she's
trying
saying
to
that the
establish?
rest of you guys are laymen's, but I'm trying to see something here. What are your credentials to speak on this particular subject matter when we have somebody who has a whole degree, damn geneticist, that's telling you the real facts of the matter?
Okay, and I didn't
you're
disagree with anything she said, did I?
no, but yes, you did.
Actually, no, I didn't. The only
You
thing that
keep
I've
going. You
disagreed with
keep
is the
going
fact that
back
she
and
keep
forth,
calling us Asians
lady. You
and
are
descendants of
descended.
Asians.
No. Yeah,
No, we're not.
you're descendants from Asians.
No, we're not.
You are. Okay,
Prove to
calm
me that.
down.
Prove to me that the people 30,000 years
Calm
ago were
down.
Asian.
Calm down.
Scientifically, prove to me that the people
Because
30,000 years ago were Asian.
literally, everybody in here
No, go ahead.
is
I
in
want you
need
to
of my dog
scientifically
because
prove
you've
to
been
me.
screaming for the
No, go
past
ahead.
30 minutes.
Prove to me that the people 30,000 years ago in the continent we call Asian are scientifically Asian. Go ahead, prove that.
I would like to
How do you
know
mean
what level of
scientifically
scholarship you
Asian?
have
Go
to
ahead, prove
challenge
it. Tell me.
anybody
Affirmative.
else
Go
here.
ahead, prove how they were Asian.
Seriously
Prove to me
speaking,
that the
what
people that
level
came
of
Prove to
from
me that they were
Asia was
scholarship do
Asian.
Asian.
you have to actually
Prove,
challenge several different
prove to me that they were
peer-reviewed
Asian.
groups?
Prove to me that they're Asian.
Okay,
BGP
lady,
argument the
I'm
entire time.
saying,
It's not that hard.
what
Prove to
the
me.
fuck is wrong with
Go
people
ahead and
here?
prove to me that the people 30,000 years ago, when that split happened, are Asian. Can you prove that? Can you prove that they're Asian?
The whole
It
time.
can't.
Arguing
The
in
It's the
land that we
genetic
call
studies.
Asia now. It's from
The
the land they
land?
call Asia now. Is that
Where
better?
did they
That's
travel
The land
from?
currently
Narnia?
called
Did they
Asia.
travel from Narnia through to the Bering Strait? Where
Whatever,
did they
whatever.
travel from?
Actually, when
Where
it
were
comes
they
to the,
set? No. Ask me. I'm asking you this question now.
I don't. They travel from what?
Where were they settled? Where were they
And
settled before they
I've
went
answered
across
this.
the Bering
I've
Strait?
answered this question
Were they
several
not in
times.
Asia?
So I have answered this question several
Okay,
fucking times.
where were they?
So again,
Where did they live?
Hold on. First of all, not everybody came through the Bering Strait. That's number one.
Oh,
Number
shit.
two.
Oh shit!
Yeah, we already know that,
Wait,
man.
where did they
Here
come
we
from
are.
then? Where did they come through then?
There were other. You have that. First of all,
Sun came down the Pacific
the
coast.
Bering Strait is a hypothesis.
Hmm.
And
No,
the
it's not a
only thing,
hypothesis.
No, it's
It's
not
not
a
a
hypothesis. It's a
hypothesis.
theory.
It's not a
No.
hypothesis.
you know why it's a hypothesis?
There
you're
are
so
multiple
you're
ways.
actually a denialist then.
Seems like she doesn't understand the science.
Exactly.
No, it's very simple. Okay, please. Okay, since you guys are so smart,
You
please
might
tell
as
me
well
what the
now
Bering
start
Strait
saying
theory
the ice.
states.
You might as well start saying the ice age never existed.
That's not what I said.
Exactly.
Go, but please go ahead. Tell me what the Bering Strait theory
It's one
specifically
of
states.
No,
it's one
nobody
of the
asking
ways.
questions. You're the
It's
one who's
literally
supposed to
one
No,
of
go
the ways.
ahead. No, because you know it all. Go ahead. Tell me
It's
what the Bering
literally
Strait
one
theory
of the
says.
waves that came through.
Well, was that Rob?
It's one of the
And that's
waves
the
that
theory.
came through. One of the migrations
And they
came through the Bering Strait.
And they
One
initially
of them.
thought
Exactly.
that was the only
So-
way. Yeah, they initially thought that was the only way, and then they had it all the way down to like 13,000
Exactly.
years. Recently, they have added more migrations, and they have proven that it happened,
Okay,
further
okay,
back than they
so-
thought.
And that's what I said.
Yes, so
Okay,
it
so
still
what
don't
does that-
change the
so what
fact
does
that
that
it
do?
happened,
So does
and it
that-
don't take the theory
don't
off
sit
the
here and
table.
Don't say,
Yeah.
hold on.
So it's a
Don't say-
theory.
Because
It's
when,
absolutely a
okay,
theory.
No, it's a hype.
so genetically
because-
speaking,
hold on.
genetically
Let me
speaking,
fucking talk.
when Native Americans are
Bro,
actually,
you over here talking
have-
about we came through the Bering Strait, and then you were even wrong on that because that was only
I
one
wasn't
migration
wrong.
that happened.
I wasn't
Because the
wrong.
Bering
It's
Strait
one of
How
the
was that
ways.
wrong?
literally
It's
the
one
Bering
of the
Strait
ways.
theory.
That's
How was
not
that?
wrong.
How was that wrong?
It's not
the-
wrong.
So
It's
let me
one of
answer.
the ways.
So the
It's one
Bering
of the
Strait,
ways. So what
the
was wrong
Bering
about
Strait
that?
theory states.
Yo,
the
lady,
Bering
you
Hey,
are
we done
very
switched now,
loud.
Straw
so
man.
she done
The
switched
the
to the
straw
Bering
man
Strait.
shit is
Yeah,
crazy,
she
bro.
done switched from the
Damn,
Bering
we
Strait.
all
It
got
has
you
nothing
some
to do with that.
Adderall or
What is it? Go
Tylenol,
ahead.
That has
codeine.
nothing to do with the
No.
question she asked you.
Scream.
Because you guys want to
Robin
argue all
Mel
this
just
shit and
explained
want
what
to
it
talk
was.
about theories and
You just
hypotheses and
asked
shit.
us to explain it.
So let's go.
They
Let's
explained
talk
it. Now
about
you're
it.
trying to re-explain it.
I'm not trying to re-explain
This
shit.
is
Now go
crazy
back to
as
the
fuck.
original
Your fucking
question.
homegirl over here want to keep on talking shit.
Go
fuck
back
is
to
You
the
talk
original.
shit to everybody up here.
Because
You can't handle no
Robin
criticism.
already fucking said what I said. She wanted to roll her fucking eyes and start
listen.
opening
Nip it
fucking
night.
this shit.
I'm not one of
when I
I'm not
said
one of
that
those
there was
black
more than
people
one
that you can use those terms with. Don't call me homegirl.
Right here.
I don't know
Well,
you, Karen.
I don't give a
Well, don't give a fuck, but don't say that shit to me again.
fucking Karen.
Okay.
And
Yeah, you
you're
are
being a
behaving like
fucking
one.
Karen.
You are
Don't sit
seriously.
here, come in
do
here
you,
and
do
try to
you
tell
have a,
me
do you
have
have
the
a bob?
motherfucking audacity
Do you
Wait
have
a minute,
a bob?
Tika,
how
Tika,
my
hold
animal
on.
is a migrator
Hold on,
around
Tika.
here.
You sound very much like you want
You
to
wanna have
reach
that
for the
fucking
manager right
Tika,
now.
hold
telling
on,
us to
because I don't
look
want y'all to
deep.
get into an argument. So we all know who's been being a Karen up here. Let's just move on with the conversation and stick to the science.
me. Shut the fuck up. You guys all been huffing the puffing acting like children this whole goddamn time. You get the energy that I
That's
fucking
crazy.
Yeah,
We've been
yeah,
huffing
yeah.
and
I
puffing.
know.
Go ahead.
And you
What's
get
up with
mad.
Let's
You
get
get
back to the
mad because
question.
everybody interrupts you.
ABV vernacular
again,
You
now.
interrupt everybody and call him out
I
the
didn't even
name.
call you my
We've been
homegirl.
trying
I
to
said
hold
your
on,
in a
homegirl.
room,
I
We've
didn't
been
say you
trying to have
rude in a room
scientific
full of black
conversations,
people.
and you've
My
been
homegirl didn't
blatantly
even
I
call
am
calling
me.
not.
us
I
out
am
of our
not
That's not what
name.
nobody.
that
I'm
shit
not
is.
your
So please stop
homegirl.
going
Don't
there.
talk to
Stop
me
acting
like
like
that.
if that's
I
what it
don't
is.
know you.
I didn't call you homegirl. I
How are
said
we
your
acting like
homegirl to
kids
him.
when you've been
Your homie, your
disrespecting
friend, your
everybody
sister,
up here and
Hey,
we're having a
Susan.
whatever you
scientific
want to fucking call
conversation?
it.
This
I
is
Hey,
didn't say
crazy.
you
Susan.
was my homegirl.
Hey,
I
Susan.
didn't
You want to
say
hear something funny?
homegirl. I
Go
said
ahead.
Hey,
your
Susan.
homegirl.
Hold
That's
on.
what
Hold
the
on,
fuck I
To
said.
BGP.
argue,
Hold
man.
on.
She trying to get dropped.
Hey,
That's
hey,
all it
listen,
is.
listen. Hey, you want to hear something funny?
Go ahead.
You remember the Mrs. What the speciated widow? She
Yeah.
said the exact same thing. And guess what? BGP didn't have this kind of energy for her at all.
What do you mean? What kind of energy for
Nope.
her? Oh,
She
I had
said
a whole
all
bunch of
type of
energy for her
crazy shit.
offline. Trust me, believe that.
Oh,
They
you did it
said
offline.
niggas speciated here
You
and all
said
that shit.
offline.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
cut
y'all
me a
disagreed
video. You
offline.
Why
cut
you
Ward a
can't? Why you
video.
can't deal
Y'all
with us
just wait a minute.
offline?
Hold on.
Whoa.
So you
I
mean to
tried
tell
to
me
actually.
You heard that?
Actually, I tried
No,
to
you
BGP,
with
come
didn't.
on
Laura.
with this
I was like,
bullshit?
yo, anytime you want to have the
No, you
conversation, we
did
can have the
not. You cut
conversation.
me a
As a
video.
matter of fact,
You cut
and
me
you
a
had that
video. You
conversation
cut Port a
privately on
video.
before.
Did
You
Cut
didn't
me
cut
a
no
video.
Widow
you
no
didn't hit
video.
him
I
up in the
did. I did. I
messenger
told you in
and
several
say,
times.
Rob,
And
we
I
Nope.
was
want
like,
to have
yo,
this
Nope.
conversation
this is what you
So
offline?
did.
we
And I
all
was like,
got
But you
that's
want
not
to
videos
how
tell
that
me
works.
except
And
for
I was like,
Weeda.
if
you
you want to have the
disagree
conversation, we
Exactly.
can
with
have
the
the conversation.
speciated lady offline because you didn't want to have a public argument on
No,
TikTok.
I had already talked to her. What are you talking about?
Oh, where's the video? Where's the video? Let me see it. Hey,
What
tag me that
video?
video.
What
Yeah,
Tag me
video?
in that
why did
video.
we all get videos, but
I
she
even
got a
told you
private
guys what I
conversation?
said. What was wrong with her
No,
video?
no, no. Tag me that video.
Yeah,
What
tag
Cause
video?
you
No,
cut
a
us. You
video.
cut us a lot of
Because
video
you
and
made
tags.
multiple
Let's see that
videos
Tag
on
widow.
me in
us.
the video where you cussed her out.
Let's see
Said
that
she
widow.
didn't understand the science. Where's that
What
at?
are you talking
And
about?
scientific racism. Where's that widow one?
Yeah.
Yeah, when
So
all that
again,
shit was
I
happening
gave you
with
the
Port, you was
opportunity, Rob.
quiet in the
I
Oh,
told
no,
you,
mouth.
no, no.
if
She
you
was in
want
the
to have a
comments. I
conversation
tried to
with me,
tell him
we can.
this same thing. That's
You
what she said in the
decided
comments.
you didn't want to have the conversation.
Where's that
with
widow
me.
video?
That's what you did.
Hey,
He
tag me in that
he
widow
was
video.
okay with having the conversation with me. You weren't.
No,
wanted
no,
to
you
keep this
cut me
shit
a
public.
video.
Yeah, I cut
You
you a
cut me
video
a
after
video.
you didn't want to have the
No.
conversation with me. I offered you a
Bullshit.
conversation.
You wanted to go
You
live,
didn't want to
didn't
have
you?
the conversation.
You said come to my live.
Yeah, you did say that, BG.
You said come to the live.
Yeah, she
said,
want to
"Look,
go
look,
live
you
for her
could've
panel.
called.
She don't want to get
No,
no
no, no,
votes. She don't
BG,
want to
look.
go on the
Come
mutual
to my live
platform.
if y'all
Listen.
not
That I
scared.
didn't.
Hey, look. You want to hear something crazy? BGP, you got my number. You could have called me. You could have hit me on Discord, right?
Damn.
You could have done the same
But you
thing.
cut me a
You didn't.
Hold
She
on.
gotta
No,
put
no,
on
no.
the show.
You cut me a video because I was like, damn, what the hell? Okay. You cut me a video. You already know I'm gonna cut you a video. But
No, you
tag
cut
me in
me
that
a
widow
video
video.
when
No. Tag
yes,
me
you
that
did.
widow.
You cut me a video first when you tagged me
I
in that
cut
fucking
you
video about
the
migration.
MTDNA. Yeah, that's the only thing I said. But
Yeah,
you
if
cut
you
me a
cut me
let
the
me
video
talk to you
first.
video.
You cut me
sit-
the video
no.
first, and I responded
Hey,
to the fucking
BGP,
video.
hold on.
Let's not play that.
I cut you that one, but I didn't say
You cut me a
anything.
video first. I told you we could have a conversation. You made the video on that fucking napkin and all that shit. So then I
You was
responded
hitting me
to
in the
your
comments.
shit. That's what happened.
Tag me in the widow. Where's that widow video? Because she said the same
Before,
thing.
I
Let me see
already
that
told
video.
you. Again,
Oh,
I offered you
oh.
a conversation. Don't deflect.
So
I offered you
what's
a
different between
conversation.
us and widow?
You didn't have a conversation.
So what's different between
with me.
us and widow?
I offered you the conversation. She
Your
took me
ass
up
is
on the
black.
offer. You
That's
didn't.
the difference,
No.
Rob. Your ass is black.
was
No, not at all. She took me up on the offer. You
Well,
didn't.
that's what it
You,
is.
ma'am, you never took us up on any
I'm
offer
black
to
too.
I
have
That
did.
a
must be
I
conversation
said.
with you
I said.
off
First of
TikTok.
all. First
You
of all,
said if
the
any of
only
y'all
person
want to
that I
see
fucking
me,
corrected.
y'all can come to my
Hold up.
You
live.
say you can come to her
She
live.
said the
only person that
exact same
corrected was
thing.
Port City
And when you
because he was
disagree
Pull up
with
to my
Port,
live.
when you disagree with Port, you didn't hit him
He
up
was-
in messages talking about we can have a conversation
Port was
offline.
wrong.
You stitched his
He was
video
wrong,
went
and it was
in.
misinformation
But
completely across the board.
Mrs.
And because
Speciated,
he
she
has the
gets the
following he has,
courtesy.
that went
So
out
y'all
to
was
a lot of people
speciating.
who got a
So
lot
you
of
was
misinformation
speciating
that
BGP?
needed to be
Having a
corrected.
conversation
Period.
Y'all was
offline.
speciating?
That's crazy.
So she literally said y'all was
Speciating like a
speciating.
Right, and I
motherfucker
told
over
her
here.
that's not how that
Hey.
shit works.
Yeah,
We don't.
Hold on,
We
she
didn't.
still says it
you
right
didn't go
now.
What a
live
video.
because of that. You had a private
Why
What
do
a
I have to
video.
make a
with her
video?
on
I
the
already
phone.
addressed her.
Hey, hold on.
I offered
She
you.
says it to
Because you
this
made
day.
a video for
I
all of
literally
us.
She
fucking
still
offered
says
to talk to
speciated.
you, and you
So what's
didn't take that
speciated mean,
offer up.
BGP?
Instead, you
Hold on,
made a
what's
video
speciated mean?
to me first.
Where did she
You
say
cut that
Hold
video
on,
first.
hold on.
Don't
What's
sit here and try
speciated
to
mean?
make it as if I didn't offer you
Rob,
shit.
she
What
said
does-
Bro, you cut that
speciation.
I
fucking
think I
video
might
on
still
me,
got the video.
and then I responded to your shit. Don't fucking go there with me.
So she says y'all a whole different species. Y'all was speciated. You don't even know what that means?
Speciated, nigga.
Yes, I
Speciated
know
like
what
a
it means.
motherfucker, boy.
I know
So,
what it
but that's
means, and I
cool.
told
What's
her
her
that's not how
video?
it fucking
Okay,
works.
since you know, what does it
If she
mean?
still
What
says
does
it.
it mean?
It means that you separate from one species to the next. So you literally split off from one species into another species. That's what speciation
Okay,
is.
so who's
BGP.
speciated
So what
I
the fuck
just,
are you talking
I
about?
just
Y'all
want to
I
know
told you we
speciated.
don't. We didn't
I want to know
speciate
one
because what it
thing,
said
and then
fucking
and then I'm
words the
going
same
back on mute.
species. I
When you
never said we
disagree, when you
speciated.
disagree with Port City and stitched this video, how come he didn't get the courtesy of the disagreement through a telephone call or a DM?
Each one killing me.
But what happened with Port was because that information, because of his following and how big his following is, that went out to a whole lot of people.
Oh,
that
and it
other
gets
people-
speciated because she got just as many followers as Port.
No, she doesn't. What are you talking about? He has like
got a big following.
How many
no,
she got?
He does not have
Mr. Speciate?
130,000
He got like
followers.
50,000 followers.
Wait,
No, she
guys,
doesn't.
wait.
She got
I'm
followers
still
up.
trying to keep up here. So who's speciated from
No,
who?
since
I'm
Port
having
City
lost
has a
here.
bigger
Nobody's
platform.
speciated
They
from
did have-
anybody.
Speciated.
The
Since
lady
Port
made the
City
shit
has
up.
a
gotta
bigger
have
platform,
global
you want to
indigenous lady.
disagree with him
Global
through
mix.
the public eye because he has a bigger platform than his speciated.
No,
So
it wasn't
you
even
did it
disagreeing
for
with him.
clout.
I just told him that he was wrong on the autosomal DNA
I've been
and that
saying
he
this,
can't
bro.
conflate
I've been saying
autosomal
this for
DNA with
clout.
mitochondrial
You
DNA.
did it for
That's
clout.
what I told him.
You
And
did
then
it
I
for
told him, I
clout.
go, if you
You
want to
just
have a
said since he
conversation,
had
we
a
can have a
bigger
conversation.
platform. We got it.
I wasn't even rude when I fucking said that shit. I
You
just said,
should have got a DM.
my video support literally said, bro,
Where's your
when
video?
you're talking about
Where's
autosomal
your
DNA,
video
you
responding
can't
to the
conflate it with
Rita lady though?
mitochondrial DNA. That's what I told
Where
him. And I
is
said,
the
if you'd like to have the
video?
conversation, we can have the conversation.
Yeah, I
No,
don't
he
disagree
said that
with
it's
that.
continuously wrong
So
to say we're
where's that
descendants of
video
Asians, but
for
we're not.
Rita? Where's that video for Rita? We can sit down and have the conversation. You
So
did.
again,
You,
I
you
offered that
didn't do
conversation
one.
to Rob, and he didn't want to take it.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm
No,
talking
you
about
didn't.
Port because we're going back to the original video
you
that
did
started
not.
all this. Port didn't get that conversation.
I don't need to give Port that conversation.
Oh.
No.
I didn't because
He
his
different. He
information
different, huh?
spread because his information spread, not like hers. Her video didn't spread like that.
He crazy.
You
Wait,
crazy.
hold on. Her video
Everybody
because
did
it
spread like that
spread.
because people went to
Wait.
other social medias to find her to see where she was blatantly being anti this and anti that. That's
And
why
your
she's
point
not
is
even
what?
in the
I don't
field
fucking
no more.
control this shit.
That she
Oh,
joined.
oh,
She
oh.
joined
Yeah,
the
Well,
and
yeah,
that's
you guys are
that's
being anti-native too. So
that's
I'm not
some
sure why you're
bullshit
going back and
too
forth.
because I
Oh,
wasn't
wait a
getting no
minute.
views.
Wait,
You
and
cut
then
me
she
a
dropped the
video, I
N-word
wasn't getting no
twice.
motherfucking
I
views.
cut you a video
And then
because
you-
you
hold
initially
on,
asked
hold
the
on.
question.
I ain't getting no personal.
You
I
initially
ain't,
asked
no,
the
I ain't
question.
asked you shit.
You initially asked
I ain't
the
asked you
question
shit.
to Native Americans and said,
I
"Hey,
didn't
how
ask
come
you
you guys
shit.
aren't? How
Nope,
come
I
you
didn't
guys
ask
want to
Native
say you're not
American
descendants
shit.
of Asians?" And I told you, and I tagged you in several
Nope,
videos
I
and
didn't
sent you
ask Native
several
American
videos.
shit.
And then no, you did. You made a video.
Why would I
saying, "Why
ask
do
Native Americans why don't they
Why
believe
you said why
when
do
the
you Native
experts
Americans
agree? I don't give a
refuse to
fuck
say
why
you're
they don't
descendants of
believe.
Asians?" That's what you said. And I was like, "Hey, bro, you're wrong on this." And
Bro,
I
you
actually
capping,
gave
bro.
you other videos that I had made regarding this. You then
Oh,
wanted
watch
to challenge
this.
I
me
put
on
the
it. You
evidence
made
on the
video on me.
screen. I put the evidence on the screen
What
and read
evidence?
the evidence. I got
there
in
you go.
response.
Go
I got
ahead.
a video from you. I wasn't even
Yeah.
talking to you.
Yeah. And
I got a
I
video
didn't give
from
a
you.
video
Why
response
didn't the
first.
Weeda lady? No,
I didn't give you a response first. Matter
why
of
didn't
fact,
the Weeda lady get the same energy that you giving these black?
What I did.
Because they besties.
Why?
That's why.
Why? Why they don't get the same
That's
energy?
what happened to
Why
Dark.
don't they get the
That's why.
same energy
I noticed
that you giving
Native
us?
Americans, a lot of Native Americans, they pander to the European community where they give the black community that
No,
wants to
because
be
the only one
hell.
who didn't get that courtesy was Port. Rob got that courtesy. Sutek got that
No, you
courtesy.
didn't give me no courtesy.
didn't
No,
get
I
no
never got that courtesy. You lying.
Absolutely not.
You lying straight up.
You and
You
Big
lying.
Head, the artist
I'm
formerly
not
known for
lying.
making videos about a nigga.
No, I'm not.
You
So,
lying.
No
let's
courtesy.
go
Stop
ahead
that.
since you wanted guys deflect.
I didn't get no fucking courtesy. You told me I could put by the time time you
So
start
we can
making
go back
videos, you
to
told me
the
I could pull up to
conversation,
your
or we can
live.
go back to
I
how
offered you a
when
debate
Sutek asked the
multiple
question, why do
times.
you
You
Native
didn't want to
Americans
take it.
don't like to be called
You kept
descendants of
going back and
Asians?
forth with
I
videos.
told you why. And then
I
I
ain't
told
never.
you
I
why
don't give
in
a
the
fuck why
comments.
nobody
And then
don't
you were
believe
like,
what
nah.
they
And I was
believe.
like, bro, I could send you some videos that I already did on this. And you were like, cool. I sent you the videos, or I tagged you in the videos, whatever.
No, you didn't. I
I
didn't
didn't make
ask
a
for no
video on
videos
you.
from you, bro. You're fucking lying, bro.
I didn't make no videos on you. I started the
You're
conversation in
lying.
your comment section, and then I
I
said
could
I've
pull.
already
I
made
still
videos
got the
debunking
fucking
the fact that we
videos.
are
Hold on,
descendants
man.
of Asians. I told you I've already made videos debunking the fact that we are descendants of Asians, and you were like, "All right, cool, let me see them." So I tagged you in those videos, and then you came back at me saying, "No, none of those videos are correct. You didn't
You
debunk
capping, bro.
shit." Then that's when the fucking video was made.
You capping, bro. I didn't ask you for no videos because it wasn't nothing that you was gonna say that was gonna be able to
This
disprove
was
the
way
experts
before
and the
when me and you was
evidence.
still
I never
mutuals,
asked you
when we
for
was
no
still cool with
videos,
each
bro.
other, bro. So don't go there with me.
I know, because the first thing you said was, "I'm a mutual. You're a mutual of mine. I'm a mutual of yours," and then you went to proceed to try to sun me on some shit that you was wrong on.
Are you talking about your
Don't
first
worry about it,
account?
though. I found a video. I found a video. My first
You
account.
talking about your first account?
And that was no.
Yep,
This
my
was on
first
my last
account.
No, this
Because
was
I
on my
was
last
like, I
account.
said, Sutek, please don't do it, brother.
My last
And
account,
she
this
made
is
a
my
video.
fourth
He
account.
said, nah, Sutin, because he's wrong. I tried to tell him,
I was
but bro,
big
they
and
gonna
bad. I
come for
said,
me.
"No, fuck that." And then her little minions started mass reporting my page, and I lost my first page. That's what it was. I still got one of the videos somewhere on my page. I gotta scroll through that shit, but I will definitely repost
that
the shit.
video when you made the statement, you were like, "Why?" You said, "I got a question for you, Native Americans."
I never made that statement. I never made that statement.
You said, "Why
Go
do you
find
guys,
it. Source up.
Why do you guys
Source up.
not like to say that you guys
Source up.
are
Show it.
descendants of Asians?"
Show it. What the video at?
You ain't got the page, and I ain't got the page. So
I still got the video of you from my old page.
Yeah, go ahead, show that video then, where you literally sat there and fucking
I am. I'm gonna repost it. I gotta scroll through my log, but I believe I'm gonna repost it.
Yeah, go
Opium
ahead,
tried the
repost it.
same shit, and I reposted what he said I didn't have.
In the comment section of your video.
In
I told you that in the comment section of the video. And then you were like,
Found
yes,
it.
y'all are. And I said, nah, bro. I go,
Hey,
I've already
look,
about this.
Look, watch this.
Okay,
Watch
so
this.
you
Hey,
said
what was your video on this? Hold on. What was your video on this? Hold on.
You can't see it, bro.
This is your. Oh, here we go. This
I
is your
asked
widow
the
one.
question. I ain't asked no motherfucking question. I don't give a fuck.
Hey, you remember
why
this?
y'all don't believe what y'all
Rob,
believe?
I don't even know what you're talking about. I've never even seen
All right,
that.
look.
Rob.
So this is the one.
Rob.
Hold on. Wait. Right
Well,
Okay. Again,
So-
I've never seen this before. So I don't know.
BGP, shut the fuck up.
Don't tell me to shut the fuck
Come
up.
on, man. Can Rob
No,
just
for
get
real.
the information? Hold on,
What
Nick.
does this have to do with anything?
Hold on.
Because they deflected
You gotta
the
wait.
entire fucking conversation.
Just wait and
I was
see.
just
Just
curious.
mute up and relax.
Because-
Smoke a cigarette or
No,
something.
No,
Thank you,
look.
being
This is the
anti-native.
only reason why.
You
Because
deflect when you
this
guys
is.
are getting proved wrong.
Nah, we ain't get proved wrong at all.
Did.
But I was saying that this is the same with a person, right? The one that's the speciating. Where she was like, gypsy was the same word as this, right? So when she scratched it out, she had a whole video. You know what that word is, right? And then she did this whole little post talking about it wasn't that bad. And then if it wasn't that bad, and she was talking about how Port scratched out the word gypsy, but if it was so bad, why did she have to do that?
I don't know. I don't fucking know what you. I've not. This is the first time I'm seeing any of this shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
What you think about it?
I didn't even
This is the
read
one.
the whole thing.
This
I
is the
don't
one.
know
You
what
look. You talked to her on the back end since you didn't. Where's that video
Yeah,
that you got
talked
her
to
the
on the
speciating
back
shit?
end. I talked to her on the back end on that shit. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about this shit. I've not seen this shit. So I'm not sure why you're bringing this up. It has nothing to do with this.
Now you gotta read that shit, Rob.
Oh, so racist word of the day.
You should read it.
Gypped.
Read it.
What does it matter?
I'm just saying.
Just read it.
What does it
You
matter?
didn't
Or
cut.
does it
You
don't
didn't
matter?
cut any types of video on this lady at all.
For
You
what?
just let her ride, but you want to
Why
come
do
to
BGP,
us.
you read
This
it
is
all the
something
way
that
through
I've
to the
never
heart.
fucking seen. So you guys
Yeah,
are trying
read
to
it.
hold me
Read it.
accountable for somebody else's shit when you're
She
sitting
did.
here
Look,
talking about
hold on.
you guys.
Native Mama.
I've literally got people
Hold
from
on.
your group using fucking the word.
Wait. Native Mommies, look. This is the video where she explained it.
Not Native
because
Mommies.
what she tried to do. Hold on. Just for people that seen this, right? So
what does this have to do with our conversation?
Hold on. I'm going somewhere else. Hold on, BGP. I'm explaining this so people understand. So she had a video because she was talking about Port, because after she got, I guess, some kind of flashback, she's like, Port scratched out the stuff and she said all words, and I can play it, but she said all words should have equal weight, right? Equal weight. So this is the part that I guess y'all didn't see. So if they had equal weight, because when he scratched out these, she says, oh, all the words have equal weight. If that's the case, her other post that she deleted, before she deleted it, if they all have equal weight, how come she scratched out this, but not this?
I don't know. Go ask her.
You understand? No.
You know
This
what
is
that word
for
is?
Native Mommies down there.
Yes, I know. I'm
just showing you. Hold on, BGP. Jesus, you just hold on real quick. I'm answering somebody else.
Question.
You want to say it?
I'm answering somebody else. So that's why I was telling you, if you go and listen or watch this whole video, you can see her explanation about how Port was scratching out, but everything deserves equal weight. She didn't realize I had this as well. So if they all had equal weight, then she should have scratched out Gypsy instead of this one. So this tells you, and it's just like that joke. You know when a word's bad if you asterisk or you say like N-word, then it can't be equal to any other word. You see that?
Right.
It can't be equal because you asterisk this out.
Again, what does this
but
have
not
to
this.
do with
BGP, hold on. I understand this is your friend and you need to cap for it.
Actually,
Just
we're
hold on
not.
real
We're
quick.
just mutuals on this app. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
I get you. But I was explaining to someone else.
I don't have friends on this app.
Exactly. So Native Mommies, and I was answering Native Mommies. Exactly. So you can go back and watch my video and I can show you if that was the case, then she should have did this on her post, scratched out Gypsy instead of this one. So she knows that this is a bad one. This is not so bad. So they're not the same.
Or are you talking to Native Mamas, not me? Is that what
Yes.
you mean? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. But like
So
I said,
look,
I don't
and look, and this video is this one. So you can go back and watch that whole thing. Intent versus impact. So you can go back and watch that one, but I showed you. So this is the type of people that's speciating. Speciated. This is the speciate. And I still need to see that video. Now I'm back to you, BGP. Where's that video where you talking about the speciating? Because she still says it to this day. Y'all be speciating. So where's that video at?
Is she still
Did
says
you
it?
correct her? Hell yeah. Last time I checked, she's speciating.
If she still says it, I'll do a public video on it. I have no problem doing that.
How come you ain't did it yet?
Again.
Y'all be speciating?
No. What did I say?
Yeah, what it is.
Oh, okay. So when she was speciating, you didn't just hear that whole speciating thing, right?
No, I told you I've already addressed that. So again, if you
you
still saying
addressed
that, I'll address it again.
in the back chat, not in the public.
In the back chat.
There's a lot of people I address in the back chat before I even.
Yeah, we're not talking. We're just talking about us. You didn't
and
address
I've
us
been,
in the back
like I
chat.
said,
You make sure you did it on public platforms so we can start arguing and disagreeing with each other. But you gave them the courtesy of disagreeing with their information in the private eye of a phone call.
Did Port give Native Mamas that courtesy when he used her fucking?
You're not Native Mama.
And I'm not. I don't know. And I'm not with her. The fuck.
Port giving everybody the same
No,
energy.
but you be correcting. No. But you be correcting everybody. You was like, oh, I got to put a BGP on this. And you do that to everybody else.
Not at all.
But you did that one on the back chat. And you came here, right?
Instead of you disagreeing
I literally
with
said to you,
Instead
Rob.
of you disagreeing with Rita on TikTok, you called her to disagree.
No, I literally said to Rob, I said, me and you have
favoritism
on live.
So again,
You play
favoritism with
the only degree you have is in making casserole.
We got it. You play favoritism with the European woman and you want to
Sit your ass down.
try to
on a
call me a
public
white. You want to
platform.
go on
That's
with
what
trying to call
happened.
me a white woman?
Nah, hold on.
It's just the anti-native ass.
You
It's
correct
globally.
privately.
She's not European. She's
you correct
globally
privately something
Right.
that happened.
indigenous.
I can't tell.
Publicly.
I really can't tell.
Anyway,
So, hey,
yeah,
Sue,
I'm not no
she's
fucking white
globally.
woman. You
Hold
acting
on.
the same way.
Sue,
So anyway,
indigenous.
on
She's
top of that,
globally mixed
Rob,
indigenous.
I literally told you. I literally fucking told you. I said you and I have
That's
enough
because she
mutual
speciated that way.
I
Nah,
said
that's
you and
not
I.
no.
I said
No.
you and I have enough mutual respect. If you want to have a conversation, we can have a conversation. And then you turned around And then me and you were arguing up on that live on Mo's live. And then you turned around and you cut that video of the migration patterns. And I was like, that's not even what I'm arguing with
Nah,
you
that's
today.
not what you. No,
That's
hell no.
exactly how that fucking
The
happened.
first time we spoke, because I stayed out of it, we was on the live. That's the first time I said anything.
I know.
After that,
And I don't even
I
know
did the
why you got
migration.
into the live on that
So
one
hold on.
about it.
You just said, BGP, you said we have enough mutually, and then we got on the live. No, the first time we had that conversation, we was on the live. I asked you a couple questions and I stayed out of it. The only thing I did was gave you the migration video because I knew that you didn't understand the migration whatsoever.
No, I didn't understand. I do understand the migration.
No, hell, you know you don't.
Everything that was
Absolutely
said
you
in that
don't.
video, I've always said. You guys keep on twisting my fucking words
absolutely
around.
you don't.
You guys want to
video
keep
was up
making
for
it
a
a
hell of a long
dependency
time.
thing,
Hold
not a
on.
And
I wish I
nobody,
still
nobody
had my
from the
old
Native
page,
American
boy.
community
It's
checked it.
the,
all
it's the
you've done.
talking down to black scholarship and the black scent for me.
Who's
I
talking
smell
You
you
don't
about
lately,
tell
talking?
her
for real.
she
Who's got
doesn't
the black
understand the
real.
scholarship?
science. Not you,
And what
native
black do I got?
mamas,
I live in the
mamas.
South.
I don't
Only
care what you
person
have
I
to say
think
to me
that
because
that
you're
stitched the
beneath
video
me.
was
Don't go
Singing
with
You're
the
Bear.
beneath
shit.
me.
Nobody
I
from
live
the
in the
Native
South.
American
You are
community
again.
that messes with
So my point
BGP
is,
stitched the
Ma,
video
you
and
have
told
no
Rita
point.
she
my
was
point
wrong on the
is,
speciation shit.
I
Y'all
don't.
let that
If
shit
she's still
slide.
fucking
But the
saying it,
moment
I
y'all
said I would
disagreed
address
with
it.
Port,
What
y'all
the
all
fuck
jumped
else
in
do
the
you
double dutch
want?
line.
You
He
gonna
took
keep fucking
shots at him.
crying?
And then
Are you gonna
the
keep
artist
crying?
formerly known,
Are you gonna keep fucking crying?
got in it for no apparent
Sure.
reason. And I have to
Again,
tell all y'all,
you're
stop
gonna keep
should
fucking
be in this
crying.
shit.
I already said if she's still saying that, I will address it.
Yeah,
Again,
She's
man,
still
where that
saying it
nigga
because
what
she's
the
at?
still
fuck
Bring,
is
fucking
where,
your
where
her
he
ass.
at?
problem? It's not on because
He
it's
in the
not on your
chat. You know
fucking
he
Man,
is.
you
timeline.
playing.
I offered Rob
Hey,
a
you already know he
Playing
is.
conversation.
I
now.
can
I
guarantee
offered
he is.
Sutek a conversation. These motherfuckers wanted to argue with me and
Yeah, he
You
was
Kanye.
on
still
that
follow
crazy
So
her.
that's
shit.
what the fuck
Hey,
And
I
don't
happened.
even
listen
know
to
what
all
the
of his
conversation
What's
was
up
videos.
with
about.
this
So don't go there with
this
me.
fall black scent thing? I don't
Yeah,
like it.
It's not a
he
fucking
listening
black thing. I'm
from the
from the
hallway.
South.
I don't
So
care.
hush.
Damn.
Listen,
And you're even
lady.
talking about black scholars.
You
What
have a
black scholars are
serious
you
problem.
talking
You have a
about are on this
serious
fucking
problem with
panel?
anybody that's intelligent and black. That's
Okay.
your problem.
And no, that's your
That's why
problem.
you're challenging
Because you don't
everybody.
like the fact
You know what
that
I'm
you
saying?
are being challenged.
No.
And
I
you don't
don't
like the
care what
fact
you
that
have to
we're
say to
telling
me.
you
You
guys
are
not to speak on
you're
Native Americans,
seriously
and
showing
you have the
your
audacity to
slip
keep
is
on telling
showing.
us who
If you
we're
know what that
descended
means,
from.
your
Oh,
slip
that's
Go
is
what we was
ahead.
showing.
doing, picking
Keep
on
That's
on
what
with
Native
the
that's what's
Americans.
happening
audacity.
right
Keep
now.
on with the
You have
How
the
audacity
did
of
how
the
did we
disdain for
do
black
that? How did we
anti-Native.
pick
scholarship.
on Native
Black
You're the
Americans?
freaking
anti-Native. The
geneticists
Because
is
there's a lot of
pulling
them
you
that's in
up,
the
but
chat
you
that
know
be
Don't
on
say
they
here
no.
don't.
every
You're
fucking
only
day. I
Native
the
don't
are
think they
only
do the
wrong.
same
path.
You're
way.
anti-Native.
The
You don't
only
like the fact
expert
that
thing
Is
you
right.
people
It's
have
a
is
lot of
taking a
Native
That's the
casserole
Americans
out
in
the
the
fucking
chat
cooking
right
topic.
oven.
now
That's your
You
that
fucking
don't know
topic.
disagree with you,
anything.
brown girl
Sit your
I
pride.
don't
ass
give a
down.
fuck. You could
And they
disagree with
don't
me
Really,
say
all day
we're
long.
really,
Just
that's
anti-native.
like
what you
when
need to
people
do.
We're just
disagree with me, and
A
anti-native
then I
lot of
to
go
the
and
native
native
disagree
and
with
people
don't
them,
like
and they
us.
want to
Anytime
We
use
got
anybody
it.
them
in
wants
as
the
to
black.
chat.
You
challenge
know,
you,
when you
you have a
disagree with me,
serious
Right.
it is
problem.
what it is.
You
The
can
energy is the
barely read
energy.
and comprehend. You sitting here trying to challenge Rhea, who's a damn geneticist. Sit your
Actually,
ass all
me
the
and
way
Rhea
down.
agreed on everything. What the fuck are you talking about?
No,
But what
no,
we're
no.
talking about
You
is
sticking to
descendancy.
your
No.
Me and
knitting
you,
because you're
we're
literally
talking about descendancy.
you're
That's
Nah,
what we
I
literally
don't
don't
being
think
agree
so.
with.
disingenuous right
We
now.
don't
You know
agree with
you
that
are.
because
You keep
descendancy, when
flip
it comes to
flopping on
ancestry,
everything that you say. I don't know.
genealogy,
I don't know if
genealogical,
this is
all these
pills.
different
I don't
things.
know if you on
We don't
pills or if you're on
disagree. I
Lean or
didn't
white, but you
disagree
need
with
to chill the
anybody on
fuck
a
out.
lot of shit actually on here. The
30
problem you
minutes
guys
of
are
you, no,
having
it's not.
is that you
Literally
want to keep
40
calling
minutes
us
of you
descendants of
ranting and
Asians,
raving
and we're
right
not
now. Like,
descendants of
seriously
Asians.
Here's the
speaking.
thing,
And if you
Notorious.
until you can
Here's
prove
the thing,
that
Seriously
those
speaking.
Notorious.
people 30,000 years
I would
ago
like
were
to
Nobody can
Asians,
now,
talk.
I
You
don't
are
want to
Notorious.
fucking hear
constantly
that we're
rambling
descendants of
off at the
Asians.
mouth. God
Prove it.
dang.
Prove
Here's
it. it.
the thing,
Prove
Notorious.
it.
Okay. If you're asking people to prove it, oh, thank you for muting. Oh, it's such a relief. Oh, that feels so good. Right. So here's the thing. When you're going to speak on scientific matters, okay, and I'll be honest with you, I can kind of see part of your logic, part of your logic, not all of it, because it's quite confusing. And when I hear about this speciation, it's even more confusing. However, you seem to be talking a lot, but there's not much sense in what you're saying. So, if you are able to formulate succinct sentences that make sense, okay? I would advise you, take a step back, take a minute, absorb, think about what you want to say, and then say it clearly and directly so that you don't have people saying, but you said this, but you said that, but you said this, but you said that, because it's sounding like you are trying to also express yourself, but you're not expressing yourself very clearly in a way that people will understand and say, okay, maybe we disagree with this particularly, or we agree with what you're saying in this regard particularly or not. Okay, so that's what I've been trying to do since I arrived here on this platform. I've been trying to understand you, and that's why I was asking questions and saying, what do you mean by this? How do you define this? So that I can understand where you're coming from. Okay, so allow people the opportunity to understand you, and then we can have it doesn't even have to be a debate, because in my opinion, there's scientific evidence for the things that you're trying to disprove. However, we can still talk about it if you're able to express yourself better. So please find a way to do so without shouting, without over talking, without, just jumping into things and making wild statements that are going to be disproved. And that's why when you're saying people keep cutting you off, that is why, because you'll make a statement that doesn't make sense to everyone around, and they'll be like, no, no, no. And then you'll feel frustrated, and then that leads to the shouting match. There's no need for the shouting match. If you've been having this conversation for months, this is a conversation that can be finished in minutes. So I don't see why you keep, going about this. It can be discussed calmly, and we can get to the bottom of this.
So I don't appreciate the condensation, one. Number two, again, I have been very clear on what I've stated, and when again, don't mute me. So again, all right, your moderators want to be petty.
Y'all let her get her talking.
I think because Nick Nack was trying to talk and you still talking.
Yeah, hold on, Nick Nack, hold on. Give her about 30 seconds to clear up, and then we're going to let Nick Nack rock the mic, okay? Go ahead, BG.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Rhea is a geneticist and you are a narcissist. Okay? You've been up here for fucking, I don't know, it feels like 5 fucking hours running your motherfucking mouth and being disrespectful to everybody on this panel. For what? For what? I think I know why. Because they're black. And you have a problem with educated, strong, black people. So you need to get the fuck on and shut your fucking disrespectful mouth and stop disrespecting everybody, because you need a motherfucking straight jacket. That's all.
Ad hominems? That all you got is insults? All right. So
Girl,
anyway.
you're a nurse. You're not a fucking scientist. Please, pipe down. Go sit down somewhere.
I didn't say I was. I never claimed to be.
Yeah.
No, you are though. You literally go from panel to panel acting like you know better than everybody else. You act like you know better than everybody else, and you never have this energy for whites. Never.
Oh, I do have this energy for white people.
Fuck you do not. No, you don't. Where? When?
Constantly on my lives. Constantly on my videos and my lives. Well, you're blocked, and you have me blocked, so that's probably why you don't see it. So don't sit here and say that I don't have the same energy for white people. I have the same energy for natives that push pseudoscience. I have the same energy for everybody. Everybody could get the motherfucking smoke. So don't sit here and tell me that I don't have the energy for black people.
No, you don't.
Obviously,
You have the same
obviously,
energy for white people when it was asphyxiated. That was a private phone call.
Yeah, that's a whole different situation.
It's
I
not,
get the same energy
because
to
you
white
didn't
people all the fucking
give
time.
Port the same courtesy. You
And
just
Port
want
didn't
to
give nobody
crucify
else
black
the same
women on
courtesy.
TikTok while you let your little white buddy skate free. And you never, you still to this day ain't address her speciation video. And nobody that follows you address the video. Not no Commando, Mateo, Mono, Manny, none of these niggas.
I don't even hang out with them fucking
Yes, you
people.
do. I see you in their lives
No,
all
I
the time.
don't.
You was in that motherfucker yesterday.
No, I don't.
You wasn't
I
in
was
their
in
live
live
yesterday?
yesterday with these. What are you talking about? I
Yes,
know all these
you
fucking
do hang
people's
out with
lives.
You
them. Why do you lie
capping.
What
so
are you
fucking
talking about?
much?
I've literally been fighting with Mono for 8 months. What the fuck are you
You
talking
still
about?
be in their lives for
No,
arguing with
I'm
them.
in their lives arguing with them.
Brother X.
What the
You
fuck is
mean
you talking
you mean
about? I'm
she
not in there sitting there agreeing with
cavorting
these
with
dumbasses.
racists?
I've even made
She's
videos on their
cavorting with
fucking
racists on this
anti-blackness.
app?
What the fuck
I'm
is you
not
talking about?
surprised. Not
Y'all
surprised.
literally sitting here making
You are
claims
the
to
She
say
company
species.
shit
that
that
She
you
I ain't
about to
even
keep.
fucking
species
done.
over there.
I've literally made fucking videos on Mono and Manny and fucking. You even saved one of the videos I made on Manny.
And yet you're
The
still
fuck is you talking
cavorting
about?
with them. You're still conversating
No,
with
I
This
them.
don't.
live? Is this a
No,
live?
I don't
Is
conversate
this
with
her
them.
live saying
I
we
literally sit
asphyxiated?
there and cuss they
Yep.
fucking asses out every time I see them in a live. What are you talking about? I've literally
is this
cussed Mono
recent?
out for the last 8 months. I've cussed
This-
Manny out for the last 2 fucking
I
years.
think
That's way back.
this
Other than
level of
notorious,
What are you
aggression
talking
in
about?
her voice.
I really want to know
but
about your comments
here's
of
the thing. We all
appreciation.
muted up. We all muted up to listen to what Rhea had to say. And that's because of the fact that Rhea is an actual expert in the field. And yet you feel the need to challenge what the fuck she's
I
saying.
didn't challenge her.
No, but all I'm trying to say is that everybody on this panel knows exactly what we're dealing with. And when we deal with people like you, we know
What are
exactly
you
what it's
dealing with?
about.
What are you dealing with?
Okay. Not one, not two, not three, not four, not five people, but most of the people in the chat recognize this for what it is. And
What
if
is
you
it?
don't understand what it is, you need to check yourself.
Go ahead. What is it?
You have a disdain for anyone who is black and has scholarship.
Really? What
Dude.
scholarship do any of these people have outside of Rio?
Okay, never mind. But you do though.
No, go ahead.
You do.
I didn't say I had scholarship.
You no,
I
but
never
no,
said I had
but
scholarship.
but yet you're
How
coming.
can you
Yeah.
say
Do
something
you know
so
what scholarship
condescending
means?
and then call other people condescending towards you? You are
Because
actually
you're gonna sit here and
disrespecting
no,
everybody
because
on
No,
this
she,
panel.
yeah, because
Everyone
Rhea
on this
was not
panel.
disrespectful, and the first thing you
You know?
said was that she was condescending. You said you don't
was. She was
appreciate the
condescending about how I'm
She was
talking.
not. No, she was not. She spoke very. I mean,
Yeah,
the
and I've been very clear on what I've said
the
that you
level
guys
of
wanna argue
respect
with.
that she showed you just now. I don't know anybody else on the panel would be able to do so, but
There
she
go my
showed
degree
you
right
some
here.
respect.
There go my
She
degree.
spoke. She
Okay,
spoke.
cool.
She spoke very calmly. She spoke very nicely, and she was trying to. She was trying to say, "Okay, well, let's further the conversation." And the
Yeah,
first
and
thing
then- and then
the
Nick
first
Nack
thing that
went
no,
off
but the
and
first thing
went
that
ad
you did,
hominems.
the first thing that you came back with was she's being condescending. She was not being condescending.
It was.
You are being hyper aggressive and hypersensitive and
No, I'm
very,
not.
very, very biased when it comes to the opinions of people who
I
look
don't really
like
care
we
about your
do.
opinions. I'm about the facts.
Which facts?
So
What
the
facts
fact
do you
About
have?
the
you already
speciated
came up
facts,
here
though.
saying the wrong facts when you were talking about how we
Speciating?
migrated.
Where
I
did
never
that
said
come
anything
from?
about
Hit different.
speciating. I've never said anything about speciating. That was
Oh,
somebody
Yeah, that
else.
shit hit
Address it,
different.
though.
Your homegirl did though.
The homie.
So
did.
again, you're deflecting off of the shit when we were talking about the science, and you keep deflecting over. Address this, address that.
Hey, but they
The thing is,
speciating.
Notorious, you have to understand that you are not talking science.
I am talking science.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
So, okay, all
No,
right,
you're
let's
not.
talk science.
You're
Let's talk
not.
science, Rhea. Let's talk science, Rhea.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
No,
please,
but Rhea,
We're
this
talking.
ain't even in your pay grade, Rhea.
Get your ass.
I know.
Well,
I know
okay.
she's not. That's why I'm laughing. That's why I'm
No,
sitting
no,
back
let's
and
go ahead
laughing.
and
And I'm
talk
like,
science.
okay,
Let's
I'm
go ahead
hearing
and talk
all of
science.
this.
So if you're gonna sit there and say that we are
Let me
descendants,
tell you why, okay? And that's why I said what I said earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And I said you based on the way you're talking, the way you're responding to people, you are not capable of talking science because you
I am very
cannot be
capable of
level-headed.
it.
You cannot take a step back, look at the actual facts and evidence.
Okay, so let's talk about it.
And just be
so let's
like
talk about it then.
unemotional about it.
So then let's talk about it then.
Okay, so talk about things unemotionally.
So again,
Use
let's
your
talk about it.
emotions and how you feel about people, what you think about people.
Okay, cool. Are you done?
Oh, listen. Now that's
What's
one
wrong
thing
with
I'm
this
going to
woman,
take it
Doyle?
with you.
BGP,
Rhea,
if
I'm
you don't
nicer than
shut
you,
the
'cause
fuck
no.
up, I swear to God on everything, I'm gonna block your motherfucking ass from this life, and I don't give a fuck if student fucking cusses me. I'm gonna fucking block you. Shut the fuck up.
She gonna ask her if she done while she's talking.
Exactly. It's so disrespectful.
We're not
Why
talking
do you
science.
Why do you feel the need to talk down to us like that?
Because we're
Why?
not talking the science. You guys
Why?
you're doing ad hominems.
Why?
You didn't do that to we today.
She's not talking science, and she's an actual
Well, let's
freaking
go ahead and talk the
scientist.
science. Let's talk the science then.
No, she don't have to talk no
the
science with
exposition.
you.
Right? If we're talking about
She
to leave
doesn't
all
have
the
to.
emotions out of it,
You
then just talk the
should
science.
be
We don't need all the exposition.
privileged to be in the presence of somebody who has this much level of
This is
expertise.
crazy.
Cool.
You should be
Again, we
privileged.
can talk the science and not have to go into all the other shit.
Man, I want to
Talk
her
the
talk to a
science.
white woman
There's
like
no
this.
damn science to be spoken of with you, lady.
Nah,
Who
you're
is
the one who
you?
keeps saying we're descendants of Asians.
The science says
The
that
science doesn't say
Native
we're descendants of
American has ancient Asian DNA. We're talking
That's
science.
the science.
Nope, that's not the science.
Nope.
According to
The
who?
article is
and your opinion?
2021.
No, that means we
That's
have
the
common
science.
ancestors. It means we have common ancestors.
Okay, so if you were paying attention to the comments earlier, and I did highlight to people in the comments earlier, I highlighted a paper for everybody to go and search, okay, so that it's not just coming from my words. I have presented a source, okay, that has been cited multiple times, that is cited with further evidence multiple times, okay, so that it's not just me. And it's proof that I'm not just speaking out of my ass. I am speaking the science. And when you speak science, you show sources. Okay?
What was the paper about?
Okay. It is about the origins of the Amerindians, okay, based on HLA groups and genetics. Okay, so while you're here talking about semantics of no, genealogy is different from ancestry, is different from hereditary is different from this. I presented a source, and I will present it again. Okay, when I'm done talking. Okay, and I invite everybody in this life to go and search that paper and read it. Okay, you don't have to be a full-blown scientist to read an abstract and understand the gist of what it is saying.
Oh, say that again. You don't have to what?
You don't have to be a full-blown scientist to be able to read an abstract and gather the gist of what it's saying. Some people might struggle with the nitty-gritty of the details or the data, okay, but an abstract will tell you everything you need to know.
The abstract doesn't tell you the conclusion of the study, though.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Every abstract structure should include a conclusion.
Not every
Otherwise,
abstract.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be published in the paper that it was.
The abstract, all it shows is a
No,
summary.
it does not. No, that one. No, you're not even going to argue with me on that. That is a fact. You cannot publish a paper without including a conclusion to your study.
The study itself has the conclusion. The abstract doesn't show the conclusion.
The abstract includes the conclusion, a conclusionary sentence.
Not always does it, no?
Oh, okay. Hello, people in the comments. Hello, people
How could
in
you
the
make the
comments,
abstract then?
because I am not condescending to anyone on the panel or people in the comments. But can I see by a show of press the word type 1 if you have read the abstract, okay, or any abstract and seen a conclusion?
Yep.
I mean, everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
Please type 1 in the comments so that we can show her because she seems to disagree with that.
Yeah,
well, it's she's superior, so she's right.
I didn't say that. I said I've seen
Actually, she's above the water. That's how artists called it. I sat there and watched live. He was like, "You so much above the water, BGP."
A lot. Sometimes
so much above
Those
the water.
guys,
Everybody
those guys, they didn't even address the paragraphs I read. Those guys, they just.
But I mean, you didn't.
Those guys.
Hey, hold on. What
He
did
had
he
to hurry
say?
up
Hold
and
on, let me
stroke
bring
your
it up. What
ego.
did he say?
Let's get back to the science.
He had to recharge the battery in your back.
Let's get back to the
Hey,
science.
hold on. Let me
Because
play
I knocked
that.
that bitch
Let me
If
play
we're
that.
descendants of
That was
Asians,
awesome.
please prove to me that the people that you say we're descendants of were actually Asian. Can you prove that?
In a sense of like a semantic argument. No, they're not.
no.
They wasn't called Asian. Those skeletal remains are on that continent now, and those people who share the B haplogroup and the other haplogroups y'all share, they're on that continent now that we call Asian. So
Okay.
yeah, we agree with you, but you
So
know
we're
what
not
we talking
descendants
about
of
too.
Asians? So we're
It's
not
for the
descendants.
sake. Excuse me. This is for the sake of communication. That's what we're not about to sit here and say the continent that they call Asia today, and the continent that they call Africa today, and the continent that they call Europe today. We're not doing that. You know what we're talking about.
I do, but not everybody else does.
No, everybody else does. Everybody else does.
No,
Y'all
they
just don't like the word Asia.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
There's several people, especially in this live, literally.
Who
keep telling
in the
us we're
chat doesn't understand when we say Asia? Put
So
a 1 in
again-
the chat if you don't understand. Please.
So again,
When we speak about these migrations out of Asia, does anybody think that Native Americans are Asian?
I didn't say that. I said we are not.
I'm asking the chat. I just want to know if they think that they're Asian. And Latinians don't count.
He said we all
very
get
clear.
it. We got it.
What Rhea asked me to do, I've been very clear. I didn't say you called us Asians. I said you keep saying we are descendants of Asians when we are not.
Okay, so who are you
We
descendants
mean
from?
the people from over there on that continent, ma'am. You know,
Get the coordinates real quick.
Yeah, that's what
It's still not Asian, so it is fundamentally
Okay,
wrong.
okay, if it's
in
not
the
Asian,
scientific community, that's what they're calling it, ma'am.
They're calling that landmass Asia that the people
They're
came
calling those people that
fine,
you
but
come
those
from
people aren't
Asians.
Asians.
But those
So
people
don't
aren't
get
Asian.
mad at me
But we
because it's in the
understand.
scientific field. Get
But we
mad at the
understand.
people in the field. I'm
Sure.
just reading the article, ma'am.
Sure. So we already understood and we've established that when it comes to terminology, because I've showed Rob pulled up this source that I brought up.
You show some terminology to scientists that agree with you, but it's not taken in to the whole academic field. They haven't changed the terminology yet, so they don't agree with you just yet. So until they do,
No. That's not what that states at all. See, this is what if you don't read the article in full, and when Rob only reads one paragraph out of that entire
I'm
article.
not talking about Rob. What
but
I'm
I'm
telling
talking
you is
about
in the
the article.
scientific community today, they still say
Again,
Asian.
can I finish? Can I
You
finish?
trying to throw slight
Hey,
on
here
the
we go.
nigga for no
not.
reason.
Listen.
I'm not.
Hey, let me give her a
Then why you
recharge.
keep saying his name? You talking
Hey,
to
here you go.
me.
See? I'm trying
Hey,
to
wait,
ask
wait,
you
wait.
a question
Rob.
and you keep cutting me off.
Hey, hold on. Let me give her a recharge.
Going at them and everything else is that there are things that she's above water on that they're below water on educationally. And everything is lost because inevitably the argument or discussion is lost because somebody doesn't understand something and they won't admit that they don't understand certain information. All right, it was asked 3 times inside of the conversation, 2 times in the conversation when Notorious is breaking it down, and you could tell that I'm sitting here watching and listening, and you could tell that they did not understand all the statistics when they were trying to say that East Eurasian DNA is 8.7%, which means it goes back 30 to 40,000 years ago.
And that right there, that's genetic similarity. She didn't tell him that.
When autosomal statistics only goes back 150 to 200 years through commercial testing. You see, it's things like that that don't make sense, that they can't explain, and then you try to say, look, they want to have a debate against me just to save face. And I'm like, the only problem with that is that the biggest loser in that whole thing will be not only the discussion, but the science behind it. Because you're not, even if you think you're gonna win me by having the gift of gab, at the very end of the day, if you do win, you just misinformed a bunch of people.
If I do,
that you don't
he
understand.
knew I was going to smoke his
That's
ass.
very dangerous.
If you do win,
that's
you
the
won't
problem.
beat me
So
arguing about that
we shouldn't have discussions and
8.5%.
debate.
And that's
Because you
genetic
can't
similarity.
you can't determine which part of that 8.5 came from recent mixture or what came from ancient times. That's a fact.
And-
that's where he was going
and
to
that's-
lose that.
Yeah, and
So
that's
are we
per
going
the
to another
article that
argument now?
BGP sent out. That's called genetic similarity. Read
No,
the
that's
whole
not what we
article.
were talking about in that conversation.
Oh, hold on. He said it right there. Hold on. He literally said it. Listen.
Somebody doesn't understand something, and they won't admit that they don't understand.
So I'm giving you a recharge.
All right, it was asked 3 times inside of the conversation, 2 times in the conversation when Notorious is breaking it down, and you could tell that I'm sitting here watching and listening, and you could tell that they did not understand all the statistics when they were trying to say that East Eurasian DNA is 8.7%, which means it goes back 30 to 40,000 years ago.
No one even made that claim
at all.
We said it's up to that person to do the research in their family to see if that 8.5 came from recent, which can be true, but it also can come from the recombination over time from ancient DNA from East Asia. That's what the argument. It wasn't just one thing specifically.
Okay, so are we switching topics now?
No, I was giving you a recharge because you said you head above you. What you say? You
Okay,
head above
again,
the water
are
and
we
everybody else.
switching
I'm giving you a
topics now?
recharge. Go ahead, fight back.
Are we switching topics now?
No, but I can read this though. An abstract is a brief summary of a research work that describes its purpose, scope, results, and contents. It is usually a single paragraph of about 250 words, and it is self-contained and concise. An abstract helps the reader to quickly understand the main points and findings of the research. It may also serve as a basis of the requesting funding for support for a project. Findings of the research.
Yeah, it's a better understanding of the complete research. So Rhea was
It doesn't
right.
give the full conclusion,
It's the same thing, basically.
but it's not because it doesn't give a full
The main points and the findings of the
Right,
research.
but in order to fully understand the entire paper, you can read the abstract, but you have to read the entire paper and get the full conclusion to understand the full conclusion.
Right. And okay. Question. Do you have the capacity or the knowledge to read the full papers and gather from them the full concept or like basically what they're trying to say? Do you have the ability?
Yes, I've literally been taking science classes.
Okay.
Since
Since you've been taking science classes and you said you know what the science is, are you aware what linkage disequilibrium is?
Linkage what? No, I don't know. What does that have to do with the topic we're talking about, though?
But you said you understand. You said you understand.
What does that have to do with the topic?
No, you said you understand. So I'm asking you this is actually a very simple question. Since you said you can go outside the scope of an abstract, do you understand what even linkage disequilibrium means?
No, I don't.
So you don't understand what linkage disequilibrium and linkage equilibrium is, but we don't know the science.
Please tell me how that relates
Gotcha.
Google it. Check Google very quickly.
But go ahead. Please tell me how that relates to what we're talking about.
We don't have to tell you anything because you know it all.
I didn't say I knew it all. I'm
You're
talking
the
about the
source. You
particular
are
science
Neo.
that we're
We don't
talking
know the
about.
science, right?
All you had to do is say you don't know. Can you shut up so we can know? Can you shut up so we can learn?
What are you talking about?
Just say I don't know and then you can learn.
Exactly. Because as someone who says, you know, no, you listen. As someone who says, I am, and let me finish telling you something, okay?
Can I
have the ability to understand.
Thank you. Go ahead, talk, Rhea.
As someone who says she understands or she has the ability, she says she has taken science classes. Okay, she has the ability to read beyond the scope in a paper and understand what they're saying. She can understand the data, how data is presented, how statistics are presented, what the statistics mean. Okay, then therefore you should be able to at least understand while you're on a topic of, you know, you're talking about genealogy and you're arguing with people about defining genealogy, genetics, inheritance, descendancy. You should clearly. Okay, obviously, you should know what linkage disequilibrium is. Okay, and I will respect you. I will give you the respect at least for saying that you don't know what that is. Okay, because that is what a true scientist does. Someone who knows what they don't know will say what they don't know. However, so far in this conversation, you have argued with everybody else on this panel.
Right.
Okay, who's trying to tell you something, and they're clearly things that you do not know. However, your ego is getting in front of you. Okay, and you are refusing to admit that there are things that you don't know, and the things that you are trying to bend the corner and try and you're slipping and sliding around every time they catch you on something. You keep slipping and sliding. Okay, you keep changing the topic. Right?
No, I don't. They're the ones changing the topic. Are you gonna gaslight me right now?
Oh, is it me? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so you want to
Now I'm
gaslight me?
gaslighting. First I was condescending, now I'm gaslighting.
Yes,
Please,
because I'm not the one who
everybody in
changed
the
the
live,
topic.
everybody
I'm
in the
literally
live,
just
am
trying
I
to get back to the
gaslighting her?
topic that we were at the beginning.
Oh, I'm
Then
still
you
on the
changing the
topic. I am
topic.
on the topic. I am
Okay, you know
on the
what,
topic.
So,
Ria,
okay, let's get back
just
to the
go. No,
topic.
no,
No,
let's
I am
mute.
on it. I haven't
Just
left
mute
it.
up.
So
Just
when we're
mute.
talking, when they want to go,
Because,
because I asked them, are we
yeah.
switching back from we're descendants from Asians to the autosomal thing? Because they're the ones that switched that topic. That's why I asked them, are we switching the topic? That's what I asked. I'm not the one switching the topics. So yeah, you're trying to gaslight me by saying that I'm the one switching the topic and trying to make me feel like I'm the one doing all the shit. When I'm not.
So you're telling me that you haven't slipped and slided this whole conversation?
That I haven't
Every
what?
time they literally just caught you in something, and that's when you started. Oh, are we
What
changing
did
the
they
topic
catch
now?
me in?
Are we changing the topic now?
What did
Because
they
they caught you and they have evidence of someone catching you in something, and then that's when you start. Actually, what you're doing is trying to gaslight them for catching you out.
What did they catch me in?
Oh my
Well,
God.
Everybody else, please go
you
ahead.
just said from all haplogroups. Then at the same time, you also said that certain haplogroups would die out if a mother or a father die out. Then once we explain it, you're like, yeah, you agreed to it. You know, you were going against it earlier. You did.
No,
You did.
I
You did
No,
earlier.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
So what I said.
you said
Which topic do you guys want to talk about? Because we're going back to haplogroups.
What
or
don't you agree on?
Which one?
That's what it basically is.
Which
What
one?
don't you agree on?
Which one?
Hold on,
Which
what
one
is
are
it
we?
you
Which
don't
one are we
agree on?
doing?
Because
Which topic?
no.
Which argument?
Here, look. It's like
Can we
this.
pick one
What
and
don't
stick with
you
one
agree
and then we
on,
can
and we
move
can
on
go
to the
from there?
next?
No. What don't you agree on, and we can go from there? Because every time we say something and we correct you,
Right.
you say, "Oh no, I agree." No, you weren't agreeing. That's why we corrected you.
You
You
didn't.
say something else. Oh, I said that. No, you did not. So what don't you agree on?
So okay, one, parent haplogroups don't descend from each other. That's number one. And number two, we are not descendants of Asians. So unless you can prove that those people were Asian,
So where does A come from?
huh?
Where does the parent haplogroup A come from?
From the continent we now call Asia, but they're not Asians.
No, what was the
Oh,
haplogroup
my
before that? What was the haplogroup before A?
Wherever it split off from,
Ain't doing it.
And what was that?
it didn't descend from it. It split off from it. Again, like I explained,
What? Oh, what
mother and
the?
a father
Hold
get
on.
divorced, and the
Am I
parents
tripping?
split.
It's
So what was it
mutations
before
that
A?
happen.
Telling y'all, she's
What was it
the
before A?
expert.
Say
She
that.
knows everything. She's the expert.
No, what are you? What? No, you're
What
trying
the
to
fuck?
argue with something that
What
I already.
came before A?
Please
What
tell me.
haplogroup came before A? I
Again,
literally
it's not
showed
a
it on the
descendant
map.
How, Rob? I'm asking
are.
you a logical question. How does two parents, a husband and a wife, how do they descend from each other? Because that's what
This
a
is not a
parent
good.
haplogroup
This is not a good way
What
to do
the
it, though.
fuck? Listen.
Yes.
What
because
came before
as I
A?
explained before, when parent haplogroups they split, it's like a marriage. You got.
So is she saying she doesn't understand the science?
She's saying at this point that she doesn't want to understand it.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. Because Rob just asked a specific question. So can we just deal with that? What haplogroup came before A? That's it. That's all you got to deal with. It's crazy.
So again, subhaplogroups.
What came before A? What came before A?
Subhaplogroups.
What came before A? A. What
I don't
came
know
before
what
A?
came-
Or
what
did it
came
pop out
before
of thin
A?
air?
What
Was it
came
What
before
came
A?
before A?
What came
I
before
literally
A?
put it on the map.
M,
It was
N,
literally on the
L,
map.
I don't know, one of those.
Okay, so they came. If M and N created A,
It didn't
how is
create
that
A.
possible?
It
Oh,
didn't
okay,
create-
so A just came out in thin air.
No, A split off, and then they mutated to their environment.
Oh fuck.
Mm,
So
they
so
mutate.
okay, so A
split
just,
off.
so okay, wait.
So when
they
Wait.
split off
Okay,
to their
so
environment.
what you're saying is M and M were
creating
chilling.
humans.
Hold on, wait. So the way you're saying is M and A were chilling, or M and N were just chilling, and then they woke up and it's, oh shit, there's an A over there. Is that what happened?
Nope.
No,
Mutations occurred and mixings.
that's not what I said at all, and I've explained this very clearly.
Okay. So what I'm failing to understand is your basically description of it as like a divorce. So was it like two haplogroups chilling with each other? They got divorced, like M and N, and then
No,
they got divorced, and then M went and became its own thing.
no.
Okay.
Nope.
Again, the people who belong to haplogroup M, they were
Okay.
there already thousands of years, right? That's why they got the mutation, correct? Right? We're going to take this step by step, right? They were there thousands of years. They had mutations because they adapted to their environments. They had mutations, which created the haplogroup M. Okay? Then people from that haplogroup left. They said, we're going to go over here and explore over here and be over here. They still had those genetic mutations from M. They move over to this other region. When they get there, they stay there for thousands of years. Over those thousands of years, mutations occur. That then creates the new parent haplogroup to that region. Now, that group splits and goes somewhere else. However, the groups that stayed in haplogroup, let's say we'll go with A, right? The groups that stayed in haplogroup A and stayed within those regions, they became subhaplogroups. They didn't go migrating out further out. They didn't go like across the continents. They didn't go over to North America, whatever. Those subhaplogroups stayed in that surrounding region and mutated even more to their environments over time. That's how you get the subhaplogroups.
Okay.
And then when you got when
with
you
you.
get
I'm
to
with you
America,
so far.
then
Just
what
a
happens?
second more.
So can we back up?
Just a second,
Okay.
guys. Okay.
Oh, you got it.
So as these haplogroups are splitting up and maybe going to different locations and then further on becoming, entirely new haplogroups of their own, right? Is there a possibility that even within that haplogroup, before it even changes or even without changing, is there not a possibility that that same haplogroup can also migrate whilst maintaining its genetic identity?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, good. We're together on that. So, as we're talking about, haplogroups like breaking off into their different branches, okay? It might be geographical, okay? Sometimes it doesn't need to be geographical. A new haplogroup can arise within the same geographical
continent, yeah.
region, within the same place, right? Without them having to go off somewhere else, right?
Those are subhaplogroups, yes.
So either some people, for instance, if we had example haplogroup M, okay, and there's 1,000 people in that haplogroup. This is just an example. Of those 1,000 people, 500 stay, 500 migrate. And of those 500 that migrate, maybe 250, okay, will become more diverse, or no, they won't become more diverse because they are still of the same haplogroup, but their next generation and the generations after that follow. That's why I say I understand part of what you're saying, okay? What I was talking about earlier was about delivery, okay? So maybe those 250 people go ahead and maybe crossbreed with maybe another set of people or within themselves, and they build generation after generation, and eventually the number of mutations that accumulates will result in a new haplogroup, okay? So over those thousands of years, it is not happening exclusively. Like it's not like box. No, it's literally shades of gray as they travel.
Yes, I know this.
Okay, so all of those shades of gray as they travel, there's going to be multiple haplogroups formed over multiple regions, like Rob had that map on, because you could see there's M here, there's also M here, there's N here, but there's also N in a different location, things like that. So based on that, and how you see migration patterns, and what people are trying to say is that you can trace the descendancy and lineage, okay, back towards Asia. So when you're looking,
yes,
so you might argue about, they weren't called Asian then, they weren't called this then, and that's why I asked if you want specificity of what they were called then, Okay, personally, I don't know. So if we want to identify things scientifically, let's now start to describe it based on longitude and latitude, based on the location on the globe.
I don't
Okay.
disagree.
Okay, so based on the location of the globe, you can see, okay, this set of people came from this set of people who came from this set of people who came from this set of people. You can trace it back following breadcrumbs, genetic breadcrumbs via markers. Okay, and a haplogroup isn't
60 degrees
identified,
east,
right?
73 degrees north.
So this is the thing. I'm not disagreeing with you, Ria. I've actually been saying everything you've been saying. They don't like the way I've been saying it, though.
No, you have not.
You have
Yes,
not.
I have.
Stop that.
Oh,
Literally, what I
this is
just
what
said,
you
she
do.
agreed with me.
You
I've
have
literally been
not.
saying.
Oh,
You have not been
man.
saying the same thing. You have not.
So can I
You
talk?
have not.
Can I
You have
talk
not.
to her?
Oh my
Can I have the conversation with her?
No, we would like to listen to Rhea. We won't like to listen to you. You
I
can
don't
mute up
really
and
care
let
what
Rhea
you
finish
like.
what she has to say. I don't care what you have to say either.
I don't really care. So anyway, me and Rhea are having a conversation. So Rhea, I don't disagree with you. I've been saying the same thing. The problem that we're having, and like you said, let's go ahead and describe it as longitude or latitude, or let's go ahead and say what we now call Asia. I don't have a problem with that. The problem is they don't want to do it. They don't think it's they need to do it. Even though when we're talking about
Because the scientific community's not doing it.
can I please finish?
God.
So when we're talking about scientific racism and inferring race, because we know race is not a biological construct, it's a social construct. So when we infer racial terms onto groups of people, that's where we are upholding scientific racism, which when we willingly understand that that is what's happening, then we can change our terminology. Like there are things within the system of race in other systems where things don't change automatically, but we socially start changing those things,
Hey,
right?
so what?
But here's
Real
the thing,
quick.
here's the thing,
What?
Notorious, right? Before, okay, not myself or not our group of Black people, but before the people we call today Asians, okay, what do you know what they were called before, or what they were referred to in common colloquialism?
What time period are you talking about?
No, just immediately before.
No, not immediately before modern day.
We were referred to as Orientals.
Oh yeah, okay.
You've heard that.
Yeah, that's
right? Okay, and at some point in time, okay, that terminology became wrong. Okay, so that what you're talking about is nomenclature, which does change over time. And what the panel is telling you, the current and what we are in this world today, as we describe it, when we're talking about a certain group of people or a certain area or a certain geographical place, that is what we will call it. We will call it Asia. Okay? You can disagree. You can disagree with it and you can say, okay, it needs to be changed. It needs to be that. It needs to be that. TikTok is not the place to try and change it. Go ahead, write papers, address the scientific community, tell them how we need to change the names of it and say, stop calling it Asia. But until then, just before, like just less than 20 years ago, it was 15 years ago, right, that the common language of science was Latin. Okay, so we were speaking Latin when we started to talk about scientific knowledge. If you're a nurse, or if you have the qualifications that you have, you will know that, right? So
I'm glad you said that, because when we say that Asia is called Asia today, then and we need to clarify that, right? I don't feel like doing it, and I'm not doing it, and I'm not in the field, so you definitely not gonna tell me not to do it, right? Or tell me to do it. But when we're talking to people, are we not expecting them to know the recent history of why the place is called Asia today? Who would you be talking to that don't know that?
There are several people that have taken what you guys have said and completely twisted it into the
Oh, it's what we said.
Well, yeah, because when we're talking, okay, so again, there are papers that are already written. I don't know why everybody cares. If you got a problem, it's not a me problem. This is literally scientists who are combating. Is literally scientists who are combating scientific racism and how racial terms have been inferred onto all of these things. There are papers that I cited that explain this. And so it is
Can
something
you
that
cite
is,
them again real quick?
But Asian is not
can
a
I
race.
finish?
Term.
Man,
Can
she's
I
talking about
please
that English
finish?
dude.
I'm not
Let's
saying,
clarify that though.
can I
Asia,
please finish? I'm not
Asia's
saying
not a
Asia is a
racist
race.
term.
I didn't say Asia was a racist term. That's not what I'm saying. I am saying that race is not biological. I'm sorry. Yeah, race is not biological. It is a social construct, which is why throughout time we have had several different terms, like you said, Oriental, like you Caucasoid, Mongoloid, all of those words that people have used to describe race over the last 300 years or so, right? So when we understand that these things exist and that they need to be changed, and when there are papers that have already been written about how terminology perpetuates scientific racism, we no longer can claim ignorance. We
So
then
how do you propose people refer
finish?
to, no, I'm just going to ask a question, but how do you propose people refer to those people then?
Again, you can say early humans, you can say hunter-gatherer groups, you can
No, but when we're trying to describe the geographic location and talk about migrations, what do we do? What do we say?
You can still say that it's the place we call Asia now. Well, I don't understand why adding
It's the
two
place we
words.
call Asia.
I said that before, and she
weird
still
power
didn't accept it, so stop it.
Like for example, what was to some natives, because it wasn't to all natives, what was the Americas called before it was called America? What was it called before it was called America?
Y'all called it Turtle Island.
I want to see you do it for Africa too.
So
Twerk like that for Africa.
They don't. When she's reading a scientific paper and it says anything with Africa or African Americans, they read it as African and African American.
No, I don't. I say
Mo, you want to know what it comes from?
That's what I say. I don't know about anybody else, but don't conflate me with other people. I always.
Hold on. Let me find the video. I'm gonna show. Look, it's gonna sound exactly what she's saying right now. Let me find the video.
I always say that. What we now call the Americas, what we now call Asia, I always say that.
Okay, but in the scientific community, they have yet to change what they define
Right,
the
because
word
that again, there's a difference between ignorance and willful ignorance. So when the topic has been addressed and has been put out there by many people within scientific community who is trying to
many people who are they?
Yeah.
Who are they? Please name them.
She said she's gonna go get it later. She said she posted it. I asked her for it earlier. She said she posted it. She posted it on her shit, and I don't even know what that is.
For my benefit, please, because I wasn't here earlier. So please tell me, because since they're at your fingertips and you know that there's
they're
people
not at my fingertips because they're not at my fingertips because I pulled these sources like months
It's on the shit that's in her fingernails.
Okay,
She posted it on her shit.
Since you are familiar with these sources,
I'm literally staying on mute while you guys continue to cut me off.
Because I want to Google them as well. I
Right,
want
we
to
wanna read it.
I want to follow you.
Can you
I want
listen
to follow
to
what you're
me?
saying.
Can you please listen
No,
to me?
it's not about listening anymore.
Please,
because
very
because
much
you're
so.
talking science.
So again,
describe your sources. Describe your sources so that we can follow along with what you are saying.
Stating.
Rob,
Right. You don't get to say you cited sources and then freestyle after that.
one of the sources
You let us
that
pull
I
it
had
up
in the
and then we
video.
follow you while you talking.
So again, Rob literally pulled up one of the sources that I had in the video. I made that video months ago, so I would have to literally scroll through 1,001 screenshots to find the sources that I used.
It's a hold on. It's a British guy. What's the name of that British guy that you told me to listen to?
Okay, we know he
British
I
guy.
mean, I find
Yep,
it
the
very.
British guy, the one that talks about
You're
scientific
talking
racism.
about fuck, my mind just went blank. You're
Is
talking
he an
about
anthropologist? What is
the
he?
Indian
Yep.
guy who's from Britain.
Nope,
Not
nope,
British,
nope.
he's
The
Indian.
white guy.
He's
No.
his mother's Indian and his father's British. He's not a white guy.
Okay.
Even
Okay, what's his name?
very President Brown. I can't think of. Hold on, I'll tell you what his name is. Hold on.
Because I'm
He
gonna tell you
talks
exactly.
My thing
he
is
talks
this:
about
if you have this, contrarian view of what every known scientist has proposed or has stated or has founded, right? Wouldn't you have this information ready to go every time somebody challenges you on your point of view?
Adam
Ashley?
Rutherford. Nope, Adam Rutherford.
Yeah, Adam Rutherford. Yeah, he's
Adam.
one that who. Yeah, Adam Rutherford is big on changing the norm.
Let me find that part. Hold on.
Is pushed.
She talking. She looking for it.
And he actually talks about genetic isopoints or common ancestor point. Same thing.
He's a geneticist. Okay.
Yeah, Adam Rutherford does
And a
anti
published author.
work within the scientific community. So meaning that he works to help other scientists understand their biases and how to reframe their wording when it comes to papers like that. So again, there are several scientists who are working at decolonizing science, right, and how terminology is used. And one of the things that he talks about in one of the videos that I posted and in other articles that not only he talks about, but other scientists talk about, the ones that I posted on my page, talk about how the terminology and the differences in the definitions can confuse the layman, right? The people that don't have any kind of science background at all. So it can confuse the layman in understanding those terms and how it can be misinterpreted and misread. So when I'm trying to tell people that because this is a thing and that we had to actively try to work at deconstructing, and when we're talking about science, be mindful of how scientific racism is being perpetuated by inferring race onto even early humans, that is part of that. And so we should be working to use better terminology as we would in everything what we're doing when we're deconstructing race and fighting and using anti-racism. So science is not exclusive to changing that. When this should be happening across all systems of racism. So if we're changing terminology and how we use terminology when it comes to certain words in society socially, we can also change terminology when it comes to scientific words that are being misrepresented or misconstrued by people because they don't understand that there are differences in those definitions. And those definitions are important.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So I will say, okay, based on what you're saying, okay, and thank you for articulating that because it makes more sense now what you just said, okay? However, like what I just described, scientific terminology has been changing with the times, okay? It has changed even languages, full, complete languages, like I just described. The scientific language used to be Latin. That switched to English less than 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And in that change, okay, and in that change, right, it's not like scientists are not open to change or they're hard bent on using certain terminology. They will adapt. That is what science does. Science adapts, science changes, okay? It changes with time. So as it's changing, there might be people who will say or propose that, okay, we propose changing this, or this terminology does not make sense right now, or whatever, right? But with regards to, like, let's say geographical location, okay, even today, people will say, okay, this set of people, or the majority of people, or everyone on the planet descended from African people. Okay, so like I can't remember who it was that asked the question, like, then why aren't you also rooting for the change of African terminology and saying, okay, because you can't say that these were ancient humans. So ancient humans, what did they live specifically in what we call Asia today? Or did they exist everywhere in the world? Or did they exist where we need to pinpoint for geographical reasons?
Right. I'm not saying you can't pinpoint for geographical reasons. What I'm saying is that it's the use of the terms of saying we are descendants of Asians, which, hold on, please stop with the huffing and puffing.
Go ahead.
So I'm talking about, but to you, Ria. So again, what I'm talking about is, yes, I do know, as you stated, terminology changes over time, right? And again, this is where I've been trying to have the conversation, but it keeps going into all this other shit. The conversation is that when it comes to racism and how things affect our community, by saying things like we are descendants of Asian, which is not factual, if we can agree to that, it's not factual because we don't know what those people were. We don't know their culture, their language, any of the things. We know they were hunter-gatherer groups. That's about it. We know, right? We don't even know what their phenotypes were. We can guess, we can infer, but that's as best as we can do. However, when we're using the terms that we are descendants of Asians, socially, how it harms the Native community, because this has been done before to the Native community, it's used as a way to stake claims to our lands. And this is where I'm trying to get the conversations with everybody to understand how it affects us as a culture, as a people, because this happened. And I showed a video of this, of where a white geneticist turned around, misconstrued the data, and started claiming that Anzac Boy was Native American, but that proved that Native Americans were actually descendants of Europeans. And then you see like video footage of other white scientists going around and saying, see, we can claim those bones, because a lot of the things is they want to take our bones, and a lot of Native Americans don't want those bones disturbed. So there's this fight between science and natives when it comes to ancestral and spiritual beliefs, when it comes to the bones here, right? And so they made deals with Native Americans saying, okay, if you will let us take samples from these bones, we'll be able to prove that you guys are here. But instead what they did was they tried to, and he had to apologize and say, I misconstrued my own data. I misrepresented my own data. And because of this, you had a lot of people starting to push, the idea that the Pretendians have now about how they're originals. That's where that idea came from white people originally. White people were originally going around.
Okay.
Hold on.
Sorry to cut you off.
But can I please finish, please?
Go ahead.
White people were going around claiming to be the original Native Americans, which is how they started saying that it doesn't matter, everybody is Native. We can all say we're Native. We all have ancestry here. We're all part of the original people. Therefore, these are our lands. So that's how it impacts us. So when it starts doing the Asian thing, then that starts leading into this idea of, yes, we're descendants of Asians. That means Asians can start claiming lands. And that's where these things go to. So that's why I'm saying it is important to word things properly and to be able to explain it. And we can't just assume that people know what we're talking about. We can't assume that.
Okay, I see what you're talking about with regards to the misappropriation of ancestry and things like that. However, my simple question right now, based on what you're saying, okay, because there are other Native people in the comment section and on the panel, right, who disagree with what you're saying. So either you are the one with the golden egg of information and how you want to be represented, which you have a problem with, and I can see where you're saying, but then my simple question is, are the so-called people who you detest calling Asian today, are they claiming ancestry to your land?
Who said I detested Asian people? I never said I detested Asian.
No, I said terminology.
What do you mean?
The entire live stating that you don't like that terminology. That's what she's referring to.
Right, because it's not accurate terminology, and it is a way that harms Native people on a social scale and a political scale. So if we're gonna sit here and
expound upon that, expound upon how it does that.
I already did. I told you how people use it to make claims to our lands. Europeans did this already with Kenwood.
Oh my God.
Okay, go ahead. No, Ria's asking you a question about have Asians been making claims to the land?
As far as I know, not that I know of, no.
Right.
So how is it harmful?
Yeah.
Because it can lead to that. And that's what we're trying to prevent. We're trying to prevent that. And not only that, it doesn't even have to be them, right? So Europeans can turn around, the US government can turn around and say, oh, well, you're not actually who you guys say you are. You guys are descendants of Asians, so you're not really Native Americans, you're Asians. That's how the stuff gets twisted up and used against us.
That's the thing. No one is contesting
BGP
being Native American. Nobody.
No, I'm not saying that nobody's contesting that. That's not what I'm saying. It's the rhetoric that is used on a continuous basis when people say we are descendants of other people.
So basically, you're scared of a possible could be that isn't and hasn't been.
Or it has been, though. It happened with Europeans when they did it.
Okay, no. But then now, based on the statement, a lot of Native Americans descended from Asian populations. Okay, well, that statement alone. No, leave the Europeans out of it. Leave the other people, anybody else, leave them out of it. Okay?
Why? Because it all connects.
On that statement alone, have Asian people tried to claim nativity?
It doesn't matter if they have or not. No, the statement is problematic.
It does. Oh,
it very much is. That's like sitting there saying, okay, because this racist. No. That's okay. Let me. So
okay. Fighting ghosts.
So no, that's like turning around and saying, okay, this was a racist thing that happened to you guys. Well, just because this other group of people hasn't done that to you, and they could possibly do it because history likes to repeat itself quite often, it could be a possibility. And since it's already happened, we're going to protect against that. We're going to protect against it from already from happening it again. So to protect against that, we are asking that people don't say we are descendants of Asians, because that is not factually correct. We understand that they were not Asian. We understand that.
Yeah.
Who is
BGP,
we?
I've been told that you're not even native. They say
I am
you don't
native.
speak for them.
Very much native.
They say you. They say
I
you don't
just
speak for them. They say
I
you
just
don't.
want to know. I just want to know who the fuck made you the spokesperson for Indigenous people, because it's certainly not me, and certainly not everybody in the comments. You don't speak for us, okay? I don't know what all this French is about, but we, who the fuck is we?
So
for real.
do
Who is
you
we?
deny that Europeans used that as a way to stake claims to lands and claim that they were the original people?
Oh my goodness. I want to ask
Are
you
you
a
denying
question.
that?
BGP.
No, answer that. Are you denying that the fact that Europeans use the same rhetoric to start claiming to be the original people of the lands so they can stake claim to the lands? Did they or did they not do that?
Okay.
Hold on, let me ask a question. So, this
I want to know who is the we?
Yeah,
Who's the we that agrees with you?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure that out.
All the Native Americans that I see in the chat don't have a problem with what's going on in the scientific community with the stuff that they're talking about.
And that's fine. You guys aren't, not everybody is representative of the entire Native community. And I'm not saying I'm speaking for the entire Native community.
Yes, you have been up here this entire time saying that.
No, what I'm, again,
It's
when we're
weird
talking,
as fuck now.
okay, so if you're, okay,
All right, so I'm gonna
so
show.
if you're gonna sit there, hold on. If you're gonna sit there and say that this is, you're gonna bring a claim and say, hey, I think Native Americans are saying this and it's very harmful to the Black community. And we say, okay, well, we don't care. It doesn't matter. This is just what the science is. Too bad, so sad. Right? And then you're saying, but hey, this is harmful to our community.
But we do say that. Tech will attest. We say that.
Right. So are you speaking on behalf of the entire Black community, or are you speaking in a generalization that you know?
We don't say we're speaking on entire.
Right,
Black
but you
people.
can. But you still.
We say
but
that
don't
we're
you still
reading
say
the scientific information, and if you disagree with it, take it up with the people that wrote the article.
But again,
you're
when
not
something
doing
is
that.
said, when something is said,
You're coming over here to try to G-check us into using the terminology that makes the Native American community feel good because you dislike the word Asia.
So okay,
if the shoe was on the other foot and you and we had a problem with something that the scientific community was pushing, and you guys were regurgitating it, I'm gonna take it up with the scientific community because that's where y'all getting it from.
So
y'all getting it from the scientific community. So I'm gonna go to the source.
When y'all disagree with Jane Elliott, y'all all went to Jane Elliott.
With the scientific community, because the scientific community is already addressing this. So it's being addressed.
Not in mass. You got a little bit. You got a little bit of science.
You got one paper, bro.
That is scientific racism. You're like, it's less than 20 scientists.
Here's the thing, Notorious, right?
I don't understand why you guys are sitting here. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I kept getting talked over and I didn't even get to finish.
You hold on now.
No, because I didn't get to finish. I kept getting talked over.
You always finish.
You're always talking. You're always talking. You're not talking about anything.
Like
let an expert talk. Let her talk. She's an expert.
So can the host
we're not talking about the genetics of this talk. We're talking about actual scientific racism and how
it affects. With the respect of the host, may I speak, please?
Yes. Go on, Ria.
So, while you're saying that, okay, yes, the scientific community is addressing it and it isn't being relayed to the wider public or whatever. So have you now declared yourself the representative for the scientific community to relay it to the general public and now teach them how to speak or how to address things or how to justify things? And if so, right, regardless of that, whenever the scientific community comes to an agreement that, okay, we are no longer like let's say we're no longer talking about Asian populations or calling them that. Okay, there's always like a public statement, there's a press release, there's a paper or so that comes out to inform the general public. You would hear it in the news all over the world, like say, like for instance, when I said that, the scientific community decided to change its official language from Latin to English. There was a press release. It was addressed globally. Maybe people heard it, some people didn't.
No, wait. That's what we should be asking you, Rhea. We should be asking you, when you go to work, do you guys have meetings? Do you have any bulletins? Are people like, can you join a Zoom meeting so we can address the scientific racism terminology that we're using in the field? Because you're in the field. So if these people are bringing it, if they're not bringing it to you, therefore, then it's a small.
I've never heard of this.
Yeah, that's why it's a small minority of people trying to get the scientific community to change the terminology because they think this shit's racist.
Yeah, I've never heard of this.
There you go.
And she
never heard of it.
And she looked. She threw her a bone.
It's a small group.
If and when I do,
what have you never?
By the way, hold on.
Hey, look.
If and when I do, right? If there's a memo, let's say if there's a memo
what have you never heard of?
Out,
what are you talking about?
Okay,
She threw you a bone. She threw you a bone with Oriental. They already fixed the problem. So when I read that stuff that I just read your source. The guy that you're talking about stated that they made these terms off of prejudices of history.
Right.
And they switched it from what she just said, like Oriental, and switched it to Asia and made it specific to the genetics and the geographic location and the migrations. They fixed the issue.
They didn't fix it.
They didn't do it off of prejudices. All right, well, show us how Asia is. Show us.
Yeah.
So here.
That's not even what you're right.
This is. Hey, real quick. Let me just play this one real quick.
If there was, in fact, a memo sent out, okay, like the scientist you're just saying, and I did Google him, and that's why I was asking for names and I was asking for sources.
Yes.
So that we can
Adam Rutherford has had. Yeah, you can find videos of him having Zoom calls.
I would like 3 or 4 more, please. Okay, because if you are aware of the scientific method, okay, you don't just rely on one source. You need to hear at least best of 3, best of 5. At least.
Okay, but we're not talking about a scientific method when it comes to
even when it comes to a consensus and terminology, it is not one person. It is not one person who comes to decide and writes a book and says,
do you guys not know how deconstruction of racism works in systems?
As of tomorrow, I want black people to now be referred to as woolly-haired peoples. Okay, let's go.
I want black people to be referred as kings.
Okay, cool. That's what you want to be referred to at? I don't care. But again,
revisions happen,
and she write a paper on it.
Revisions happen, and when the revisions do happen,
right? Because
when they are presented to a team of your peers. That is what they call peer review. They're presented to a team of your peers who will also question you. So this person who you refer to, right? They've written a book on something. I haven't. I took less than 1 minute to look them up, and I've seen some of the research they've done. I need to take more time to look into them. But based on what I've looked into, they have talked about racial prejudices in languages and how people are referred to wrongly. I get what you're saying with regards to that person, okay? And that person also, who is a qualified geneticist, okay, a peer in my field, I would also question them and say, bring it to a committee. Come, let us question you. Show your evidence. Show your justification. Prove yourself, that we will be able to take what you are saying, okay, and if it makes sense, we will support it and then present it to the larger scientific community. Okay, because it's not just one person who decides. It's not just Darwin who decided about evolution. It's not just one person who decides.
Yeah, I know all of this.
Right. Okay, so since you know all of that,
Rhea, she knows everything.
So who are you? Are you a representative? Have you been assigned? Okay. Have you been qualified?
So apparently you guys don't know how deconstruction and decolonization works?
Nominated yourself? What happened?
Apparently you don't know how willful ignorance works?
Go ahead, Rob.
Oh, I do know how willful ignorance works.
Okay, so then
let Rob go. She about to take it somewhere else.
You're exercising it right now.
Yeah.
Right. So when
I know his arm hurt like a motherfucker.
You're being intellectually obtuse at the moment.
Actually, I'm
All right,
not.
so
Yes, you
real
are.
quick.
Why
You are
are we
being
going into
extremely
a whole
obtuse.
nother topic again?
No,
She's
no, no.
she's raising her voice.
Man,
So I'm trying
Are
to
you
talk to
suffering
Rhea,
from
and now
hearing
we're
loss?
switching
I
topics
hold
You
on,
yet
suffering from
again.
hearing
BGP.
loss.
Can I
I'm
please address
giving the
Rhea
source.
first?
I am giving the source. Man, so look, just listen to this and see if you heard this stuff before.
Right, so there's shared ancestry there, and so what that means is you can see how the branches of your family tree begin to become entwined with each other the further you go back through history. We have to deal with the fact that there are more people alive today than at any point in history, but historically you should have more ancestors than at any point in time. So you clash those two numbers together. Now, eventually what falls out of this, initially about 15 years ago worked out in mathematics, and more recently using genetics by teams over in America, Graham Coop, is that you come up with a concept which is known as the isopoint. Now, this is quite a tricky concept to get your head around, but what it is the time when all branches of all family trees cross through all individuals alive at that time. Okay? Or another way to think about it is, at the isopoint, everyone alive who has descendants alive today is the ancestor of everyone alive today. Does that make sense? Just nod. Okay. When the isopoint for Europe was calculated a few years ago, it came out as...
So I wanted to show you that real quick thing. Now, if you notice, she speaks this verbatim, right? So when she sent me this guy and I was listening to it, I was like, damn. So she says this shit like exactly like he said it. And this came out 6 years ago. So I'm not sure what's going on, but I've noticed like different things such as the ancestry thing. When it says it's conflated, it's literally a whole sentence. And that's all she did. Even when I was talking about genetic similarity, that's later in the whole article. So she takes little snippets and she repeats it. And these are the things that she says. So I just wanted you to play that to see if anybody heard this exact statement, especially tonight.
Yeah, go ahead and play the rest of it, though.
I'm not gonna play the whole thing. What my point is, listen. My point is, listen. My point is, what you do. That's hold on. That's literally the stuff that you say over and over and over again. Even in this, when he's talking about scientific racism, that's all you say.
Hey, is that why you can't write a paper?
Scientific racism, genetic isopoint, scientific racism.
You can't write the paper because you can't put it into your own words yet because you really don't get it.
Correct.
What do I need to write a paper?
Damn. In order for you to write a paper, you do have to be able to put it in your own words. You can't just keep on parroting what somebody said.
What do I need
You have to
write
rely on your own study and scholarship in order to compose something of your own.
So again,
You don't have that,
So
do you?
it's literally
Yeah,
plagiarism. That's what she did.
You can parrot YouTube.
Who said I
Well,
was
your
writing a paper?
passion, your passion, you should write a paper.
If you find a problem with it, find a problem with it and you want to be the spokesperson for it, write an article. But then that is how you address. That is how you address.
He did that because his time was up. He could have played the rest of it.
Yeah, he can still play it now, though.
Yeah, can't come up with information of her own, and yet wants to challenge the scholarship of a damn geneticist.
I'm not even questioning that. See, this is the fucking
YouTube
problem.
that you parroted.
You keep on twisting my fucking words.
Very interested.
What?
Very
She's a
interesting.
geneticist.
See,
Giving a lecture.
Here's the thing.
Lectures get recorded and lectures get put on YouTube. He's a renowned geneticist as well.
Notorious. You are an incompetent, self-appointed speaker on the matter.
No, I'm not. Not at all. Because you guys are literally here being anti-native, having the audacity to have willful ignorance.
Ain't nobody anti-native. What are you doing?
Being anti-native. How is anyone being anti-native by literally using what geneticists and scientists are saying?
To play the whole video, which you refuse to play. Why is that, Rob? Why don't you want to read the whole fucking article?
Native Americans are
read
not
the whole video of everything I said.
I was literally showing something that you literally say the same
when I said
dang thing.
read the definitions of those things. You didn't read the definitions of those things. You only read one fucking line.
I literally told you what it
the
was.
shit that you are claiming I'm doing,
Oh,
that you are
shit.
actually doing. You could have finished playing that fucking video, but you didn't.
BGP, you're
Can you tell
literally
us?
the only person being anti-native in this entire
How am I being
I'll tell you
anti-native?
how. I'll tell you how. You're the only person. Thank you.
Oh, snap. You can skip. The only thing I say is, look, I'm not about to play the whole TED Talk. Anybody can go to that same TED Talk. I showed you what it was. My thing to show you was you've been saying the same exact thing. You didn't even paraphrase. You literally copied word for word what the dude said. I mean, who does that? Paraphrase that jokers. Do something. Genetic iso point. Y'all anti-native. You know, God, like, stop. Stop it. Man, you can go ahead and, I know Nick Mack wanted to talk.
Okay, so BGP, you're the only person in this entire chat and panel that is anti-native, okay? Because yes, all the natives here, all the indigenous people here can agree on the out of Asia theory, whatever, because guess what? We're going to wake up tomorrow and we're still going to be Indians. You, on the other hand, you might be a little bit afraid, you know, of like what will happen to you, but we're not. So speak for yourself. Stop speaking for us because you're not a spokesperson. You're not even qualified to speak on these things, and you're still running your mouth everywhere, and no one likes it. Your voice is like absolutely disgusting, and you just need to be quiet, okay? Please, please just practice shutting the fuck up.
Yeah, what I'm not understanding is that when anybody disagrees that's not Native American, we're anti-Native, which is crazy. Then you're picking people who are disagreeing with the scientific community and they want them to change it, and it's a handful of scientists. So you went out your way to find people that agree with your narrative that it's a scientific racism. The scientific community is not trying to change them using Asia or Asian when it comes to the genetics of the shared DNA between the Asians and the Native Americans. It just seems like people have a problem with the word Asia and not the Native American part. So both of those words should be included in the scientific racism because y'all didn't call yourselves Native Americans, right? Like, y'all don't call yourselves Asians.
Then she should write the scientists and give them all this
That's
smoke.
what we've
She
been
doesn't need to
saying
be
this
on fucking
entire time.
TikTok
Go
arguing with
after the
people
people
on
in the
TikTok.
field. Don't get mad at the Adjustment Syndicate, who are a group of black people, and then you claim we're anti-Native because we don't agree with your logic. When
She
the
just got a little
scientists,
fire water in her, and now she thinks she's tough. And
I
you
don't
know
know about that. I'm just saying in the scientific community, they haven't changed the terminology. It's just a group of handful of scientists that agree with your talking point that it's racism and it should be changed, but they're not trying to change it on a global scale.
Yeah. So in closing, shut the fuck up.
It's crazy.
The ad hominems are hilarious. Anyway, so me saying verbatim what this geneticist said isn't nothing new. You guys literally read verbatim off of papers. So I'm not sure why you think that's like a thing. But anyway, genetic iso point or common access or common ancestor point, either term can be used, has been proven. That's a thing. It's a real thing. That's why I said finish the video. Finish the video. Because based off of that, what you guys are saying doesn't add up. It doesn't work. Not genealogically, genetic.
What are we saying?
Genetically, yes, we descend genetically from a group of people that would have come from that area. Genetically. Genealogically, we don't. Genealogically, we can't turn around and say that Asians are our ancestors and they can't say we're their descendants. That's just
In the
not.
scientific realm, that's what
I'm
they
not
say
done.
now.
I'm not done. This is my time, right? So I get what you're saying. The scientific community, sure, yes, systemic racism takes a long time to change. Scientific racism is part of systemic racism. So it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in a couple of years.
6 years.
I'm not done. But, however, willful ignorance comes in when we recognize that these things are harmful, when we recognize we can say things in better ways, then we should. That's not being a spokesperson for the scientific community. That's not any of that. It's when you recognize within any system, education, medical, legal, when you recognize that the way things are worded is problematic and harmful, socially we can start changing that ourselves while the system waits to catch up. We don't have to continue
Yeah,
to
we're not changing it over here. So you go ahead and you do that.
And that becomes willful ignorance, and that becomes what
No,
is
because you want us to change the terminology that you disagree with. In
It's not terminology
the
that I
scientific
disagree
community, the majority of the people in the scientific
and
community
that's
don't agree with
fine,
you.
but again, it's something
This is
that
crazy.
is
We got
actively
we got
being
to change
worked
the
on.
shit we say over here in the Adjustment
Sure.
Syndicate because
Yes,
Brown
because
Girl
now
Pride
you know
doesn't
that
like
it's
it.
problematic.
Wow.
So yes, we should change it. Just
I
like
got
it's
it. I
something.
got it. So
just
when
like,
we read in
are you
articles
gonna
and it
let me
says
finish?
African American
again,
this and
I
African
always
American
say,
that,
wait,
then
no,
we
bro,
don't
let
have
me
to
finish
change it.
fucking
But
talking.
when it comes to the Native American community, we got to change it up because Brown Girl Pride doesn't like it. We got a whole group of Native Americans in the chat right now that has no problem dealing with the science. They're not saying it's scientific racism. It's just you. Got it. We got it now. You don't like the word Asia or Asian, so you want the sole scientific community to change the wording to please your needs. When the rest of the Native Americans in the chat that fuck with us, that don't call us anti-Native, even when we said some shit that could have been offensive toward the Native American community and we apologize, they still didn't condemn us and say we were anti-Native. Because they understand people get hostile and say some shit that slip each other lip, and we apologize on public platforms. And we still here defending the Native Americans. They're not bashing us. They're not coming up here telling us you guys are using the science wrong because it's scientific racism. They're not doing that. They're standing firm, and they're still in the live. They're still in the chat fucking with us. You just don't agree with the science. So you're going out of your way to find people in the field that agree with you, and the majority of the scientists in the field are not changing the definitions. They're still going to be Asian today. When they put me in the dirt, when they put my children in the dirt, my children's in the dirt, it's still gonna say Asian. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It ain't changing it. You just found a handful of niggas that agree with you. That's it. That's not changing. And you don't have to like it. Write articles and get the motherfuckers to change it. Because over here at the Adjustment Syndicate, we gonna stand 10 tones down on the science. Just because it don't appeal to you don't mean shit to me. I'm not gonna change the way I fucking talk to my audience because Brown Girl Pride got a problem with the word fucking Asia. Where they do that at?
Yeah, man, you done already agreed. Like, all this fighting back and forth, all this, we don't descend from anybody, nobody descends from anybody, and now genetically you descend from these people. Like, ain't that what we've been? Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know, bro. I could have sworn that's what a nigga been saying the whole entire time, bro. Now it's cool. If you want to call that continent whatever you want to call it, then cool. The rest of us know it as Asia. Words are for communication. If I need to communicate with somebody that a group of people came from that continent over there, I'm gonna call it Asia because that's where people know it by. Right? So it only makes sense. We are talking to laymen, right? The continent name Asia, I'm gonna call it Asia. You know what I'm saying?
His mama named Clay. I'ma call him Clay.
Mama called him Clay. I'ma call him Clay.
Clay, nigga.
You know what I'm saying? Shit, that's all I gotta say, man. You can wrap me up.
I'ma call him.
This is crazy, yo. We gotta change the terminology in the scientific community because Brown Girl Pride has a problem with the word Asia and the people that follow her. Take it up with the scientists. Until it's changed in the scientific community, I'm gonna read the article as is. That's how the scientists are giving it to me. That's how I'm gonna read it. We got a geneticist up here that's in the field, and she said she don't know what the fuck you talking about. So it's not in the majority of the scientific community yet. And that video's over 6 years. So you mean to tell me for 6 years you got a handful of scientists trying to change shit in the scientific community, and she ain't heard of this shit yet? So it's not even on a public platform. So until y'all get y'all shit up in the scientific community and change the word A, because that's all it is. Y'all don't like the word Asia. Y'all don't have a fucking problem with Native American, and y'all didn't call yourselves that. It's just Asia. We got it. You niggas don't like home. That's a fact. You ain't gotta like me. You can call me anti-native when I say it, Brown Girl Pride. Don't give a fuck. You don't like home. Y'all came from somewhere else. And where y'all come from is the land before time, perfectly known as Asia. We're not calling you Asian. That's where y'all came from. Y'all migrated over here, was like, what's up, man? We leaving the crib. Now y'all don't like home. You don't hear African Americans on a global scale saying, you know what, man, we don't like Africa. It's a small group. Just like it's a small group of natives over here that have a problem with the word Asia or saying that they people migrated from the land over there named Asia. It's small groups. That's it. Don't get mad at us. Be mad at the people in the field. Go after them. I'm not going to change the way I talk in the scientific community to please Brown Girl Pride. When we first met you, it was African American this, y'all African that. We're reading articles. We ain't got to change the information in the article dealing with African or African American, saying our genetics is coming by way of Africa. It's just since the last year, you don't like. I can't say y'all, you don't like the word Asia. Now we gotta switch it up to please your feelings and shit. Not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. It's Asia until the day they put me in the dirt.
Exactly. In regards to that, you have to, you can't just say that you descend from a group of people. You have to exactly pinpoint where those people were, and that's where they were. Ria made an excellent point by actually stating to you the term before was Oriental or Mongoloid, which is highly problematic and racist. Those terms are racist because Oriental refers to things like rugs and perfumes, not people, right? So the scientific community changed it to actually say Asia to encompass that whole entire area, that whole entire region. And by them doing so, it was more favorable or, more respectful in a matter of respecting that particular group of people and where they come from. And you descended from those people and that area.
Yeah, we just playing word games at this point, man. And it's funny how that Weeda lady, she has the same type of approach. She has this weird mix up of terminologies and she's using words wrong, and you ask her the definition or ask her to have a discussion and present some information in an organized manner on a panel where you can have your time to break it down and explain it. Nobody wants to do it. Y'all duck off and you just want to stay arguing. We ask you for the sources that you're talking about. I gotta get it. I put it on my shit. What does that even mean? You got to get your act together if you're going to have these type of conversations, and you got to stand on what you claim. You can't make a claim and then turn around and then end it with a different type of claim. You're supporting something that you didn't initially claim. Like when you spoke about us coming from all haplogroups or all of us descending from each other. Like that's not the information you provide to prove that point. It should be supportive. And you drift off somewhere else and then try to put it on us like we switching the topic. So she threw you the bone and told you Oriental was the term that was used to describe these people, and they had the term for themselves, Caucasian, which I think it meant beautiful or something like that, stunning or some shit. So that you can prove that was used for their racist motives, right? You would have to do the same thing with Asia, which is going to be hard because Asia is scientifically accurate, not just for the history and the migrations, but for the genetics and for the geographic location. For the sake of communication, it's good all the way across the board. For the simple fact that it aligns with all of those things I just listed, it shows that they didn't use it for the purpose that you're claiming that they're using it for, to try to make it seem like you are Asian. That doesn't even make any sense. And that's what makes this conversation hard, because that's not what the hell we're talking about. We're simply talking about how you guys got over here, and the irony that our people who we are trying to combat and protect our history, and at the same time our shit overlaps, so we end up protecting your history, even though we found out that you're not even native, right? But we're just gonna act like you are for right now, right? We initially started this because it proves that these people who claim they were here already are not here. Tracing things back to Asia is how we show when we press play. We rewind it back to Asia, we press play, and then you guys end up here. Our people are still in Africa for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. It proves your point, and then you turn around and do the same thing that they're doing. Oh, they didn't call it Africa back then. That happened in 1823. And now you somebody else. You're doing the same shit. So you act like you was with us and then turn around and stabbed us in the back.
Thank you, Mo. You perfectly set the scene for me. Okay? Because also, while we're having this discussion, and I could see, okay, you have a problem with being called a descendant of Asians or something like that. What is, when someone has a complaint, I always say, what is your solution? What is your alternative? Okay? Okay, you don't want to be called a descendant of Asians. What do you want to be called a descendant of? Who? Where? And even by just disconnecting the roots of migration of human history, okay? Just that disconnection of saying, oh, we're not descendant of Asians. Then if you're not descendant of Asians, then who? And that means that you're probably descended from some sort of early other hominid. So please, that begs another question. Please go and show who you're a descendant of, because we are all on this planet somehow. We are descendants of someone. So if your ultimate aim is to disprove the out of Africa theory, like a lot of Asian, specifically Chinese people, even a few years ago tried to prove, because they did not also, even Chinese scientists, geneticists, they did not believe that they also had originally descended from African communities or African populations. They went to the lab. That's what you do as a scientist. You go to the lab and you prove it. And they tried to disprove their heritage, and they came out and showed that, oh, actually we are descendant from Africans. And that was a hard pill for them to swallow. And when we're talking about terminology, and when you're talking about, oh, scientific racism, if that's what you want to call, okay, as Black people, we can even directly, I can even refer, and I will present this to you people who haven't heard of this, James Watson, one of the people who was involved in, AKA the discovery of DNA in the 1980s. In the last 20 to 30 years, he has been spewing very racist, anti-Black or anti-African, rhetoric. He has been spewing things like, oh, Black people, they actually have lower intelligence levels. This is the person. This is a scientist who discovered DNA, and he's saying that, Black people, they have lower intelligence levels. What did the scientific community do? They said, prove it. Prove it. And he couldn't.
Oh, 3 minutes. I ain't gonna talk that long. All because we are talking about natives sharing a common ancestors from that particular area. That's what this entire argument is about. Talking about haplogroups, talking about common ancestors, talking about where y'all came from, how we prove that y'all are the first people in America. And this is what we get when we hold these type of conversations, just a argument of nonsense for no proof of anything that you're talking about, right? So just like what Rio was saying, right? If you got an argument pertaining to racism with the word Asia or Asian, get your paperwork together, write a little paper. Make sure you have your thesis now, 'cause that's big. Make sure you have that thesis. You make sure you have that what it's gonna be and everything like that. Get your paper. Make sure you ain't doing no plagiarism or anything like that. Make sure you got a little nice type of paper, right, to go present it and just see what they say. That's the only thing you can really do, because getting on TikTok and arguing with multiple people about how you are offended by the word Asia or Asian is not gonna get you nowhere at all. Go take it. So make sure you have that thesis first, because I'm gonna tell you, that's one of the first things they're gonna ask you is about that thesis. Like, get that thesis going, find out what you want to have with that, and get the paperwork together, and go to the science community, right, and put and present it to them and see what they say. Most likely they're gonna reject it. Because they're not going to find it offensive, right? Because you basically talking about a landmass. It had nothing to do with the people themselves. All we talking about is the common ancestor. So once you do that, just go from there. That's all I gotta say. Really no argument. It's really dumb, to be real with you.
I don't know why you guys keep putting words in my mouth. I never said the word Asia was racist. And that's not what I ever said. So please stop fucking putting words in my mouth. I said, when you say we are descendants of Asians, which we are not, that is what's problematic. I don't understand why you guys won't even sit there and respect the fact that a good majority of Asians are a good majority of Native people. And I've said this before. I say we weren't Native Americans. We weren't Africans. We weren't Europeans. We weren't Asians. I say that about every group. So don't then sit there and be like, when it comes to Native Americans, you keep that word, right? I say that about every group when I'm talking about this.
Nah, you were calling them Africans. When you were on the right side of science, yeah, you were calling them Africans. Your people came from Africa. Africa's beautiful. I don't know why you don't want to be African.
I was talking about their recent ancestry. I was not.
Yeah, but and guess what? Guess what, BGP? We knew that you didn't mean that our ancestors from like 100,000 years ago. We knew that you didn't mean that our ancestors from 100,000 years ago called themselves Africans. We knew that.
So why are you making a false equivalency?
You were. I'm trying to figure out why are you acting like it's a problem if we're correcting people putting out false narratives?
Making a false equivalency to saying that
you're drifting off from the mission, which means you probably was never on the path in the first place.
Why are you conflating the fact that when we say the Pretendians have their ancestors, we're talking recent, from Africa, as the same thing?
Who is we say? When you say we say, who is we?
Everybody on this panel has said it.
No, you said we say.
Yeah, everybody on this panel. I'm talking about we, everybody on this panel.
We as in you and the rest, or you and or
I just said everybody on this panel.
Okay. And while you are here to address semantics, and the definition of this is this, and the definition of this is this.
Can I finish what I was saying?
No.
Oh, okay. So anyway.
I said no.
Well, I don't.
So how is that okay? Really, and then you continue to talk.
All right.
So
again,
you're not making sense.
I gotta go to work.
You are not making sense. And honestly, I'm getting sick of this.
I don't really care.
No. If you don't care, then why are you here? Why are you here? There are fellow Native American people in this life. You have fellow Native American people who are disagreeing with you. Okay, and I have not tried to disagree with you. I have tried to talk sense with you, but somehow, like I said, and I said it in the comments earlier, it's a Nigerian
She said no. Shut the fuck up and let her finish.
Common sense has been chasing you, but you seem to be faster. And you seem to be faster. You're at light speed right now. You're so fast that common sense can't catch you.
Okay, cool. And the ad hominems keep coming.
Yeah. Ad hominids. Explain to me. Define ad hominids, since you like definitions and semantics so much.
And try to discredit, insult, and demean the person and deflect from the conversation at hand.
Like what you've been doing, right?
No, I'm not,
what
because I've been trying to stay on topic, but you guys keep going back and forth.
How cute.
So I'm not the one. I'm not the one who has switched the topic several times.
No. Have I switched any topic? Have I switched? Nobody has switched topics.
Again, yes, yes, the topic has been switched several times in this live.
Okay, okay.
Are
Well,
you gonna
and
sit
who
here
keeps
and
judging?
lie and
Every
gaslight that
time
the
they catch
topic
you
didn't
in
go from
something, every time they catch you in
migrations to autosomal
something,
DNA
okay?
to Witta to other
Again, like
natives to
I said
Manny and
before,
Mono and so
you
all
have a
kinds of other
problem.
shit?
You
You
want
didn't
to.
tell me that
You
didn't
have a
happen.
problem,
You're
and
gonna
you
tell me that didn't
want to
happen.
change. You
Did I
want to
bring up all that
change
shit? No, I didn't.
the
I was
global
trying to stay on
majority
topic.
on how they address
Yeah.
something or how
Okay.
they
So
describe
I really
something.
don't
If
care.
you
So
want to
don't ask.
change, no, if you don't care, then why are you here? Why are you talking?
Cool.
Why,
Again,
no. Why are
if you
you
guys
here?
don't want to respect the Native community and what the Native
Oh,
community has
listen,
said,
honey,
and to
there's
stop
You
a
saying
don't
lot
we
of
are
speak for the
descendants of
Native
Asians.
I
community.
have
I
so
don't
You
many
care
don't
what
Native
your
speak for the
friends
Native
tokenized Native
community.
friends
in this
Shut the
say.
fuck
panel.
up.
I
You
don't
don't
care.
speak for
Nene,
us.
Please, any
Shut
Nene,
the
native
fuck
you
person in
don't
the
up.
even go
room,
into
Shut
Native
up. Shut up.
any
spaces.
native
Like you don't
person
Okay,
even
in
I'm
the
gonna
come
leave you
around the
room,
alone.
community in
please
any.
address me. If
No,
I have
shut up.
ever
I don't even know what you're
disrespected you,
talking about.
please
So
call me
with that
out
being said, when the vast
specifically.
majority
Please
of
call me
natives
out.
did disagree,
No. Okay, but we're in this live right now, where we
and I don't
stand
care what
right
you're
now.
tokenizing the
Okay,
natives in this
the
live for. It
African
doesn't
American
matter.
people. Guess
I don't
what,
care
honey?
about your
I'm not
echo
even
chamber.
African
You're in the
American.
echo
I'm
chamber right now.
African. I am African.
You're in an
Okay,
echo chamber right
but
now.
I'm
So I don't
still.
care what people in this live
I'm
have to
not
say.
in an echo chamber because I am not also, I'm amongst different sets of people.
Yeah,
There are African
this live
Americans
is
in
an
this
echo
chat,
chamber though.
in this live. There are people who are of African descent.
Yo, is there any Native Americans that are in the comment section that would like to come up here and speak on behalf of this conversation to see if we are disrespecting the Native American community? Because we got one for, we got one against. So we can have another person come up and say, you know what, y'all are or y'all not. I just want a show of hands in the chat. If there's Native Americans that don't want to come up, if y'all want to put a 1 in the chat to say we're not disrespecting, a 2 in the chat to say we are disrespecting. Because to me, it just seems like she has a problem with the scientific community and she's taking her frustration out on us. This is crazy.
It's the Syndicate. Go ahead, let Rhea finish.
I'm just gonna say no. You guys aren't disrespecting. That knick-knack is right. Not one person can speak for the whole community. Brother X knows me very well. I'm here all the time. You know, I would say, or I would tell you guys if anything you guys said was disrespectful in any way, but for her to speak for the whole community and say that we're all being disrespected, look, there's some of us that follow science, there's some of us that don't. We're gonna agree on some things, we're not gonna agree on everything. We're not a monolith, so she can't speak for everybody.
I'm not speaking for everybody, but when a good majority of the natives on TikTok agreed with me and felt disrespected, then yeah, I don't care what your echo chamber of natives say that sit here and follow you. I don't care. You could tokenize them all day long. It doesn't matter.
So now who's tokenizing?
So again,
So who's tokenizing now?
how am I tokenizing?
You just did the same thing.
You can
just
go.
said
You can
it
go
agrees
look
with
at
you.
my comment section and see all the natives who agree with me. You can go look at Port City and see all the natives who agree with me.
Sorry, Carlos. Sorry to cut you off, Carlos. But BGP, okay? If you and so many others feel so strongly, why don't you, like I said earlier, write a letter to the scientific community? Write a piece, write an article with the evidence you have, with all the justification you have. Write a letter to the scientific community, publish it. I can actually suggest some certain journals who are actually widely known internationally. Nature.com. You can write Nature opinion letters. Who else? Cell.com. Okay, they are a big journal. Okay, and the scientific community. If your paper gets through to that paper, or that journal, it will be heard internationally. Okay, I'm even giving you suggestions. Write your paper, prove your point, present your case, okay, and then the scientific community will listen and they will even come up with either a rebuttal if it doesn't make sense, and if it does make sense, they will say, yes, we have heard from such and such community, and we have heard from this representation, and they have provided A, B, C, D, E, F, G, X evidence, right? No, write it. No, I'm saying I'm actually offering you
So all
like
the
like
historical
a ways out,
context I
ways
gave
out,
you
because
just went
arguing
out the
with
window,
people
right?
on TikTok. No, I'm not even trying to argue with you. I'm actually giving you options of
So
what
you
you can
ignored
do
everything I
to
said
get
about the
your
historical
narrative.
context
To
on
get
all
your
of that.
narrative. No, I haven't ignored what you said. I've actually
haven't.
listened, and I'm saying, okay, if you think it's a real problem, and maybe, for instance, hypothetically, if everybody on this panel is wrong, and you are the one who is right, and you want to go about proving that you are right, this is what you need to do. You need to write a paper. You need to present it to the scientific community who you have
Again,
disagreements
this is
with,
already being addressed
because
to the
like you said,
scientific
you want
community.
layman people to change their terms. But layman people, or let's say all of us are layman people on this panel, we are actually following the guidance or the current terminology of the scientific community. So if the scientific community changes its language, we will change our language as well.
Cool. And
So if you
again,
want us to change our language, go through the official route,
these are
other
all
than
really
going
things
from
that are being
panel to
addressed.
panel arguing with people.
So again, these are things that are already being addressed within the scientific community.
Then go
And
ahead
so
and work on that.
Again, I
Work
will
on that.
encourage you.
Work on that.
I will
Work on
encourage.
that.
I will encourage
Work
you.
on that.
Okay, cool. I will
Work on
encourage.
that.
Okay, cool. I will encourage you to go look at Adam Rutherford's lectures, because he's got several of them online.
I have, but guess what? Guess
No,
what?
you haven't. You just heard of him tonight.
No, I told you earlier.
So,
I looked at
when
him
that-
briefly.
okay,
I looked at him briefly, and I asked you
on
for
top of that,
more
the
sources. I asked
hypocrisy,
you for more sources so that I can see what you're talking about.
though,
No.
the
You can't even say
hypocrisy
that
in
word. You
calling
can't even
Native
say that word
Americans
because
as a whole
for the
that
people
we
who have
don't-
been here,
we-
for the
we
people
aren't
who
gonna
have been
change our
here
language
throughout
because you say
the
it's
content of
harmful.
our conversation,
It's just disingenuous. So don't ask anybody
no,
else
don't
from
even
any other
start. Don't even start by even
community
calling me that,
to change.
right? Because I
Don't
started
ask
this
anybody from any other
conversation
community
by
to change their
asking you
language
questions
that so
you
it's less
couldn't
harmful
answer.
towards your
Just
community.
because you can't
right?
answer questions,
So don't say no.
and then
It's
you're
that
pointing.
simple.
When I
Don't
asked
be
you, name your
hypocritical and
sources.
ask other communities to
You are
change
the
their
one being-
language to be less harmful to your community. Don't ask us to do that. Don't ask us to do that in any way, shape, or form. Because anti-racism also decolonize from those languages. And when you are no longer willfully, when you are no longer ignorant, but now
You're
become
speaking
willfully
gibberish
ignorant.
right now, honey. No,
I'm
it's a
not.
word
It's
salad.
willful ignorance
Just
at
because
this
you
point.
have a word salad
I've
doesn't mean
already-
it
it's
makes
not a-
sense.
do you even know what a word salad
advice on
means?
this earlier.
You
I
don't
gave
know
you
what a
advice
word
on
salad
this
means.
earlier,
So
and I
don't
told you
just
to take
use
a step
words.
back
Again,
and think before you
definitions that you
talk.
don't fucking
Clearly, you
understand.
don't have the
So a
ability.
word
to
salad would
You
mean
don't
saying
have
something that
to. You don't have the ability to think before you talk. You just blurt out words. You just blurt out, blurt, and think that you will overpower someone by over talking or by shouting or by being vulgar or by being obscene or obtuse, rather. It doesn't make sense. You're not getting anywhere. You're not getting anywhere. So stop it.
She do
Stop
this
it.
for clicks, Rhea.
We
Rhea.
can see your tactics. We can see it. We can see it. She doesn't realize that we can see it. Stop it.
She's not serious about what she's talking about. She do this for clicks. She get on TikTok and just look for a following. If she was serious
I
about
don't
you,
know how
ain't
you guys say I'm not native.
you
Since
be
you
out
guys
and about
do that shit too.
your business. You would not be
Please
on
tell me
TikTok.
how I'm not native.
Ma'am, I never said you weren't native.
Mo did. Mo just did earlier in his little 3-minute little speech.
Yeah, I did.
you.
So yeah,
I said
go ahead,
that.
I heard it from Nate. I heard it
Yeah,
from
I'm
other
you. See,
niggas.
she's doing it now. Deflection.
Yeah,
No,
I
it's
heard
not.
it. So
We could go right back. No, you guys have been deflecting. We can go right back to all the other shit we've been talking about. You asked me for solutions.
just like you.
Don't sit there because Rhea said, I asked you what the problem is and I asked you for solutions. I gave you solutions and you guys don't want to do the solutions.
Darling.
It's not
Darling,
that
learn to
fucking
shut
hard.
up. Like BGP.
You
learn to
asked
shut
me
up.
for solutions. I gave you solutions
I
and you didn't
don't
want to do the
know.
solutions.
At this point,
Right?
Rhea, it's okay.
Right?
It's like,
Yeah.
You asked me for solutions and I gave you solutions and you guys don't want to do the solutions, right?
you talking to the
Ma'am,
wrong
that's
people.
because the Native American community doesn't
you ask,
care. They
not the
don't
Native
care
American
if we
community.
change the talking.
That's the Native Americans in your space. Stop saying the Native American
Okay,
community.
so the Native Americans in your space don't agree with the word Asia.
Cool, and that's more than in your space.
So you want us to change the way we talk to please your audience?
No, to please in general.
No, because my audience, my Native American audience doesn't have a problem
So
with us.
we're selectively deconstructing racism, right?
No, I don't, because I'm not racist,
It's our
man.
narrative, right?
I'm not racist. I just don't
There it is,
agree.
guys.
I don't
There it
agree
is.
with you, so now
There it is.
I'm
Guys,
racist.
pay attention.
Yeah, we only do it when it's selective,
Brother
right?
X, pay attention. Pay attention.
If it harms other
She's
people,
talking about
we don't
selective.
do that.
Okay,
This is
what?
crazy.
It's jealousy. That is jealousy.
You want me
The
to
black
change the
community
way I
has
talk to my
for
Native
eons been
American
speaking up for
audience?
themselves.
What do I gotta be
The black
jealous of?
community has been speaking up for themselves, and now
Gotta be
your
jealous of
jealousy
what?
is riding in, okay, and
Jealousy
your
of what?
hatred. It's
What
like,
am I jealous of?
you're
What am I
talking
jealous
about
of?
terminology that doesn't make sense.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't make sense what you're
doesn't
trying to
make sense?
advocate for.
What to stop calling the
it just
descendants
shows-
Asians when we're not?
It just
It makes
shows
no
how.
sense.
You are.
No, we're not.
The evidence proves it.
Not at all.
Genetics proves it. Go argue with your
We're not
DNA.
descendant- they're not Asian.
Argue with no.
Those
Listen,
people were
scratch
not
your
Asian.
skin. Scratch your skin. Scratch your skin and argue with your own DNA.
Cool. And again, we're all Homo sapiens, so you can't say
It
descendants from a
goes to
cultural
show.
group or a racial group because it's
It
not
goes to
biological
show.
possibly to be descended from a racial or cultural group.
BGT. I said BGT.
So again,
BGT. What's
you
your
guys want to talk about,
Notorious? What's your DNA results?
my DNA results?
Yeah.
I showed them already.
What it say?
My total native DNA is 35%. My brother's is 40%. We have the same parents, so nearly half of our DNA.
Oh, you showed it on TikTok?
Yeah, but do you know what's
Describe the rest. Describe the rest. You said 35. Where's the 65? Describe the
There
rest.
is like 52, 54%. 52, 54%.
Somebody play the Law and
Boy, if
Order
I was
music.
30% African,
Do you want me to finish?
that should
Okay.
have hurt.
So again,
It just goes to show how
do you
fragile
even understand what those percentages mean?
her allyship is.
So again,
Yes.
okay. So you want the rest of my DNA, right? But you guys want to keep over talking?
No, we
Well,
really don't. I pretty much know what the rest of it is.
Just say it. Stop talking. Stop blabbering. Just say it.
Yeah. So again, about 52, 54% is European, and about 6 to 8% is African.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, you're mostly European. You're mostly European, and
So
you're
you're arguing about indigeneity that you don't even.
Bismillah.
Make it make sense.
You're
mostly
She's a
and
whole
you're arguing with people about the
conquistador.
terminology of
I do not.
Asian.
No,
A
that's
whole
so
colonizer.
you as a geneticist. Hold on.
It doesn't.
You
no,
as
make
a
it make
geneticist
sense.
should know
Make
Might as well
that
put that 30 in your back
don't
pocket.
give race and they don't give ethnicity. That's number
Conquistador.
one. Number two. You also know that those percentages don't say how much of a race you are. You understand that those percentages talk about your ancestors, how the percentage of ancestors that came from those regions. That's what that means. So I have unbroken native chains.
It all makes
So don't
sense
tell
now.
me who the fuck
It
I
all
am.
makes sense.
35 on the test. What is
Because you,
that?
as a geneticist, you should fucking know that when it comes to percentages, it doesn't say what you are
Your
racially.
50 is showing. BGP, your 50 is showing.
46%.
Does it? And you're pushing pseudoscience if that's what
See,
you're
that's
saying.
it. See,
If
this
you're
is why
applying race
that
to
part of the DNA is
you are
kicking in.
pushing pseudoscience.
Go
Because
ahead.
DNA does not give you
Part
a
of the
race,
DNA
nor does
is
it give you an
kicking in.
ethnicity. DNA gives you the region in which your ancestors came from. That's all it gives you.
Now,
That's all it gives you.
region, if it gives you
That's
the
all it gives
region,
you.
and your
And
46%
percentages, all that means is how many percentages and how far back in time they went.
46% of
So
DNA
yeah,
is
up to
telling
my
you that
yeah.
you are
So we're talking my mother, my
according to
grandmother, my
science,
great grandmother. Because of that percentage,
Caucasian,
we're
right?
talking about
Caucasian,
closer
and
generations.
technically Caucasian people
Yeah,
came from
exactly.
the Caucasus.
We're talking closer generations because I'm
They came from the
40%.
Caucasus
I'm nearly
Mountains,
half.
which
I'm nearly
most
half.
white people did
Just
not.
like That
Why
means
aren't
half of
you
my
advocating?
ancestors
Why
were
aren't you
native.
advocating
Are you
for
dumb?
the word
Are you dumb?
Caucasian to be changed?
So you want
Why
to
aren't
sit
you
here
advocating for that
and
word
sit
to
here
be
as a
changed?
geneticist and push pseudo shit
No,
because you
no, you
understand
are.
that DNA
You
is
are
not
advocating
What's the
for
other
it.
half
See,
though?
you've been
So you
backed
can't
into
sit
a
there and
corner.
say
You've
you're
been
half
backed into a
European.
corner.
No, I'm
You've
not.
been backed
I'm
into
not
a
half
corner,
European.
and now you're just
I'm
spewing
Well, what's the
Mexican.
other half?
I'm
anything in
native.
every direction.
I'm
Let's
not
go.
half
Let's go.
European.
Everything
I'm not
out,
half
out,
native.
out,
That's
out,
not
out.
what
You
DNA
are.
means.
You are.
That says
No.
my ancestors came from here. That
So
means
why are
40% of my
you deflecting?
ancestors came from these lands. 50% of my ancestors came from
Listen,
Europe,
You
and
just said
listen,
80% of my
35%.
ancestors came from
as,
Africa. That's
as
all
a
that means.
geneticist,
That's
I'm
all that
telling
means.
you, based on your DNA
35%
results,
Yeah,
So
though.
you're
it
only
doesn't make
forty
you
based on your
percent
white. I don't
DNA
present as
indigenous.
results,
white.
Yeah,
okay,
that shit
a
is
better
wild.
fight for you to have. Imagine, I'm even trying to even
Imagine
tell
what?
you what
10%
fight you need to have.
Imagine what?
Imagine that you're
Racism
telling me,
biological.
for no
So you're
reason. I
making a case
told
for race being
y'all
biological at this
the
point.
energy was
And if you're
giving
making a
very
case for race
much
being
a,
biological, you're being pseudo as
you know what
fuck.
I'm saying, an
Because race isn't
asymmetrical
biological.
bond
mom
with
somewhere,
the
I thought she said her
So
50%
again,
was showing. You mean her
so
40% is showing?
so when you claim race is biological and you put
Give
and
her extra
and you
percents.
and you misconstrue DNA as being biologically racial, then you are pushing pseudo
Didn't she
facts.
just say she was 50% European?
Yeah.
She
No,
backed
she
down. She
said
said 40.
I
She's
had
saying 40 now.
yeah,
Oh, it's
she
40.
just
about
said that.
50% of my ancestors were European. Yeah, that's what she
About
said.
50%.
all
Oh,
right,
so
okay.
you so it's
About.
really 40, but you're saying
I'm
about
not
50.
European.
Okay, guys,
Because you're
hear me
misconstruing
out.
percentages.
About
You're
face.
trying to make it a racial thing, and it's not racial because
Interesting.
race isn't
What?
Is there
biological.
a mod in the room? Is there a mod? Because
I'm
I
about
don't know if I was
Yeah,
100%
race isn't
African then.
biological.
Shit.
somebody mute her,
Right.
please, because I'm
Big
not
80
in
That's how it
ball.
works.
This
Yeah, race isn't
the
biological. So
English speaking people.
I'm
I'm not in the
almost
cultural
90, so shit,
you're
that's
conversation.
making a
close
case
enough.
Thank
for
you.
race
Thank you.
being
Mute her again.
biological.
So she
Just keep
from the
your finger on the
Cortez
mute
and
button.
the Soto haplogroup.
Right.
Interesting.
Making a
Okay.
case for race
So here's the thing. Here's the
being
thing.
pseudo as fuck.
Okay. So if a large percentage of your DNA, right? I see what you're saying about arguing and this is the hill you're ready to die on. Okay, fine. But since seeing as 40 to even 50 or 50+% of your DNA is of European heritage, shouldn't you be advocating for whitey people not being called Caucasian anymore, seeing as they didn't originate from the Caucasoid Mountains?
Cook food.
Why would I do that?
Isn't that a better argument? I mean, I'm even giving you ideas.
You want to know?
right
You
now.
want to since you know me so well, you want to know where that European ancestry came in and how?
I don't care.
Are you sure?
That's the point.
Yeah, it don't matter.
Doesn't matter anymore.
They came in from
And it wasn't
several-
called Europe. It wasn't called Europe back then, nigga.
Yeah, it came in from
It's literally there. Like, what are you talking about?
children who were raped by their Spanish husbands.
He goes the sad story.
It's the place that was called
That's
Europe.
how it got there.
Oh my goodness, man. Yeah.
Okay,
So now you're gonna sit here
The
and
whole
talk about
Does that
being
scrub it out?
anti-native.
Do you see African
Yeah,
Americans?
it's not gonna work
Okay,
over here.
African Americans who also have some European heritage. Do you see them trying to scrub it out? They
I'm not
are
scrubbing it out. Did I say I
and
didn't
they
have
know
it?
that this is a trauma that
Did
happened.
I say I didn't have it?
To our people.
Did
Okay,
I
this is
say
a
I
trauma
didn't have
that
it? So I
happened.
didn't try to scrub it out.
Okay.
You
So
are
if
it.
since you
So
have it,
don't sit
since
here
you
and
have
put
it,
words in my
why are
mouth.
you fighting?
So
No, tell
when
me
you fill
logically.
out job applications, what
Why
do you
are you
put?
fighting for 30% when you can be even fighting for 50%?
Bro,
What?
she
Make it make sense.
you literally finna
Make it make
say
sense.
Georgia her European came from.
So like because I have like 6%, 8% African in total or whatever, that means that that's just further back in my line. That means I had
You can get
one
that
or
back.
two
Let
African
me get that up off.
ancestors
Let
that
me
were
get that.
8
Let
generations
me
back.
get that.
That's all that means.
We're gonna split that.
Yeah.
How many of us up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, with Carlos, you can even have some.
What? That's what that means. That's what the percentage
that
means.
8 that you got, you ain't got it no more. It's gone.
That's why you got this
Since
stuff.
we making up shit.
I mean,
That's why
we
you feel some
can
type of way about it, 'cause you got that little percentage of
that's what
Crazy.
African.
We got 8 people that spread that shit
The
around.
lower the
that
percentage,
wasn't
the further
recent. It
back
was
in
way
generations
back.
it is. That's all it is.
back.
That's all that means.
Is
It has
the
nothing to
African
do with
part
your race.
on the Y chromosomes how or the mitochondria
I
do
mean,
that?
are you you guys advocating that race is biological? Is that what you're saying?
No, oh my God,
When you
you
talk about the
want
genetic test?
to see some
A
other
social
argument?
construct. Nah.
Why you
I
keep
mean,
putting
when
straw
you sit there
mans,
and
bro?
claim that these DNA tests show race
Hey,
or
but your
show
boy, you know your boy
arguments going
Rutherford,
on.
right? You know he
That's
stated that
matter.
people should be using the terms in a correct manner.
Yeah.
not off of what racist Europeans were using back in the day. So
Right.
Asia
So
would be correct.
That's why these DNA tests don't actually show an ethnicity or a race.
Somebody said it better.
Your boy
All
not
they
going to
show
agree
is
with you.
where a percentage of your ancestors came from. That's all it shows.
Your mans don't agree with you.
I have a question.
And no, I don't have heritage from Europeans because the heritage that they passed down was
Here's
supposed to
here's all I'm going to say, right? Here's all I'm going to say. With your rhetoric, with your mentality,
So don't pretend to
with your
fucking know me.
mentality,
I don't practice any
whilst
Spanish heritage.
no,
So that,
okay,
and what
I
was
said with
passed
your
down was
mentality
forced on my people through
and
colonization.
with the rhetoric you're
And it was forced through
speaking,
genocide.
with the rhetoric you're speaking, I really deeply feel cautious about any. If you really are a nurse, I really feel sorry for any black patients you might come across. I'm scared for them. I'm worried for them. I'm worried.
That part.
For what?
For real. Like,
Because I have to battle fucking medical racism and advocate for my patients all the time.
Your boy Rutherford said that
I
he
doubt that you
agrees
do.
with the Bering Strait and
you can
the
believe what
connection
you want.
between the Native Americans and the Asians. He said he disagrees with how people use the information, not the term. Not calling them ancient Asians or they
No, you
migrated
guys are
from
using
Asia.
that
He said
information.
how they use it
Exactly.
is the problem.
And you're using it wrong. You're saying we're descendants of
Wow.
Asians, and we're not.
So, hold on, but here's the
I mean, I wouldn't even.
Write a freaking
wouldn't
paper
even. Yeah.
about how we are wrong. Write a paper.
I don't need to.
Have it
It's
accepted.
just the genetic
No,
isopoint
you're saying you
proves
don't
it.
need to because
Can
you know it won't be
somebody please
accepted.
check on her
If you
Asian
lose it,
patients?
it's going to be accepted.
They
Have you
endangered.
even heard of the
Write
genetic isopoint or
paper.
common ancestor
Oh,
point?
what? You, through your education, you didn't write any essays. You don't know.
What do
you
I
don't
need
have the
to?
ability to
Have
write
any-
an essay.
have any of the other people on this
That is the
panel have?
process. That is the due
Yeah,
diligence
I've
you need to take.
I've written plenty of papers. while I
You
was
should
in
know.
college.
You should know.
So
You said you're in
again-
the healthcare field.
Again,
You should
my
know about
point
due
is-
diligence.
All her Asian patients need
I
to
got
be
a
checked
shitload
on.
of papers.
For what? I don't have a problem with
Hella
that.
essays.
I'm descendants
I
of it.
think
Essay
you do.
gang
I
over
think
here.
you do.
Oh wait,
Why would I?
that's not
We're
answering.
just not
I
descendants
think
of it.
so.
We write essays.
Don't make this way. When I
Somebody, please check on them. They're not safe.
So let's
You're not
let's
safe.
forget
You're not
about.
safe.
Hold on,
You're not safe.
Let's forget about the
In fact,
Asians
you
for a
say
second.
majority of your European DNA came
Nah,
from.
because you guys want to sit there and invalidate people's
Nobody's afraid of
DNA.
you, my
You
love.
want to sit there
What you
and
gonna
use
do?
DNA as to validate biological.
Bake me a casserole with your unwashed hands. Like, I don't
No,
care.
wait, guys, listen to her. Listen to her.
Listen to me what?
her. No, listen to what she just
The
said.
audacity to sit here and sit and tell us who we descend from, which we don't.
Okay.
You asked me to give you solutions.
Okay.
I told you what the solutions were. I said you can simply change the wording.
And are you
Then
going
people,
to act
people
on
said
said
that they're not going to
solutions?
do that.
Are you
So
going
don't
to
sit
act
here and
on
be
said
hypocritical.
solutions?
Tell me to give
Are you going
solutions,
to
and then
act
you guys
like you
say
just
no.
want to be here to argue? You want to be here
No,
to
I
argue?
don't want to be here to argue.
Okay.
Listen, I want to know.
Oh, that's what you're doing.
No, that's
I
what
wanna
you
know-
guys are
Hold on.
doing. You guys
Hold on.
refuse to listen. You don't care about anything else.
I'm on Brother
You have no
X's
kinds of
live.
cultural
I'm on Brother
sensitivity.
X's
You're
live,
getting
and I'm
triggered because
hanging
I'm
out
calling you
with
anti-native,
other
which
people
you
who
are.
are like-minded,
You
who
want
are
to come?
actually
You want to base my indigeneity off of a DNA test.
and who actually
You
have
want to
common
base my
sense.
indigeneity off
You're
of a
the
DNA
only
test
one
and
on this
equate that
panel
DNA
without-
to race
Okay,
when
okay.
biologically that's not possible.
Tell
So
me.
yeah,
Tell
it's
me.
true though,
You
and
said
it's
you said you're a
native.
nurse.
So
You
who
said
are you
you're a
to
nurse.
tell me how I'm
No,
indigenous based off of
not even
DNA?
who am I. Not even who am I. Okay,
Listen.
leave the who am I. Okay, you said you're a nurse. Okay, you work with patients. You work in healthcare. So I'm assuming that means you administer medication.
Yep.
Am I right or
You
wrong?
might be taking some of that medication too.
So I just
I'm
want
gonna
to
mute
ask.
up.
Yet I'm the one who sounds sober.
Hold on. I just want to ask.
So you administer medication to people,
Sure.
and you probably, if
Hey, yo,
you are a
Savage,
nurse,
check the med card.
then you will know a lot of the biochemical nature of the medicine you are administering to people. So if you are aware of the biochemical nature of that, surely you should be aware of the differences that the medical, the chemicals that you administer to people will have different effects on different races of people.
No, that's not how that works at all.
Of people. Oh, that's not how that works. Oh, tell me how that's not how that works.
Because race is not.
you're a black person and you said it.
No, because
see, there you go with your blackness
not
and
at
your
all. Because
credentials again.
biologically, how we function biologically.
Yeah, you know.
So go
Let
ahead
the
and tell
conquistador
go ahead and tell
goes.
me which medication.
Shut the fuck up.
Go ahead and tell me
I'll
which
tell you what
medication
medication,
affects white
probably some
people versus black people.
Zyprexa and some lithium. But no, for real. What I want to
Can you tell me
say,
how that affects black
what I
people?
want to say to you,
Go ahead
BGP,
and tell me
is
how
that
a
you said that
medication
we were
affects.
using your DNA test.
Go ahead.
But you were very, very quick to use the DNA test of black Indians, right? Calling them pretendians because they're black, right? Yeah,
Nope.
that's what the fuck you're saying because you're a
No.
whole fucking white person
I've never
up
said
here
that. Matter of
talking
fact,
about
and even
talking
Opium agreed
about
with me when I
talking
said it.
about
I said,
shit
if
you
you
don't
guys are
even know about, girl, baby girl. Shut the fuck up
You shut
once
the fuck
again. No, you shut the fuck
all you
up.
got is ad hominems. You don't got no argument in this. You just
You know what? I have lots of argument in this because guess
Well,
what?
then.
I'm actually active in my
Yeah.
community.
So what I
Unlike
have told,
you,
what I have told the
being on the
that if they are
internet
actually
discussing
needed, go reconnect
scientific
with the people.
information
Do the
as a
genealogy.
fucking
That's what I told them.
Can I say something real quick?
I've literally told them to go do your genealogy and reconnect with your people if that's who you say you are. That's what I've said. I said if you don't know, do a DNA test. That'll help you get matches.
just say you don't like black people. Just say it.
Why say that? Because that's literally what I've told them.
Say it.
For over a year now.
Just say it.
It's quite
I've
clear.
literally told them that for over a year now. So why would I say I
in the
ain't
last
black?
60 seconds,
When I've
in the
literally
last
told them,
60 seconds
go
alone,
do your
right,
genealogy
you have
and reconnect
gone
back with your
from
people.
disproving DNA evidence to using it as evidence for what
No.
you're saying. So
I'm not.
pick
What
one.
are you talking about?
Which one is it? Which one is it? Pick one.
What are you talking about? No, I said you can use DNA as a tool to find your matches, meaning you can find. Yeah, you can find relatives.
Oh, how cute.
So yeah, when you find a relative that you match with your DNA test, because it gives you more than just percentages, right? It gives you matches to other people that took the DNA test. And so when you find those matches to a cousin or an aunt or whomever, you can hit them up and be like, hey, where do we connect? Are you part of this tribe? Sure, I'm part of this tribe.
Okay. So tell me. So tell me.
Find my
So
people.
how does
That's how
DNA?
DNA works.
How does DNA interact with your practice as a nurse? Tell me.
How does DNA act with my practice as a nurse?
Yes.
I don't do genetic nursing. I don't do that. I do.
No.
Yeah, when it
Nursing
comes to-
overall.
when
Nursing
it- when it-
overall.
when
No,
it
tell
comes-
me. No. I
I
said
do stress
nursing
medicine and I do
overall.
emergency medicine. So when it comes
Okay,
to
in
the
emergency
medications that I
medicine,
gotta
how
give,
does it
there's
how
no
does it
medication
interact?
that-
Tell me. Tell me.
I have never
Tell
had a single
me
medication.
how
Hold
it
on.
interacts
I'm gonna
with
tell
your
you.
emergency
I've never
medicine
had a
practice.
single medication
No,
that I had to
tell
give
me.
differently for any race of patient.
My
Because
aunt,
biologically,
really
we are
top.
the same.
My aunt's a nurse.
Wonderful.
So please tell me which medication
Next question.
that harms
Next
black
question.
people that
Next
doesn't harm
question.
white
Because
people.
I asked that question for a reason.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me
Okay,
which medication
okay.
harms
So
black
why-
people
why
that it doesn't
did-
harm white people.
Okay. Oh, why should I tell you? You said you're the qualified nurse.
Right. I don't know of any medication that does that. Because it's not based off of
Really?
race.
You're not a genetic You're not a nurse then. You're not a
Why are you
nurse.
going live
You're
talking
not
about
a nurse.
genetics?
There are a lot of medications.
Why are
There
you
a
in
lot
live
of
talking about
medications
genetics
that
if that's not your
people have
specialty?
side effects on based off of their race. Everybody knows that. Everybody
What?
knows that.
Yes,
there
my aunt is a nurse.
Right.
Yes.
Side effects aren't
Listen,
based off of race.
you're sitting here as if you're sitting here with your BSN degree. I have cousins who are nurse practitioners.
Okay.
I have nurses all up and through my family and doctors as well. And you're sitting on the panel with the actual doctor and you're talking shit. You don't know what the fuck you're talking
We're
about.
talking shit.
Have you
okay?
ever read
And that's-
any kind of
okay,
pharmacy
let me tell you
shit?
something,
Does it
honey.
say
I was asking you those
black side
questions for
effects
a
are
reason.
this?
Because
Native
I was
side
trying
effects
to
are
show.
this.
You literally just said that there are medications that don't affect different races of people
I want to know where it shows that.
adversely, and there are hundreds of
I
them.
really
that
love
do.
to know that.
Nurse,
I'd really love to know
because you're not the
how
only
that
nurse
works.
in existence. Okay,
May I
I
ask a
come from a
question?
family of nurses and doctors.
Yeah, cool.
I
So please
know
tell
how
me
they
which
operate. They
medications
are very
affect black
aware.
people that
They are very
affect black
intelligent
people
and
one way
very
that don't
aware
affect white
of the
people the same
work
way.
they do. So you must be like a level
medications do that?
nurse. You must be
Well,
like
which
a level D
medications do
nurse
that?
if you don't even know.
Which
If you don't-
medications do that?
Oh, which medications do that?
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me which
said your
medications
education.
affect white people differently than black
Don't
people.
answer her. Don't answer
I
her. This
wouldn't
is how
even
she gets
answer
all
her
her
because this is how
information.
you know.
If she's so
Let me tell you
smart, she
something.
would know.
I was
If
joking
she was
around.
so
I was
smart,
joking
she would
around
know.
before,
Don't answer
but
her.
you present
She
a very
should know.
clear and
I'm not
She
going
present
should
to
know.
take her
danger.
answer.
You
I'm
you
not going
you
to.
represent a very clear and present
all.
danger to your
Race is not
patients. You
biological at
really
all.
do. You really do. You need to be reevaluated.
Actually,
That
right now,
degree needs to be reevaluated because you can literally unalive someone.
people is actually
Her
With the
whole
level of
license
ignorance
needs to
that
be
you have in
revoked.
regards to this,
Her
you
entire
can literally
license due
unalive
to her
somebody.
behavior on this app
In
needs to be
now you guys
revoked.
are claiming to be
She
like
shouldn't
separate
be in
species now,
healthcare.
right?
She shouldn't be
You're claiming to
attending
be a
to
separate
patients of
species now?
multiple
Is that what you're
races.
doing?
She
Is that
shouldn't
what
be
you're doing?
even. You shouldn't even be let near any patient at all.
Be a different species now? Because biologically we are all the same.
This
So can you
different
tell me
species now.
how race affects the
Oh,
medication you take?
Y'all, Jazz says she got the study.
oh, okay.
Tell me how race affects the medication.
So you
No,
don't
no,
see
no. I
how
mean, why are
race,
we doing your
how
job
people's
for you? You're an
biological.
actual nurse.
You
I
went to
just want to
school. You
ask.
said you
You
went to school. You did
Is
it.
You
this
should
you?
know
I just want,
this.
hey, I
So
just
when
want,
we're
I have a
talking about
question.
medical racism and how
Yes,
people
yes, and you're a part of it.
right,
Is this
so
you?
I'm not a part of it. I'm
You
not a part
are
of
a
it.
part of that medical racism that
Is
you're
that
trying to
your is
gaslight
that your
us
shit?
about.
Yeah.
46% Spaniard. I knew it. I
Is that you?
fucking knew it. You
But
were
besides,
a whole ass
besides,
Spaniard.
Yeah, that's my
35.
Mexican.
Is that 35?
That
Indigenous? That's
35
you.
was taken, but it was you didn't come from the part that was taken. You came from the part that took. You
Who the fuck
fucking
is
colonizer. I knew it this whole fucking time.
Oh
And
shit!
all the
So
niggas
your
TikTok
DNA,
knew
right?
it too.
Damn.
Goddamn white woman.
Damn.
You claim to be a
Hold on, wait a minute. I need to
You want to talk about all the pseudo shit you guys
I need
say?
to ask the Native
So
American
before
lady at the bottom something real quick.
Go ahead and ask her about her pseudo shit that she talks.
No, I don't know anything about that.
Shit. Ask you about your
want to
colonizing
ask
ass
if,
ancestors. 46% is closer in your ancestry.
Let's say me as an African American male had 35% indigenous DNA. Can I go around calling myself and speaking for the Native American community?
If you have to have people, you have to
Why are
have
you
be
asking her?
connected.
She doesn't even know
Look,
who her
shut
people
up!
are.
I'm talking. He asked
You don't
me a
know. She thinks
question,
she's
white lady.
Jewish. She thinks she's a Jew.
He asked me a question, you dog
She thinks
ass
she's a Jew
bitch.
because she has a
He asked me a
old
question, Oompa
standardized
Loompa.
Jewish
Come on,
name.
Christopher Columbus's
Go ahead.
girlfriend,
Didn't
Miss
you-
Manatee. Go ahead. Be quiet.
1492.
Quit barking with your
Not
dirty neck.
Christopher
Go wash your
Columbus'
neck.
girlfriend.
Go wash your
Didn't she say
neck.
that? Didn't she say that? I got the
Anyway,
video
so
posted.
my
Didn't you
answer
say
to
Jews
your
were
question,
here before
sir, can somebody
1492?
mute this?
That you
Can
got-
somebody mute this white
no.
person?
You don't want to talk
I
about
don't
your
even know why
shit,
she's
huh?
giving space to
You guys
talk
wanna-
over people of color.
I've been
Thank
trying to
you.
talk this whole
No, the
time.
answer to the question is you would have to have a connection to an indigenous community.
Anti-black?
So you would have to have a connection to an indigenous community in order to be able to say that. So technically it would not matter specifically. Yes, depending on your region, because in the United States there's federal recognition. They are forced to go off of blood quantum, so that's how you would. And so there's a whole process. But if you were to call yourself indigenous, you would have to have a people. A tribal people, a nation that you are connected to, that you are a part of, to be called indigenous. She has none.
Yes,
she
but
has claimed about 11
let's
tribes.
just say, like, if I came to you and I was like, look, I got 35% indigenous, and I don't claim nothing else. I just say I'm indigenous because I got 35%. A majority of my genetic makeup is European DNA.
That you would look.
Is that something that would be allowed, though? Because I don't know how.
Looked at like she's looked at, like a white person.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Because if you don't have that connection and that's not the majority of your makeup and you don't have that connection, you took a DNA test like she did because she thought Mexican was an ethnicity. So if you don't have that connection and that's how it looks, and you just took a DNA test and found out that's what, you have some indigenous in there, you would still look crazy like her, which is what she's doing. And it's weird that she goes into spaces like this and says these things using the indigenous culture, but whenever she talks to actual indigenous people, she calls them pseudo about their own histories. She's done that to many, which is why a lot of indigenous people don't fuck with her. And the ones who do fuck with her are really the anti-black ones who are mostly
Right.
pretendians them goddamn selves just like her. So she is not a voice for no indigenous people.
So
The
you're
part, as
saying
we all
she
see,
doesn't speak for the Native American
no,
community as a whole?
she doesn't. She
Got it.
speaks for Europeans, which is why she speaks the way she does. Just like we've seen with that screenshot of evidence, she's a Spaniard that is closer in her ancestry, more current than the indigenous part, which means she was the taker. She didn't get taken. Her people were not great. Her people did the graping.
So she's like a $5?
She's a nothing.
Damn.
She can't even buy her way into a tribe. That's why she claims so much. She's a fucking European.
So you mean she color changed her clique? She
She's
was
trying
claiming
to.
the Native American tribe, then she claimed another Native American tribe.
She claimed, oh, I'm a descendant of Tewa, Zuni, Zapotec, the whole state of Oaxaca, so many other Apache, so many. So even if that were true, first of all, that's not how that works. But
So yeah, she's full of shit. Anyway, yeah, I got fucking videos of her being pseudo as fuck, claiming that Jews were here before 1492.
Jews were not the people that we were talking about, Miss
Do I get
Lady.
my time?
You don't get
Anyway,
time because you're white. You are not respected in any
there
people
was
of
also an
color
entire
spaces, man.
live
White
by
people do
several
not get
people.
respected.
There was a live by
White
several
people
Native
wait their
people
turn.
that
They
addressed
speak when
her
they're
pseudo
spoken
shit
to,
and
and
her
nobody
friend's
was
pseudo
talking
shit.
to you.
So while she
But
goes
they were
around
talking
telling
to
black
me.
people that you
So
can't
Jewish
say that
people
Africans were
and
here before
Sephardic people and
1492,
Hebraic people and
what?
they're two
Sephardic
completely
Jews
different
came here
people.
when?
You're thinking of Jewish white people
When did Sephardic Jews come
because
here?
those are
When?
two different. Those
When did
are
they get here?
different people.
When did they get here?
So don't do that either.
When did the Sephardic Jews get here?
You're doing this white people shit.
Wait. Here's the same lady who was saying that other people were changing the topic. Okay,
No, she
and
came
now
in here.
you're
You guys
starting,
let her
you're starting
derail
to
it.
talk about Jews and
You
you're
let
starting
her
to talk about
derail
their.
it.
No,
You let her derail it.
no, it's not even
If she wants
let
to
her
talk about
derail.
my indigeneity, why don't
You
you ask
are
her
the
who
one
her people are?
you
Because I
are
know
the
who her
one
people are.
skipping. You're skipping
No, I'm
back and
not.
forth.
You
Stay
let her
your
speak.
course.
She
Stay
said all
your
that she
course.
said.
Stay
So
your course.
do you wanna know
Stay
that you're
your
talking to
course,
somebody who's
woman.
pseudo as fuck?
Stay your course.
Cool.
Stay
I
your
am
course.
staying my course.
Okay, we
You're the
gotta.
pseudo
They
one.
let
At
her
the best,
speak.
you
We
are
gotta
just
You're
like a
request a
pseudo
healthcare
woman.
about your
assistant.
They let
At the
her
very
speak
best,
so
You're
I can
at the
pseudo
rebut
very
what
about your
best,
you're
own
you
telling
seem
me
to
to
be a
identity.
do.
healthcare
You're not
assistant. You don't
indigenous.
even have the.
Stop
You
going
don't
into
even
her
have the
What
shit.
the
knowledge to
fuck
be a
is
Doing
nurse.
happening?
what
You're
you're
just a
doing.
healthcare
Therefore, I
Be
can
assistant.
talk to the
anti-black.
You're a
black people.
Be
healthcare
Go ahead and
assistant
anti-indigenous
ask her
while
who
about her
claiming
hand
to
the
pseudo
be
shit.
syringe
indigenous.
Go
to
You know
ahead.
who
nurses.
does
You
that?
Go
hand
You know
ahead.
just
who did
because you
that?
hand the
Ask
The
her.
syringe to
colonizers.
people
Ask her who
doesn't
her people
mean
are.
that you are
She thinks she's a
knowledgeable.
fucking
You
Jew.
are
She's not.
stupid.
She
I
I
thinks
say
never
Sephardic
this
said I
Jews
was
came
a
straight
here
Jew
up.
before.
because
You
I
She
know
are
the
thinks
difference.
Sephardic Jews came
stupid.
here in the
You are
year
I
920
stupid.
never said
AD.
I was a Jew.
That's what
You
you, yes,
are
There's
you
a
did. And I got
difference.
mentally
the
There's
fucking
a
incapable.
videos to
difference.
say
You
that
I
you
never
have
said you
said I
were.
was a
My
Jew.
problems.
love,
Yes,
that's
you
not the
Never
did.
said I
argument.
was a
That's not the
You
Jew.
did.
argument. We need to go back to what
At
we
the
were
end of the
talking
day,
about, which
you
is
guys want to let her
At
the
the end of the
fucking
day,
say
you're a
all
conversation.
white
her shit.
woman.
First
At
of
the end
all,
of the day,
she
you're a
even
white
gave you
woman going around
misinformation
TikTok being
because she
racist to
says that
actual people
tribes
of
are
color,
forced to
just
do
like
blood
you're doing
quantum.
right
No,
now.
they're not. Not all tribes
Yes,
do
you
blood
are. You're a
quantum.
white woman who's
That
being
is,
racist. You're being
you're the
anti-black and
ones
you're
spewing
very
misinformation.
anti-indigenous because you're not of
You're
an
the ones spewing
indigenous community
misinformation.
and you're mostly
So you make
Spaniard.
the claim that
45%. You
Right.
got
are
5 more
forced to do blood
percentages to
Right.
quantum and tribes are
How,
50%.
not forced to do
will
blood
you come
quantum.
here? How will you come here with your colonizer
How
ass?
about you
Behave like
don't
this.
sit here
No,
and try to question my
listen,
indigeneity as people who
no,
aren't
no,
fucking
no. It's
native? It's
not
that
even
simple.
But
questioning. It's not.
besides,
You
It is
gave us
because
besides,
the
I know who
numbers.
my people are
You
and I know what
listen,
cultures
literally
I
gave
practice.
us the
So don't sit
numbers.
here and fucking come at
Okay.
me
listen.
as
Besides
go
this,
on. Don't sit.
hold on. So we know this Asian thing, right, or whatever.
Yes.
wasn't called
again, I
Asian,
don't know.
right? And so we know that Native Americans also weren't called Native Americans or
And I said that.
American Indians,
So
right?
why are you
So
acting like I didn't say that?
Can he talk? Hold on.
Can you allow
I
someone
already
else
said
to
that.
speak?
I'm
I'm just
asking,
colonizing
I literally said that.
everything.
I'm asking why aren't you starting in your community, having all your people that you're connected to in your community start saying that they're not American Indian or Native
I
American?
do.
Why don't you
I
start
talk about this
on
shit
a
all the
small
time.
scale?
None of you guys are in my
And
spaces.
also,
None of
as
you
well
guys.
as
I got half of you
why?
motherfuckers blocked.
BGP,
So
do
how are
Let
you
me
gonna
land,
claim
bro.
I'm doing something when
Let
you
me
don't know
finish
what
what
the
I'm
fuck I'm
saying.
doing?
Let me
Stop
finish what I'm
making
saying.
assumptions on what I do.
Listen, I'm
Stop.
not finished what I'm
do
saying.
you
Nah.
have
Don't you're making
Why?
assumptions. You're blocked,
Why?
Carlos.
Can you
So how are
stop
you gonna
Why
tell me?
is your
You
why
stop
is your
yelling.
allyship so
Shut
fragile
up,
to the
Ray.
black community?
I'm not
Why is
Pseudo
it?
I'm
weirdo.
not
Why don't
even
you
trying to
come make
yell, but
me?
I've been led to
Have you
it.
moved back to
Okay.
Colorado yet?
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Have
Because
you
you
moved
didn't do
back to
you didn't do
Colorado
shit the
yet?
last time we met up. Matter of fact, you sat there and gave me a fucking
The
hug,
last
weirdo.
time
So
we
stop
met
acting
up,
like you're
you
big and
said
tough.
nothing.
Hush.
You were sitting there
Anyway,
with your thick
going
ass
back to what we were
mustache
talking
BGP,
about.
and your
guess what?
yellow ass
Nobody fucking
teeth,
cares what
BGP,
your
talking about
weird
how
I have a
ass
you
and
were
drunk
question.
gonna
ass says.
talk
Go get
shit on
BGP,
go get
TikTok.
sober. How
BGP,
about that?
I
Why
have a
is
You're
your
not
question for
gonna
you.
do
allyship with
I
the
have
nothing.
a
black
You didn't
question
do
for
a
community
you.
so
thing, and you
Do
won't
fragile?
you
do it
have the
again.
ability?
But when you move back
Do
to
you
Colorado, honey,
do
I
you
will
have
be
the
there.
ability to
Have a good
self-control?
day, Ray. Anyway,
BGP, do you
so
have the
I
ability to
never said, and
self-control?
I tell
Do
people
you
when
have
I
the ability to
educate on this,
self-control?
do not
I'm going to
use
ask
those
that
terms.
question 10 times over. Do you have the ability to self-control?
I do. Do you?
Then shut up.
No, because
Shut
you've
up.
been over speaking me
Shut
too.
up. No, 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 no.
So I'm giving
You
the same
shut
energy
up.
I'm getting
No,
back.
because
I
Listen,
stay
you have
quiet
the
for
way,
you. I
listen,
stay quiet
dominated
for
the
you.
majority
And then
of
as
this
soon as I started
hello,
conversation.
talking, you
There are
interrupted me.
multiple people.
I stay
But
quiet.
at this time, aside from the host, there are 7
I
people on
stay
this
quiet for
panel,
you
and you have
several
been
fucking
talking and
times.
talking and
And
talking
then
I
and
you
didn't
cut
talking.
me
finish.
off.
You keep
So
talking
I
and
I didn't
don't
talking and
finish.
fucking
talking
care.
and talking.
And I'll keep
Shut
on
up.
doing it.
Shut
You shut
up.
up. You
Shut
shut up.
up.
Let
Put your
Carlos
Shut up.
hand
speak,
over your mouth
bro.
and keep your thumb over the
I don't
Right.
have
unmute
to do
button.
shit.
Keep your thumb over the unmute button. Stop.
Do shit. I don't have to do a goddamn thing. At all, period. You guys want to sit here and question my indigeneity from a chick who's pseudo as fuck? That an entire panel of natives that I don't even get along with, we came together to debunk their pseudo shit? That I got all the videos for? You want to talk to her about my indigeneity. She don't even know who her people are. She don't know shit. I know my culture. I know who I descend from. I have my genealogy. I didn't find out I was native through fucking DNA. And again, if you guys want to racialize DNA, then you're practicing pseudoscience. And that's scientific racism because DNA doesn't show your race. It doesn't show your ethnicity. It shows the region in which your ancestors came from. So a percentage of your ancestors came from here, percentage of your ancestors came from here. That's how that works. That's it. I don't practice any Spanish culture, especially the shit that was forced on us. So y'all can fuck off about my indigeneity.
You thought Mexican was an ethnicity. You didn't find out till last year, February of last year to be exact, that you had indigenous ancestry. You thought you were just Mexican, and you thought that that was an ethnicity. Your family was part of a group of people who migrated. Mind you, you also descend from a group of people who were Spaniards and assisted in colonization. So while you may be a bastard child of the Spaniards, you're mostly Spaniard, which means you're more Spaniard, you're more colonizer. Your family came up from New Mexico, according to you, right? According to you, came up from New Mexico to Colorado, San Luis Valley, which is where you grew up, right? That was one of the first settlements in Colorado, right? By who? Who's the settlers? Who were the settlers?
Yeah, so it's not that we don't think that you have indigenous blood in you. What makes us say that you're not native or indigenous is what's in your heart and what's in your mind and the way you speak to these people here who are educated. The way you speak to Miss Raya here, who is a genealogist. You show that percentage in you by the way you act and by the way you behave. So besides the whole Asia being the wrong name of something, you know what I'm saying, fight in your community to get your people to stop calling themselves Native American. Stop fucking speaking on all people and what all people should do and what all people should name things. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But we never once said you aren't an indigenous person. You just have the mentality and the heart of a Tosali, of a white person. You have the hate in your heart and in your mind to overspeak these people who are trying to educate you. That's the issue.
I will add to that, even though I'm not Native American, the rhetoric you have been speaking, what you have been trying to portray. Again, I have said, if you feel so strongly about something, go and prove it. Write a paper. Prove it to the community, to the scientific community, and then you will gain accreditation, and then you will have the accreditation to be able to speak on something. But until then, while you're here calling other people pseudos, you're the pseudo right now. You're the pseudo. How can you not get that through your coconut head? I mean what I said. Stop it. Stop it. It's really disingenuous. You are the one being disingenuous.
Y'all can wrap me up.
You know, as everyone has stated, and I will reiterate this, you know, genetics does play in this situation, and not even just genetics, but also culture. You know, obviously you come from a culture of white privilege. You're behaving in that capacity right now. You're in a room full of people who are actually about the scholarship. You're speaking to an actual geneticist, and you feel as if your opinions and your findings are superior to hers or to anyone else on the panel who pushes back at the absurd bullshit ideas that you have. It is asinine and it is fucking crazy. And yeah, and in regards to the health and safety of your patients, the fact that you don't know that medications can vary in race and how they affect people is telling. It's extremely telling.
Rutherford. And so it went on in the 20th century. The influential U.S. anthropologist Carlton Kuhn outlined 5 classes of Homo sapiens, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, in parentheses, which include everyone indigenous to the Americas, as well as East Asia, Australoid, meaning Aboriginal Australians, and 2 types of Negroid, Capoid, and Congoid, from southern Africa near the Cape, and from the Congo. Contemporary science has rejected these classifications, though they definitely persist in some older members of the public who have referred to these categories in question and answer sessions when I give lectures. So he showed the incorrect terminologies that came from the scientific racism, and then he showed the correct ones multiple times in his book. Your source.
Yes, I speak Spanish.
Sí, hablo español.
Do you speak English?
¿Hablas inglés?
Yes, a little.
Sí, un poco.
What's your name?
¿Cómo te llamas?
My name is Alex.
Mi nombre es Alex.
Nice to meet you.
Mucho gusto.
Hello, I'm learning some Spanish. Hello, bro.
What are you doing?
¿Qué estás haciendo?
Nothing.
Nada.
Okay, sorry, I guess. So the fact that we have to teach you your own stuff, BGP, is sad. This study right here actually talks about it, and it actually goes into all the races, right? So that's the first part. That's where you can find your study. Here is another part for the study, right? Talks about how African American and Hispanics aren't testing enough, but it does break it down. When they actually have brought the drug out, there were side effects, so especially between Africans, African American, Africans, Asian, and Hispanic. And to go further, This study actually talks about the effects on, and you can find it in there. It talks about, I wish I could have zoomed in, but I was listening to y'all live. But it talks about whites and Asians using a certain type of drug and where it was affecting them. So, like somebody said, why are...
Oh, snap. Can you bring her time back? Because I would love to hear her finish, please.
Okay. So, yeah. So I don't understand why we're teaching you this. Also, you do know certain races have certain diseases, right? So for you to say that everybody is the same, there's even certain diseases like Tay-Sachs. That's something that's only found in the Jewish community, right? No other race can have it. So that's something you might want to look up. So if there are diseases for certain races, what makes you think that certain drugs wouldn't affect, or certain medications wouldn't affect us? There's a medication, this study actually breaks down a medication that makes other races happy and is a depression for the Black race. So again, we shouldn't be teaching you this. You supposedly went to school for this and got a degree in it. Yeah, somebody needs to take your degree back. And you can wrap up my time.
Well, yeah.
Some ice on it.
Yeah, when we're talking about those medications and those diseases, right? We're talking about regional.
No, you didn't know nothing, my dear. You sat here espousing the fact that there was no such thing. You sat there and you
said the word regional.
You sat there and you stated that there was no such difference. The medications didn't make a difference in races. That's what you said.
It
That's
doesn't.
exactly what
And
you
I'm going to
said.
tell you
And if
why.
you are a nurse, if you are a nurse, you know that.
Then now you're talking about regional. You're talking about a regional, but you don't like the phrase Asian.
Ria had a really good question. Can you ask her the question again, Ria? Your initial question?
No, that's what I was saying. You're talking about region, but you're talking about region, but you don't like the phrase Asian. So make it make sense.
Because again, it's not a racial thing. So yeah, I'm going to tell you. So when we're talking about, like, let's say, we're talking about sickle cell, right? That's mostly associated with African people. Mostly associated with. That doesn't mean any other racial group can have it. But that's because
wait.
Let her finish digging herself. Let her finish digging herself. Let her finish digging herself.
I am not done, and
Show
you
me
will
where
stop.
other race has Tay-Sachs.
Wait, let her finish digging herself.
No, because she's gonna go derail to a disease I ain't talking about. I'm talking about
No, what you're saying is I'm going to go into something that you don't understand. You know that I'm going to go into something that you don't understand.
So again, when we're talking about,
say that. No, don't even start. Again,
I'm talking about sickle cell, you dumb hoe. I'm talking about Tay-Sachs.
Yeah, because if those people are.
Did she just call me a dumb hoe, or did she call someone a dumb hoe?
I'm calling BGP a dumb hoe.
This is what she called me. So anyway, again, going to ad hominems because you can't fucking act right.
You can't fucking read. You cannot fucking listen either.
When you want to talk about
show me another race that has
Tay-Sachs.
Show me another race that has Tay-Sachs.
Use it over and over again.
Show it.
Ad hominems, girl. That should be your name. Ad hominems. Ad hominems.
So again, if you're gonna talk about a specific disease to a specific ethnic group,
I just did.
Stop. That means that ethnic group had been there long enough to develop that mutation, which causes them to have it. And it didn't spread out because they didn't interbreed with other people. However, that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that it can't be found in another racial group. If that particular group of
on
people,
a level,
I'm not done.
No, I don't care if you're done or not. I don't care if you're done or not, because you have just contradicted yourself. You have just contradicted yourself.
To that person who is a
You have just contradicted
Not how
yourself
chaos works.
I,
Just say
by
you don't
saying
know it.
that.
Just say you don't know
You
it.
have
because I'm
contradicted
telling
Just
you
say
yourself.
how
you
race
don't
doesn't
know
Okay,
it.
affect
it's
it.
No. Yes,
So
it
if
okay.
does.
someone from
See
that ethnic
points of
group were
intelligence
to
that you
marry
don't
out of
know.
that ethnic
Okay.
group,
Oh
then or
no.
that race,
Oh, okay,
right?
wait.
That
But
means
you
that
have just
that person
contradicted
can still
yourself,
get it.
and you
That
said
That's
race
not
no.
how
doesn't
it
determine
works.
whether
No,
or
Anyone
not that
ma'am.
gene
or
gets
race.
No,
passed down to
ma'am.
them at
Yes,
all.
No,
they're all the
ma'am.
same. You said
No,
they're all the
ma'am.
Yes,
same.
That's
yes,
not
ma'am.
how it works.
Yes,
Look
ma'am.
up Tay
Yes,
Sachs. Look
ma'am.
it up.
If
Look it up.
someone from
Look it
that
up.
ethnic group
Look it
that you
up. Look it up. I'm gonna look it up for you because this is how I know how stupid you are.
oh, that's how far. So when someone from that ethnic group marries out, it doesn't matter what the race is or what the ethnicity is. That person can pass down their
They
genetics
can.
to that other person if they
The
marry out into
disease
another group.
literally only
So that means
belongs
now
to
that
Jewish
particular
people.
person
It
who is
only
not fully
belongs
that
to
race,
Jewish
if you
people.
guys want to
You
do
need to
that,
look it up. You need to
right.
look it
And
up before
again,
you
if
talk.
Jewish people
You need to
married
look it
out,
up before you
that means
talk.
it would
They
go out
cannot
to
give it
other
to another
people.
race.
It's
Once
rare and it's
no.
minimal, but it
That is
doesn't
not
distinguish
true.
that
That is
another
not.
race
This is
can't have
what I'm
it.
talking. You need your license taken at this point.
And Jewish is
You
not a
do.
race;
You
it's an
fucking
ethnic
do.
group, by the
You
way.
fucking do because I worked at a
Maybe
clinic
learn
where
what a
children
race and an
were
ethnic
not
group
living
is.
past a
How
certain
about learn
age
that?
because two
So
Jewish people would have the disease.
read your
It's
fucking
the, it's
source.
gone. I'm
Read your
about to show
source.
you your fucking
Read it.
dumbass.
Because at the end of the day, race doesn't determine whether a gene gets passed down or not. So
Oh
if
yes, it does. It does. It
no, it
does.
doesn't. If someone
It
in that
does.
Jewish
It
community, if
does.
that
It
someone from that
does.
so you're telling me that someone
Yes,
from that
it
Jewish community
does.
Yeah,
marries, let's say, a
that was the
Korean.
no. Nope. It's
You're telling
BGP. Nope.
No.
no,
No.
we're
No.
talking
No.
about someone
No.
No. No.
They asked
No.
you what
And
those terms. What was the word? Linkage,
right.
disequilibrium.
disequilibrium.
That she
What
just
does that
explained. She
again?
asked
I
you. You
already told
said
you
you
I don't
didn't
know what
know.
that means.
How are you
So I'm
talking?
talking about you guys don't switch the
The
fucking subject.
irony
No,
We're
is
there's
talking
no
about the
crazy right
switching
now.
medication.
of the subject.
So
You
Just
when it
because
admitted
it's
comes
you
to the
didn't know
something
what it
that you
was.
diseases,
don't
if
understand,
somebody
just because
marries
it's
out,
something you don't
that does not
understand,
prevent
you
the
can't
gene
call
from
it
being
switching
passed
the
down
subject.
because of
It is the
race.
same subject.
It
It is the
doesn't matter.
same
It's
subject.
depending on the
No.
dominance
You're
or the
saying it doesn't
recessiveness of
matter
the
because
gene.
you're
And
trying
if it's
to
polygenic, then
you're
it's
trying
mostly
to
incomplete
validate
dominance.
yourself.
So your
Let
race
me
doesn't
tell you,
determine whether you're going to get a gene or not.
BGP,
Are you telling me that your race determines whether a gene gets
do
passed
you
down to
have
you or
the
not?
propensity? Do you have the propensity to
Are you
acknowledge when you are
saying,
potentially wrong?
no, are you
Do you
saying
have the
that,
ability to say that,
are
hey,
you
I
saying
might
that a
have been
race
wrong
determines
on
whether
this?
you get a gene or not?
Oh my
Yes.
gosh.
How?
What do you mean how?
You're asking
Okay.
somebody who's
Oh
Yeah, I'm
my
asking
God.
the expert.
This is an
I,
insult.
does
yeah,
race
no,
determine
no,
Okay, let
no.
me tell
You're
you.
supposed to know
Thank
your
you, Tika.
job. You're supposed to
Thank
know
you,
all
Tika.
facets
Let
of
me
what you're
indulge her.
doing.
Let me
No,
indulge
go
her.
ahead. Tell me how a race
Let me
determines
indulge her
how
stupidity.
a gene
Let
is
me
passed
indulge
down.
her
Go
stupidity.
ahead.
Okay? How
Go ahead.
does race contribute to someone just I think it was Ray or someone who said that there are certain genetic disorders that affect certain populations. Okay? Now, with regards to the Black population, okay, race will determine, okay, because there's a higher rate of occurrence of things like sickle cell amongst the Black race. So if two Black people get together, there is a higher probability, okay, that they will have a child who has sickle cell disease, okay, and will suffer from that disease. So there is a racial component. While you're trying to say that there isn't, there is.
Okay, so
Okay.
a Native
Okay,
American.
wait. I can give you more examples. I'm
Wait,
coming.
no, let's
I'm coming.
let's go with that one.
No. I'm coming. I'm not done. I am not done. I am not done. You will keep quiet. You will keep quiet. Since you
You're
like
not my mama.
shouting,
Don't yell.
since you
Don't
like
tell me what I'm gonna
shouting
do.
at people,
Well, you
it
can
seems
shout
that
at
that
me,
is the
but you're
only
not my mama.
language
You're
that
not
you
gonna tell me what I'm
understand. It seems that is
Go
the
ahead.
only
Keep
language you understand is
Keep
shouting.
going. Keep going.
So shut up
Keep going.
and listen.
Keep going.
Okay? There are other genetic disorders that are ethnic specific. Okay? Someone just described that there are certain genetic disorders that occur within the Jewish community, aside from even outside of the Black community, okay? That even Jewish people today, that is why it exists. if it wasn't a factor, people wouldn't have to reach matchmaking and go to doctors and see if their genetics correspond with each other, so that there's a less likelihood of them having a child with a certain genetic disorder. It happens. This is true. And if you were in fact someone in the field, and if you were someone who has the capacity to speak on what you are trying to speak of, you would know that. But clearly you don't.
Okay,
Clearly
so
you keep showing. I'm not done.
oh God.
Yes, oh God, yourself.
Go ahead. Go.
You shut up. I'm still talking.
Okay, yeah, whatever. Go.
Host, please remove her from the panel, please.
Yeah,
Drop
she's
her until I'm
being
done.
way too
Because I'm
disrespectful to
not
people.
having this. Because I will not have this. Because I will not. This
Do
is.
you want? Okay, you're gonna answer the question. If a Native
Oh,
American has
shut
sickle
up!
cell and a
Nobody
black
wants to
person has
talk
sickle
to you
cell and they have a
anymore.
child
Shut
together,
up! Do
is the
you
brother
understand the
bully
word of
them
Nobody
shut
having
wants to
sickle
up?
talk
cell
to
is
you no
rape?
more.
Shut up! Put your hand over your mouth.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Like,
Because there are different diseases within this world, okay, and there are different things that different ethnic groups will suffer from predominantly. And genetically, if we're talking about genetics, and if we're talking about how adaptation and how what you inherit from your parents affects you, you can inherit a recessive trait from both parents that ends up being a double recessive trait that basically translates into the physiology or the phenotype of having a certain disease. However, if someone no, I didn't finish.
Okay.
Okay? Some people might have recessive traits that they pass on to their children, and those recessive traits are passed on. And there are other people who might be carriers, because it's a 50-50 chance from each parent's perspective of how they pass on traits. Now, when you ask, how is this relevant to the general conversation we were having before? It matters. It matters. Because people might have passed down certain genes, certain alleles. I don't know if you know what an allele is. Okay, an allele is a version of a gene. Usually you have two alleles. One might be dominant, one might be recessive, or both might be recessive, or both might be dominant. And in a case where both are dominant, what happens is you receive what happens is you get a case of co-dominance, because both genes are dominating and they are producing the same amount of proteins or the same amount of genetic material, but that doesn't mean it's entirely conclusive. The way you, BGP, have been talking about, oh, genetics, this happens and this happens and this happens, you have just been talking in a sense of only dominance. No, it doesn't occur in a sense of dominance alone. There are so many different variations, different categories. It's much deeper than that. You say that you are talking to the lay person, but even when talking to the lay person, you are not describing it perfectly. You are not. You might want to argue with that. You might yap about that, but you are not describing it properly. Because different traits occur differently, and within even different generations, mutations can occur. Mutations occur from the line of just a sperm and an egg meeting up. Mutations occur then, and they can also occur further on throughout different lives. Even today, myself, I might have mutations occurring within me that I cannot describe. And I might not be able to describe in my next generation because it might not be possible that they will inherit the same nose, the same eyes, the same. Okay. And those are simple examples. Simple examples. When we go down to the nitty-gritty, it's deeper than that. How your liver operates, how your kidneys operate, how they respond to a certain chemical, whether they're sensitive or insensitive to a certain chemical in your body will matter. All those things will matter. And you are just throwing all of that out of the window. No, you can't do that. And that's why I said I suspect that you are an actual nurse, because I have nurses within my family. I have doctors. I have scientists within my family who will disagree with everything you have to say.
Can I go now?
No, I'm not done.
Oh, okay.
And thank you actually for even asking, because I don't even know why I'm even thanking you. There's no reason to thank you because you've been cutting everyone off. Your rhetoric is highly problematic in itself. Whilst you are trying to prove that, oh, even the word Asian is problematic, or this is a problem, it might lead to this, it might lead to that, the rest of your mentality is problematic. You are feeding into highly problematic mentality, and when I say problematic, YT mentality. Someone else said it. You sound like a colonizer.
Okay, well, you gotta let her respond though, because I ain't got that much time left.
Okay, I'm done. Okay. Because the host said it, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, so I've treated patients with sickle cell who are white. I've treated patients who are Native American with sickle cell. So what you're telling me, if a Native American and a Black person both will have sickle cell, that's going to be passed down to their child. It's not determined on race.
How she keeps going from another disease.
That's because it's not determined by race. So because race is not biological, I think as a geneticist you can agree that race is not biological. So when we're talking about genetics and medications, yes, it's due to your genetics, but it's not due to your racial category. Because you can have you can have, who is like talking over me right now?
Whilst you are saying that you have treated white
well,
people,
I'm not done speaking and I didn't cut you off and somebody else is over there being.
Oh, you tried to, so don't even say that.
I asked you if you were done.
You tried to.
She's gonna shift. She's gonna keep
I
shifting.
literally asked you if you were done.
You tried to cut me off multiple times.
Okay, so am I gonna get a chance to respond or no?
No. You kept quiet, but then
I kept quiet. I let you talk.
No. Don't say that you didn't try to. Acknowledge that you tried to.
I didn't.
And then I cut you off and I said stop. How many times did I say stop?
I didn't. This last time you spoke, I didn't. I let you talk. So again,
no. Here, I let you talk.
Me that race is
you didn't, and I will continue to cut you off until you admit that.
You continue to cut me off when I made the point that I treated Native Americans and white people with sickle cell.
I will not stop talking.
You just said that only Black people have sickle cell.
Until you admit that. Wait. Because until you admit
even with an ethnic group,
cut me off
if they
and
marry
say,
out
I didn't
another
cut
ethnic
you off.
group, then that person can receive trade.
It doesn't matter.
So you're
because you kept cutting me off, and I kept saying, no.
So you started cutting me off when I proved you wrong, Miss Geneticist.
Which group of people?
You wanted to make race biological.
Yeah.
Because you only said Black people can have.
You only said,
because there's Black people in India. Do they have? Are they automatically
predominantly affected by sickle cell? Which group of people?
Right, a majority of African people are affected by sickle cell because that's where it originated in that region and how their genetics adapted to that.
Okay.
As people continue to continue to admix,
based on your example, because you said it's two people with sickle cell from two different races. Because I'm answering that
right, because as people admixed out, those genetics get passed down to different races.
If two different
it's people, that simple. It's not that hard.
No, it's not that simple.
It is not. it is, because when you sit
you're
there
not.
and say
No,
that
you're
it
lying.
just
You're
affects
lying.
black
You
people,
are
it
lying.
doesn't.
You are
Because once
lying.
they marry
Okay,
out,
it's
that
two
if they
different
marry
people.
outside of their race or their
One
ethnic
black
group,
person, and
then
don't care
that
if
gene is
even if
passed down
it's
to
a
those people.
non-black person.
And that's
Okay,
what it
even if
is.
it's a non-black
So,
person,
and if that
even if it's
person marries
two
another
white
white person,
people.
then it goes into the white community.
Okay, so this is the study where she's pretty much stating that was the study I put up earlier, and it's even telling physicians to be aware of genetic polymorphism as it is an important source of variation. I can't see it because the timer is over it, but it's telling you it should incorporate genetic factors into dosages. You said medication does not affect certain race, but here's a whole study of a drug. They're saying, hey, you might want to take these their ethnic background into consideration. So again, read that study. It comes from the .gov site, and it breaks down each race and how it affects certain drugs and certain things. And they break down each drug. It's a very long study. It's 150 pages, right? And it talks about all the drugs that they've came out with in the past, I want to say 5 years. And it's a different result for different races. Even talks about they even did it to where they called it what is it, Asian Americans, Japanese Americans. It had the same effect as the Japanese American as the Japanese. Why? Because they're part of the same ethnic group. So again, you don't want to look, and obviously you went away because you don't want to hear what I have to say when you're clearly reading what the study says. But okay, we can be immature about it. You can wrap me up because she's just going to be immature.
Yeah, that study was in 2011, and that was before they started talking about really debunking racial categories. Because the AMA, the American Medical Association, put out in 2020 an apology saying that they have been using racial science to diagnose and mistreat. And that study right there is showing why it's actually scientific racism. Because genetics, yes, you should consider genetics, but not because of race. You should look at genetics because genetics can be passed down from any race, especially when you're talking about everybody is admixed, technically. Admixture is necessary for humans to survive as a species. So we've all admixed since the beginning of time. So you can't say it's a single race because black people are also in India. So when we're talking about how sickle cell affects a group of people, yes, it's going to affect a majority group of people in an area in which they adapted to that particular disease and how that disease affected those people. As they continue to admix out, then that gene is going to be passed down to those other groups. So that is why you can't say that a disease or medication affects one race. It may affect one race more than the other, but it doesn't just affect one race. It just doesn't. Because again, Native Americans have sickle cell. White people have sickle cell. I've treated those patients before. And even when you're talking about an isolated group like you were talking about with that Jewish community, if anybody out of that Jewish community marries out, let's say they marry someone from Korea, now that gene is possibly passed down to a Korean. And if that person who's quote unquote mixed race marries another Korean, and it gets passed down that way, and it keeps getting passed down, and that's how it spreads into other ethnic or racial groups. That's how it works. So no, race cannot determine a specific disease, nor can it determine or ethnicity can't do that, because then you're equating race to biology, and race is not biological. It's a social construct. It's not that fucking hard.
Yeah, man. I had to walk away for a minute, so I don't know what the fuck going on now. So I'm just catching up, but y'all can skip me so I can listen to the arguments and what's being said.
Once again, in regards to anyone in the medical field not understanding or knowing that different medications, hell, even different diseases are, prominent in certain groups of people, right? And in regards to medication, even the treatment and the dosages have to be adjusted based upon race. I was trying to pull it up on my tablet, but my tablet died. So there is this particular blood pressure medication referred to as lisinopril. I want anybody in here to look up lisinopril and the effects of lisinopril on various different racial groups. And you're going to find something very interesting in the fact that it adversely affected people of African ancestry in a very negative way. Very negative way. To the point where, and I see now she's going, see that teacup? Now she's going to run, tell that. But yeah, I was trying not to give her any kind of clues, but just for anyone in the chat to understand the seriousness of it, people have unalived because of the simple fact that nurses, especially arrogant nurses like this, will go around and not adjust dosages, not take into consideration certain things, and the next thing you know, your loved one that was fine and good in the hospital all of a sudden die from some sort of weird asphyxiation or something to that effect. Why? Because of medical racism, and it's practiced by people who are racially biased and arrogant as fuck and don't think about what the hell they're doing. They think that they're absolutely right and they have a superiority complex. They're dangerous. Revoke her license today.
Yeah, we just been going in a million different circles. I'm still sitting here reading Rutherford or whatever his name is, dude, the Adam guy, and he's just saying people need to be careful how they use it because some of these terminologies, he said they're not all supposed to be discarded. They're supposed to be used, but people use them for other reasons. And he's mostly talking about what Europeans meant, like such as things as was Caucasian, meaning that they're beautiful or they're geniuses or some shit like that, and then describing the Negro as basically just sexualizing the Negro, saying that, oh yeah, they got, big junks and they fast and they can dance and they got rhythm and all of this shit because that's what they were using us for. So he gives a breakdown. He goes into the racial things that happened with the COVID stuff with China and associating that with Asian people and how it could trickle down and affect people in a way where dangerous things can happen to them, and it did happen actually. So that's what he's talking about. He's talking about the dangers in how people use these terminologies, and he doesn't say discard them, but use them appropriately. That's what he's saying. So we've been using these terms appropriately. He's using them in his book appropriately, and at the same time acknowledging that people call themselves something else and that term wasn't used way back then. But he still drives the point home, talking about the migrations of the people who came out of Asia and how the Native Americans are connected to those people in Asia. He's saying it himself. But he's saying like the older terms were used to racially separate people in basically a hierarchy, and we shouldn't be using it like that. So as long as it's not being used to form a hierarchy, then you're using it properly.
Okay, I've stated this before, and with regards to things like genetic diseases, genetic evidence, there is evidence. It's not about personal opinion that proves that maybe certain majorities or certain ethnic groups on a majority level are more likely to suffer from a certain disease. And that is based on two people carrying a recessive characteristic who join together. That doesn't mean that everyone who joins together is going to have that recessive characteristic. For instance, sickle cell. That is the example we're going with right now. So if you're going to go with that, and we know that there is a prevalence of sickle cell disease or sickle cell trait in other populations, the likelihood of someone with a recessive trait joining with someone else with another recessive trait, it's going to increase that likelihood. Not even increase, it's almost a given fact that they are going to have a child with sickle cell disease. So you can't even go away from that and say, oh, it's not about race, it's not about this, it's not about that, because that is the YT perspective. I'm saying, look at the science. Look at the data. Look at the background data of each and every person. But then if you want to generalize and say, oh, you guys are just saying this, you guys are just saying that, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. And you're speaking into the void. You're speaking to people who understand what recessive traits.
Oh, we done been everywhere, man. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, man. I'll go to bed. Good night.
I just wanted to point something out real quick for the people in the comments who were like, everybody's ganging up on her. What you're seeing is the reaction of her coming into a space, disrespecting every single person in the panel, and continuously being passive aggressive with her childlike behavior. But she's an adult, so it's very narcissistic, like with the, are you done? Are you done? You can go. You can go. Keep going. Yeah, I'm not going to stop. I can do whatever I want. I'm not going to stop. So, of course, when you come in after she's done all that, and now she wants to start acting like she's an adult, yeah, she done pissed everybody off in here. So she deserves no respect in here, which is what she gets, no respect. Because she brought that upon herself. She is no victim. She is the aggressor. She came into a space that she does not belong in and tried to speak down to people, professionals. Supposedly, she is an ER nurse, not a geneticist. She said it herself. She was speaking to a doctor, as far as what I understand, telling them that they're wrong about their understanding. That's white woman shit. It's white privilege. She's very much 46% Spaniard. So if you haven't been in here to see it, maybe sit and watch and maybe understand, because if you follow her like you do, you'll see that she's done this in so many spaces. She's done this to so many other people of color. So I'm just saying. Also, indigenous people had the medicine wheel, so they understand that there was other people from different regions who were built different than them due to agriculture, food, and etc.
She has the wrong study up. My study is from October of 2022. Also,
Yeah, that's not the study.
yeah, exactly. So when you sit up here and say my
I'm
study is wrong
addressing
and
Teeks
misinformation,
about
when you give misinformation because that wasn't my study, yeah,
I'm not talking about your study.
you gave the wrong information. Just admit that you gave the wrong information. You said my study was from 2015. If you put me on the big screen, my study says October 2022.
Okay, cool.
I also have another study that says July 15th of 2022, where it talks about other races being affected by medications. So again, and also let's talk about the unaliving in the Black community, where Black women are getting misdiagnosed, mistreated, and we're getting medications and we're having
by
reactions
nurses
to
like
them.
you, by nurses like you, by nurses like you, you arrogant bitch, by nurses like you,
Nurses
by
like you
nurses
are
like you.
unaliving us.
Are you
Let me know
seriously
the
speaking?
hospital you
What
work at
what
so I
does it
can
say?
call
What does
them
it
and
say
have
about
them
what does it
fire
say
you
about the
immediately.
Cinepril and the effects on African Americans? What does it say about it?
It said, even given at face value, a racial difference in the effectiveness of ACE inhibitors
Listen to me. Listen to me, an actual black person. Listen to me, an actual black person, right?
You wanted me to
Listen
bring up
to
a
me, an
study.
actual black person. When actual medical doctors have
And I'm
told
telling you the
me
study.
personally
Here's the
that I
study
should
that
not
says
take that medication because of
lisinopril
the
is
adverse
explained by
effects that it has
social
upon people of
factors
my
and
race.
not by
My
genetics.
race.
Right.
Okay, it
So
causes
now you don't want to look at the
angioedema.
science,
It causes
right? Now it's
angioedema. I'm not gonna do this.
anecdotal
I'm not gonna
perspective,
do
right?
this. I'm not gonna. It's not anecdotal
That's what I thought.
perspective.
So
It's not
again,
anecdotal.
the studies
It's
say
not anecdotal. It's not anecdotal. Anybody can go and look it up.
ACE
Go
inhibitors
and look it up. Go and look
explained
up.
by
Just
so
go
I
to the
am. I'm
search
showing you.
engine.
I
Go
looked
look
it
in
up.
the search engine and
I
pull
looked
up
it up. It's right here.
Cinepril and
It's
adverse
literally
effects
what
upon
this.
African
This is
American
Who
community
published
to
that?
look it up, and it will literally list. It will literally list all of the adverse side effects of
Who
taking this
published that?
medication when
Here's
you are
the
a person
study.
of African
Here's the
ancestry. It will
study.
tell you that. It will
ARP.org.
tell you. Y'all
So
Who
had
published
white
that? Like,
doctors
what
tell me
person
not to
wrote
take
that?
it.
Who's the
That
scientist
it is
behind
caused
that?
by
Are they
social
white?
Okay.
factors.
Are they white
I have
It is
scientists?
caused by social factors,
literally
not
had white
genetics.
doctors tell black
So when we're
patients
talking
not to
about
take
social
that
You talk
factors,
about
medication.
why do
scientific.
black
You
people
always
have
talk
It
higher
about
is an ACE.
scientific
higher
racism all
It
the
is an
time,
ACE
Anita.
inhibitor.
And now
It is an
there's
ACE
no
inhibitor.
scientific racism.
And so because of that,
That's
Find that
because of
there's
high
hypocritical and
stress. That's
angioedema
because of
involved.
all those different factors that affect the black community.
Angioedema. It causes you to
Because of that,
swell.
ACE
It literally causes heart
but it
damage.
has nothing to do with your
To the
genetics. And it
majority of
says that
people who
right
are black that take it.
It says
And
that
what
right
the hell are
here.
you
It has to
talking
do with
about?
social
It
factors.
even shows it on the damn
So
website.
again, I just told you.
Literally.
Right.
Literally.
So
I
again,
don't even
because
see
it's caused
people
by
like
social
you.
factors.
People are like
So
you are
you're gonna do what the
literally the
pseudos
reason
do,
why
and when you
people
get
get
sources,
unalived
you want
by
to sit
people
there
like
and
you in the medical
overspeak,
field.
right?
People are get unalived by people like you
Yeah,
all the
no, it's not like
time
people like
because
me. It's
you're
like people like
arrogant,
you that
you're not
continue to
listening,
speak.
you don't care, you
So
have a
the fact that
superiority
you're
complex,
lying
you
and
really
said that
believe
it's a
that you
genetic
are Lord
problem
and master of
that
all that
affects
you
the
will
black
obey,
community, it's
and you're
not. It's a
using your
social problem
conquistador
on
genes to do
why.
exactly what you're doing right now,
Sure,
which is
and
to
you have
be a
European
fucking
genes
medical
too.
Karen.
So
I don't give
those
a damn what the hell that
So
you're
with
talking
that being
about
said,
because you
you are over
literally are sitting here
because I'm
arguing
telling
with
you
people
that
who
like
have been
Cinderella
affected
is
by this.
affecting black
Okay?
people because of social
Literally, it
factors,
does. It does
not
affect
genetic
black
causes.
people. It does.
It's not that hard.
It affects black
Okay,
people
wait.
more than
Right, and
anybody
it
else.
affects black people because of
Literally.
social issues.
Literally.
It affects black people because of social issues.
I have
Meaning
a
that black
question.
people
I have a
in
question for
America
BGP.
are going to be affected by this more because they're going to have higher rates of high blood pressure
Stop
due to the fact they live in
talking.